Hello, 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 hello. I believe we are coming to the point where episode 2 of Bright Green Live is live on YouTube, and I can see that we are indeed live. Firstly, thank you all so much for joining us today. I can see we've got a couple of people who have already joined. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to get kickstarted with the show very, very soon. Because of the technical issues that we had last time, I am going to do a couple of bits and pieces of admin before we get started, but not to worry, we'll be getting started properly very, very soon. So in the meantime, you are going to see me sort of propped up against my laptop, doing various bits and pieces of typing, but don't worry, within a couple of minutes, we'll be ready to kick off proper. So here we go. Make yourself a cup of tea, get yourself nice and comfortable, and we will be with you very, very soon. Anyone just joining? We are just doing a few bits and bobs of admin before we get started. Not to worry, we'll be starting properly very, very soon, and you'll be experiencing the full audio-visual experience that is episode 2 of Bright Green Live before you know it. Admin piece 1 is now complete, and admin piece 2 is on its way. Again, for those of you who are just joining, thank you so much for watching. I am just doing a few bits and bobs of admin whilst we get going. If you give me a few moments, we should be there. In the meantime, make yourself a cup of tea, get yourself nice and comfortable, say hello in the chat, and we will get going. Before you know it, you'll see me over the next few moments just doing a few bits and bobs of typing. Apologies, you can probably hear that, but nonetheless, we'll be starting very, very soon. Hello, Finn. Good to have you joining us today. Thanks for joining again. We will be getting started properly very, very soon once I've finished doing a few bits and bobs of admin. You'll see my eyes darting around as I type things, open tabs, and get everything lined up and sorted. Hopefully, this will be less technically blighted than episode 1 was. Thank you, Ben, for joining us. Great to have you with us again. Building up a regular contingent of viewers and chat aficionados. Thank you for joining us. I'm looking forward to all your questions and comments as we go through the show. Give me 30 seconds and we'll be there ready to go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome anyone just joining us now. Thank you so much for coming. We are getting started imminently, and I'm just doing my last few pieces of admin, and I'll be with you. Thank you for anyone just joining us on the live stream. Apologies for me staring at my computer, darting around, the sound of my typing. We're just doing a couple of bits and pieces of admin We'll be getting started very, very soon. Get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself comfortable. We're nearly there. And we're nearly ready for episode 2 of Bright Green Live, starting in around 30 seconds. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live. It is a cold and frosty Sunday morning. I am live from Oxford, bringing you some snow. We have some snow here in Oxford today, which I am very, very excited about. Now, we have an amazing show lined up for you today. And for those of you who are new to Bright Green Live, this is a show which is broadcasting monthly on our YouTube channel. It's going to be bringing you interviews with some of the most exciting and inspiring people and guests from across the left in the UK, from the UK's Green parties, from the Labour movement, from social movements, and from the wider left. We're going to have a stacked lineup of guests today, but also in the coming weeks and months. So just to introduce myself, my name is Chris, and I am the editor of Bright Green, which is an independent publication which reports on the left, is a voice and a space for people active within social movements, within the Labour movement, within Green parties, and the wider left. And Bright Green Live is a new show which is showcasing and amplifying the voices of people who are doing amazing work campaigning for a better world. And we have 7 guests who are doing just that today. So before we get started and before I introduce our lineup of guests that we have joining us throughout the day from 10:30 till 6 p.m, I have a few things that I wanted to say and ask you to do. So the first thing is, it would be brilliant if you're able to like the video. If you can like the live stream, that just helps us with the algorithm. It means the video will appear in more people's feeds. It means more people will see this and more people will hear the amazing interviews that we have lined up. Similarly, if you're able to share the video on your socials, please do so using the hashtag BrightGreenLive. If you enjoy this show, others will too, and it means that they will see it as well. And throughout the day, we're going to be taking questions from the chat, and you can put questions to all of our guests by just popping down your questions in the chat or also on the hashtag BrightGreenLive, and we'll put as many of them to our guests as we can. I'm going to be reading out your comments and questions throughout the day, so please do get them in as a bit of help for you. It's much easier for me if those questions come in advance of our guests or early on when I'm speaking to them, just that I can filter through the questions and make sure that we get all the best ones asked. So to give you a flavour of what's coming up throughout the day, we have 7 brilliant guests who I'm going to be interviewing over the next 7 and a bit hours. Some of the most interesting, engaging, inspiring people on the left. And we're going to be kicking things off today with Michael Chessum. Now, for those of you who don't know, Michael Chessum has been a key figure on the British left for a number of years. He cut his teeth in the student movement of 2010 in the resistance against the trebling of tuition fees and the fight to save EMA. He then went on to be throughout the early 2010s, a key part of the student movement, fighting within the NUS for the student movement to continue to fight and resist the government's assault on higher education, and to fight within the NUS for it to move to the left, both in terms of the people that were elected, but also its policy platforms and its strategic methods of campaigning. Following that, he then went on to play a role in Momentum within the Labour Party, and campaigning within the Labour Party for a left-wing policy platform, left-wing ideas and values, and ultimately went on to be a key figure in Another Europe is Possible, the left-wing anti-Brexit campaign, both during the referendum campaign of 2016 and following that, and was one of the people who was pushing the Labour Party to adopt a more pro-Europe policy during the 2019 and 2017 general elections. Now, Michael Chessum has just recently published this book. This is only the beginning, which chronicles a lot of that which I've just been talking about. So the student movement of 2010, the Corbyn years in the Labour Party, and the relationship of wider social movements to the Labour Party. Now, it's a really fascinating read. I've just finished reading it over the last few days, and we're going to be discussing some of the key themes within that book, in which Michael argues that to understand the left of the Labour Party, you have to understand the student movement of 2010 and the specific nature of that movement and how it went on to shape the Labour left and the wider left as well. So we're going to be interviewing Michael. He's going to be first up very, very soon. Thank you so much for those of you who are joining us just now. If you haven't already, please do let us know how you're doing in the chat. You're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live, and we have an amazing lineup of guests joining us throughout the day. The second of our guests after Michael is going to be Ell Folan. Now, Ell Folan is an old friend of mine, but they are best known now as the statistician behind the viral Twitter account and blog Stats for Lefties. They're also a columnist for Novara Media and are involved in doing lots of work to analyse polling figures and stats that are relevant to politics, not just in the UK, but wider, across the wider world. And we're going to be talking today with Elle about the state of the polls in the UK at the moment. So what's going on in terms of opinion polling? Are we heading for a Labour landslide government? What can we understand the current situation when it comes to the opinion polls to mean when it comes to British politics? We're also going to delve into, I'm sure for a lot of our viewers, it's going to be interesting to delve into the position of the Greens in the polls right now. We're also going to look at some specific constituencies and what Elle thinks are the likelihood of Greens winning a second MP. Particularly, obviously, we're going to be looking at Bristol Central, which is the new constituency, taking in most of the old Bristol West constituency, which, of course, is the closest the Greens have ever come to winning a second MP. So we're going to get Elle's take on that and much, much more about what's going on in the opinion polls. Our third guest today is Paul Turner. Now, Paul Turner is from the Abolish Eton campaign, which is a campaign group previously known as, I think, Labour Against Private Schools. It's a group which is pushing for the abolition of private education in the UK to tackle the detrimental impact that private schools have on the education system in the UK and class inequality in the UK. Now, we've seen recently that the Labour Party has shifted its position on private schools. It's now talking about scrapping VAT on private school tuition fees. And Paul is going to be talking to us about that policy, the policy to scrap VAT on tuition fees. But we're also going to be talking about where he thinks the Labour Party's policy should be and why the left and progressive should be campaigning and fighting for private schools to be abolished outright. We're broadcasting today after England crashed out of the World Cup last night. And so for many people, the World Cup might not be something they want to talk about in any depth this morning, but we are going to be talking about it with Jack Lenox, our fourth guest, who's going to be speaking to us about the politics behind the World Cup, the problems currently within the system that we have to govern football globally and nationally. Jack is the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on media, sport and digital inclusion. And he's going to be talking to us about what the Green Party would do to reform the global sporting system, but also reflecting on many of the controversies that have dogged the World Cup that's ongoing at the moment when it comes to the situation with regards to human rights concerns in Qatar, LGBT rights concerns in Qatar, the issue of migrant workers and the impact that the hosting of the World Cup in Qatar has had on them, and also allegations of corruption within FIFA. We're going to be talking about all of that and more in relation to how we can reshape sport and how we can reshape football in particular to be to lose that baggage that it's got at the moment of allegations of corruption, of dictatorial regimes being able to sports wash their reputation using international football of things like oligarchs and foreign states buying up football clubs, the eye-watering salaries, and so on and so on and so on. We're going to be getting into all of that later on. So if you're a football fan, stay tuned for Jack Lenox later today. Our fifth guest is Maggie Chapman. Now, Maggie Chapman is, firstly, she's a Scottish Green Party MSP. She's also a former co-convener of the Scottish Greens, the equivalent of leader before they introduced the leader role. And she's a friend of Bright Green, having been a long-term supporter of Bright Green, a former editor, and one of our good friends. Now, Maggie is doing some really interesting work in Scotland. Following a motion that was passed at the Scottish Green Party conference this year, Maggie is bringing forward a bill to the Scottish Parliament, which is designed to provide free transport for late night shift workers. So workers in hospitality and others who work late nights. And she's pushing for the Scottish government to introduce free transport for those people on the grounds of safety and so many other things. So we're going to be delving into a discussion with Maggie about that. So why is she bringing forward that legislation, what it would do, how it would help late night workers, and also in the meantime, before that bill is put forward and hopefully passed, what councils can do using their licensing policies to tackle some of the issues that late night workers faced. Our penultimate guest of the day is Natalie Bennett, who I'm sure for many of our viewers needs no introduction. Natalie is a former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, and she now sits in the House of Lords. We're going to be talking about the House of Lords, how it operates, what the Greens' role within the House of Lords has been. So at the moment, the Green Party has two members of the House of Lords, Jenny Jones and Natalie Bennett herself. We're going to be talking about what the Greens have been doing since they've been in the House of Lords, the kinds of issues they've been working on, the successes they've had, and much, much more. So stay tuned. Later this afternoon, we're going to have Natalie Bennett speaking about all of that and more. And our final guest today is going to be Ria Patel. Now, for those of you who watched the last episode of Bright Green Live, you'll remember that we had quite a lengthy discussion with Guy Ingerson, who is a member of the Scottish Green Party, and he was one of the proposers of the motion that saw the Scottish Greens suspend their ties with the Green Party of England and Wales over allegations of transphobia in the latter. And that is going to lead us nicely onto the conversation we're going to be having with Ria today. So Ria is the Green Party's Equality and Diversity spokesperson. They're also a councillor in Croydon. And they're going to be talking about the scale of transphobia within the Green Party, how big of an issue is it, and crucially, how can the Green Party tackle issues of transphobia going forward. So hopefully we'll be able to bring out some of the themes of the conversation we had a month ago with Guy in the conversation with Ria today about how the Green Party of England and Wales can tackle transphobia. So that's our lineup for the day. 7 amazing guests. As I said before, it would be brilliant if you could get your questions in for those guests as we move through the show. So please do use the chat to pop any questions down that you want to see our guests asked. I've obviously got some of my own questions, but I want this to be as participatory for all of our viewers as possible. So please do get your questions in the chat, and I'll put as many of them to our guests as possible. You can also, of course, pop your questions on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive, pop them on Twitter or other social media platforms. I'll try and pick up as many of them as possible. So thank you so much for the 8 of you who are currently watching. It's brilliant to have you with us. If you haven't already, please do hit that subscribe button. It means that every time we go live, every time we put out a video, you won't miss out on those videos, on those live streams, but it also helps Bright Green out massively too, in terms of making sure that we appear higher up in the algorithm, that more people can watch our videos. So please, 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 if you haven't already, there's a big red button. I think it's red. It might be blue, but please do hit that subscribe button and help yourself and Bright Green out massively. So Michael Chessum, our first guest, is going to be joining us in just 8 minutes time. In the meantime, please do let me know how you're doing in the chat. If there's any issues that you've got with audio or anything like that, please do let me know as well, so that I can keep everything ticking over nicely. I've been talking for a long time, so I'm just going to take a little sip. And also, it's early in the morning for me, and I'm feeling a little bit asthmatic, so I'm going to take a blast on my inhaler. So apologies for you seeing me do my life things for a moment. There's a sip to get my voice back, and there's the inhaler to make sure that I am able to breathe. So as I have said, we are going to be joined very, very shortly by Michael Chessum, who is our first guest. For those of you who missed the intro a little earlier on, Michael Chessum is the author of this book. This is only the beginning, the making of a new, sorry, I'm reading this backwards on the screen, the making of a new left from anti-austerity to the fall of Corbyn. And it's a brilliant read, particularly I think there have been lots of books that have been written about the Corbyn years, and a lot of that focuses on the kind of soap opera politics of behind the scenes machinations within the leader of the opposition's office. There's the Gabriel Progrand and Patrick Maguire wrote a brilliant book called Left Out, which goes into the detail of a lot of that. But what Michael Chessum's book does is it looks at the Corbyn years through the lens of the political forces which shaped it, and looks at the failure of the Corbyn project through that lens as well. We're going to be delving into the detail of some of the stuff in that book. There will be some spoilers, apologies, but it's of historical record, so I'm sure you're not going to be that surprised. We're going to be delving into the detail of some of that stuff in that book, particularly around the student movement, its role in shaping politics during the 2010s, and also some of the influences and shapings of the Corbyn project. And we're going to delve into some of Michael's analysis. We're going to challenge some of his thoughts on what happened during the Corbyn years. If you have views on that stuff, please do get them in the chat. Ask any questions you have. Welcome to our new viewers who are joining us just now. For those of you who are joining, our first guest is going to be joining us in 6 minutes' time. Time to grab a cup of tea, get yourself comfortable. It's cold today. Get yourself another jumper. It stopped snowing here in Oxford. I'm very sad to see, but I'm sure many of you have snow where you are and are lucky to keep it. So throughout the day, we're going to be taking your questions from the chat and also from Twitter. So please do pop them in the chat for our guests. For those who are just joining, I can see more people have just joined us now. Just to give you a quick final rundown of who we have joining us today before I let Michael in to the call at around 11. We have Michael Chessum, the author of This Is Only the Beginning, who's going to be talking to us about his new book and some of the issues within it around the student movement, about the Corbyn project, and so on. We have Ell Folan from Stats for Lefties, who's going to be talking about the state of the polls at the moment, what it means for British politics, what we can read into it, and also delving into some specific issues for Greens. A lot of our viewers will be Greens, and whether there are parliamentary constituencies that the Greens could potentially win at the next general election. We have Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign, who's going to be talking about the Labour Party's policy on private schools, their policy to abolish VAT on fees, and where the Labour Party's policy should be, why we need to abolish private schools as a way of addressing issues in our education system, but also redressing class inequality. Jack Lenox, the Green Party's media, sport and digital inclusion spokesperson, is going to be talking about the World Cup, the human rights issues, the allegations of corruption, a whole bunch of other stuff in relation to sport more broadly and how we can build a better and fairer sports system. We have Maggie Chapman, the Scottish Green Party MSP, who's going to be talking about her proposed bill to give late night shift workers free transport home. Natalie Bennett, a member of the House of Lords for the Green Party, talking about the Greens' impact in the House of Lords, what are the big issues that they've been working on and the achievements that they've had. And finally, we have Ria Patel, who is the Green Party's Equality and Diversity spokesperson, who is going to be talking about how we tackle issues of transphobia within the Green Party of England and Wales. I can already see some brilliant questions come in from Ben Samuel in the chat for Natalie Bennett. I'll make sure I put some of those to Natalie when she's on later in the afternoon. If any of you have any questions for Michael Chessum, who is our first guest, please do get them in the chat now. And before we get started with the interview with Michael, just to remind you, you can hit that subscribe button to make sure that you don't miss out on any of our videos and live streams that go out in the coming weeks and months. And of course, you can hit that like button. I can see there's 6 likes on the video. We've got 8 people watching. That means 2 people have not clicked like. If you haven't yet clicked like, please do so now. It means that more people will see this video in their feeds on YouTube. It also will give me a nice little dopamine hit to see the number of likes go up throughout the show. So hit that like button. And of course, please do share the stream on social media, preferably using the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. If you enjoy the interviews we've got coming up today, it means that other people will enjoy them too. And the best way to make sure they see them is to share the video on your social channels. So Michael's going to be joining us very, very shortly. Please do get questions in the chat and we'll take as many of them as we can. Just to do a quick plug for the next episode of Bright Green Live, which is going to be on January the 8th. We already have a stellar lineup of guests lined up for that, including Phelan McCafferty, the leader of Brighton Hove Council, John Bosco and Wobo, who is from the campaign group We Own It, Jo Bird, a councillor in the Wirral, who's talking about why she joined the Green Party, having previously been a Labour councillor. And we have two people, the co-chairs of the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group, joining us on January the 8th as well. So get that in your diaries, January the 8th for the next episode of Bright Green Live with a stellar lineup of guests. Thank you, Ben, for the amazing questions you're getting in the chat. Please do stick more of them in there, line them up, and I'll put as many of them to our guests as possible. Michael's going to be joining us in 2 minutes' time. He's the author of This Is Only the Beginning, The Making of a New Left, from Anti-Austerity to the Fall of Corbyn. Going to be talking about his book, delving into some of the issues there about the 2010 student movement, its impact on politics, and also the nature of the Corbyn project within the Labour Party. It's a brilliant read. If you haven't read it, please do. It's published by Bloomsbury. I'm sure all good bookstores, as everyone always says, probably also some shit bookstores stock the book, so you should be able to get a copy. I've got it in hardback. I'm assuming there's a paperback copy coming very, very soon as well. But Michael is going to be joining us imminently, and I can see that Michael has joined the waiting room, so I'm going to let Michael in right now. And whilst Michael connects to the audio, I'll just briefly introduce Michael Chessum, our first guest of the day. So Michael Chessum is a writer and an activist and a campaigner who has been active in the left for as long as I have been. I was involved in the student movement in the 2010s, and Michael was a figure that you couldn't really get away from, for better or worse, during that period, as president of the University of London, as a member of the NUS National Executive, as a founding member of the National Campaign Against Fees and Cuts. He then went on to be a key figure in various other left projects, including in Momentum and Another Europe is Possible. And he's the author of this new book, This Is Only the Beginning. And we're going to be talking about some of the themes in that book today, which chronicles that period from the 2010 student movement through to the fall of Jeremy Corbyn in 2019. But before we get into any of that, I'm pleased to welcome Michael to the show today. Michael, how are you doing?
Hi, how's it going? Nice to know you. You couldn't get away from me. It's an apt and damning description of my time in the student movement, I think. It's great to be here.
Great to have you on as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And I finished reading the book about 11:30 last night. I've been reading it over the last week or so. And I mean, it's a brilliant read. I would just say to anyone watching, it is a brilliant read and a fantastic chronicling of the last sort of decade and a bit of British politics. Now, the starting point of that book is largely centered around the 2010 student uprising, which for some people who are younger than me, for those who don't know, it was a period where the coalition government came into power, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats having pledged to abolish tuition fees, and then came into office and were planning on tripling them. And there was a mass student campaign against the trebling of tuition fees, which would ultimately be defeated. And tuition fees, as we know, were trebled in the end. It also was tied into the campaign to save the Educational Maintenance Allowance, EMA, which was a scheme that gave further education students funding for bus travel, for other things as well. Now, you start the book there as the point where you start your explanation of the kind of the 2010s as a political period. But I wanted to kind of to start by asking why that is, really, why you think that the student uprising of 2010 is so central. Because I think if you look at the last 12 years of politics, you look at particularly the Corbyn years and the development of a kind of revitalized left, there are a number of starting points you could begin with. You could begin with the campaign against the Iraq War, or you could begin with the anti-globalization movement as the kind of starting point of that lineage. Why do you think the student movement of 2010 is so important to that story?
Well, I think that's a good question. I suppose, well, look, the 2010s are a period where the left comes out of the end of history. We break from a period where I was born in 1989. It felt growing up to me like there was no alternative to the onward march of the market. There was no, to call yourself a socialist or even to be properly left wing within politics was to place yourself kind of outside the boundaries of reasonable opinion. And the 2010s is an era, not just in Britain, but internationally, where the left comes back as a mainstream political force. I mean, it's defeated in all kinds of ways, on multiple occasions, as it always is. But it comes back. And yes, I trace some of that to the student movement. I think the student movement is very important. I would say I'm not particularly interested in arguing that the student movements have had the most important moment in the recent history of the British left. I don't think it is. But nonetheless, I think one of the big stories of that decade is about the journey of a youth revolt. And so I would say that the Corbyn moment is a complex amalgam of things. It's a complex amalgam of generations, of traditions, and of political generations that were created in many different moments. So the Iraq War was a moment. The anti-globalization movement was a moment. Many people older than that would have been first brought into politics by the struggling against the poll tax, against Thatcher during the miners' strike, and so on. And generations before that, everyone has their own starting point. But nonetheless, the radicalization, I guess it's the starting point of two distinct and very important themes that run through the decade. One is the radicalization of youth. I think you've got to remember that before the 2010 student movement and before the anti-austerity moment, the kind of widespread perception of young people is that they were politically apathetic. And that just feels crazy. That feels like a crazy thing to say now. But nonetheless, this was the beginning of an explosive youth revolt, and it was also the beginning of probably its more immediately important result was to sort of accelerate the foundation of the wider anti-austerity movement. So I mean, like in sort of autumn and winter 2010, exactly 12 years ago, pretty much, in I have to say, similarly cold weather, you have a huge movement kick off, probably the biggest student movement in British history. You could say that there were certainly at least 140,000 students on the streets on one day. You have dozens of campuses occupied, and that seemingly to those who haven't seen it coming comes from nowhere, and that gives birth to a movement that I mean, the student movement had hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. By a year later, you've got a point where millions of people are involved. You have mass strikes over pensions. You have the Occupy movement. You have demonstration, very, very large street demonstrations. You've got a lot of black bloc tactics, a lot of direct action. You have UK Uncut moving along at the same time. So this is a moment in which the austerity consensus starts to be shattered at a sociological level. And the student movement is a very important moment for understanding how that happened, how the austerity consensus, which seemed immovable, became a thing of the past. And really, it's from that movement that you can trace certainly Corbynism. I certainly think Corbynism doesn't happen if you don't have the anti-austerity movement.
So some people, and it's something that you allude to at points in the book, have drawn parallels between the 2010 student uprising and the 1968 student revolt. And there's a book by Matt Myers which goes into some of this of comparisons between the two periods. But I wondered, what's your assessment of the the similarities and the parallels and some of the differences between the 68 student revolt and the 2010 student uprising, and the impact that both those moments had on politics on the left following them?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I'm not a historian of 68, but obviously I've thought about it. I think certainly it's true to say that the kind of global revolts of 2011, not the student movement of 2010 on its own, the global revolts of 2011 that take place all over the world, that include the Arab Spring, that include major mobilizations all the way across Europe and in the States as well, are a moment that are, you know, again, I don't like to kind of try to rank these moments, but they're a disruption to politics in a similar way to 1968 in some senses, and are quite transformative. I certainly think that there are similarities in the sense that 1968 is 1968 and certainly in 2010, you know, a lot of students involved in 2010 had a kind of self-conscious attempt to reinvent or redeploy the aesthetics of 1968, the kind of situationist, surrealist mode of politics. And of course, there are lots of similarities in terms of a new generation of the left, kind of quite disdainful of some of the old traditions of the left. In 1968, we were talking about sort of the collapse of credibility of orthodox communism in lots of ways. Because of, you know, various moments that have happened, of course, within European history at that time, and, you know, the Prague Spring is happening in 1968. But in 2010, 2011, you've also got a fair bit of that. But I suppose, and there's kind of like there's a shared sense of a shared nightmare as well, in a sense. You know, in 1968, there was one of the great kind of texts of that era is the One-Dimensional Man, which is about technological rationality and how the kind of the ability to dissent in a meaningful way, the kind of the conditions of possibility of a truly kind of revolutionary transformative politics seem to be closing down in some senses. I mean, 2010, 2011 is also a reaction to capitalist realism and to a sense of no alternatives, a kind of a desperate attempt to fight and create alternatives. But I think they're more, in many ways, they're more different than they are similar. I think in 1968, there was quite a lot of that moment was about international politics, anti-imperialism, and the Cold War. And I think the 2010, 2011 was pretty much about domestic economic stuff. It was about cuts. It was about austerity. It was about fighting for the kind of basic return of any kind of left-wing political alternative into the mainstream. And in comparison, and this is crucial for understanding how the generation developed. Anybody emerging into politics in 1968 or in the 1980s or in the early 1990s to an extent would have found themselves in the middle of quite a large organized left. You know, you would have emerged out of 1968 to find yourself in a Trotskyist organization, or in an anarchist circle that was relatively well organized, or surrounded by left traditions. And surrounded by frameworks through which to understand the world. And I think to a great extent, my generation emerged into what seemed like a bit of a desert. You know, the organised left was at a historic low. 30 years of defeat after defeat after defeat from Thatcherism onwards had meant that the organised left, had shrunk all the way back. So I think that gave the movement of 2010 and 2011 to an extent as well a kind of sense of creative energy. It was free from a lot of the kind of, as I say, the traditions, and so to an extent that can hold you back. The occupation of Millbank Tower, where, you know, thousands of people storm into Conservative Party headquarters. It's the kind of explosive beginning of the student revolt of 2010. Is as much as anything an act of collective imagination. And it's not an act of collective imagination that comes from a connection to history, but an absence of connection to history. You know, the people who did that to a great extent didn't know that they couldn't do it. Those of us who were more involved in the left kind of thought of that kind of action as kind of beyond the realms of the possible. But here we had a generation of people who were largely disconnected to those traditions. Now that gave us a sense of energy, creativity, and all the rest of it. It also laid a lot of problems, and I think that the fact that this political generation failed to organise itself properly leads to a lot of problems later down the track. I mean, it leads to a lot of problems at the time as well. You know, we lack organisations, we lack structures. The National Campaign Against Fees and Cuts, in a way, was an attempt to kind of somehow build together out of this kind of scraps of the organised left that we could lay our hands on, and as many students as we could get in who wanted to be organised in an organisation, to kind of bring people together, create some sense of collective memory, which is essential for movements to develop and grow. But by and large, our generation emerged out and found itself kind of part of this gigantic soup of people. And so by the middle of the decade, you've got this anti-austerity movement that's been largely defeated. But a huge mass of people brought through it, millions of people, certainly hundreds of thousands of people being active and very involved. And but they're kind of a disorganized soup. And so, unlike in the 1980s, when, you know, the left came into the Labour Party, it came in organised. It came in as part of traditions. It came in as part of an organised tendency. And even if you weren't part of an organised tendency in the 1980s, you would have been able to map yourself on to your perspective. I think a lot of people of my generation didn't have that. One of the things I would say is that they were never in and against the Labour Party. They were first against the Labour Party, and then they were just in the Labour Party. So yeah, I think 1968 is a really interesting point of comparison. And I remember on the day of the student march, but we were always very careful at the time to avoid direct comparisons. And I think we were right to do that, because there's a lot of differences, and they're largely about the legacy of the defeat of the left since Thatcherism. It gives it a very different texture, I think.
So I've got one sort of last question on the student movement aspect of the book and your thinking on this before we move on to the kind of Corbyn years. And there's some great questions that have come in the chat already on that, so I'll come to some of those as well. But there's a tendency, I feel, on the left to talk about 2010 and 68 as kind of these huge totemic moments in the student movement, and to largely forget about everything else that has gone on in the student movement throughout its history. And in fairness to you, in the book, you talk a lot about kind of the activity that was going on post 2010 with stuff like Occupy Sussex, with the Cops Off Campus movement, and so on. But I think there's a danger that we think about those particular moments as unique in their nature in terms of their impact on wider politics. And I wanted to put to you that I was involved in the student movement slightly after 2010. So I did my undergraduate degree from 2011. I was a sabbatical officer from 2014. And in the latter sort of chunk of my time in the student movement, there was a burgeoning wave of activism taking place across campuses. Admittedly, not in the same scale as 2010 in terms of its street mobilization and so on, but still there was a new wave of student activism, and for me it took two kind of clear forms. There was, on the one hand, a student wing of the climate justice movement, which was specifically focusing on fossil fuel divestment campaigning. And on the other hand, it was around liberation politics, and particularly took its formulation through campus feminist societies and through a movement around the notion of intersectional feminism. And I think if you look at the politics in the sort of latter years of the 2010s, I think you can see a lot of the strands of that era of student activism bleeding through into the politics. So you look at, for example, the big interesting ideas and movements that were coming up at the end of the 2010s. So you look at Labour for a Green New Deal, for example, or the formation of Extinction Rebellion and the school strikes. You look at some of the work that was being done around Black Lives Matter. Those have their roots in, for example, the fossil fuel divestment movement. They have their roots in campaigns like Roads Must Fall. And I wonder what your response would be to the suggestion that actually there's a risk that we fetishize 2010 as a moment, and actually that each generation of students, develop their own struggles, and the student struggles that take place kind of manifest themselves in politics 5 or 10 years later, and the forms of organising that take place and the issues that they're campaigning on manifest in politics, whatever the issue is, rather than just 2010 being this unique moment. So what would your response be to that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think student politics to an extent are always important, and I think a lot of commentators like to dismiss student politics as a silly game, and like a lot of the time, let's be honest, it is like, vote for me, I'm dressed as a walrus. I can down a pint faster than you on a Wednesday night. You must vote for me. It's like sometimes student politics is a joke. Very often it is. But yeah, you're right in the sense that, and I think there's a real danger. I think especially commentators, shall we say, at a certain age, think of the student world as a very small world, and really that is a legacy of the fact that in some people's heads, higher education is very small, and it really isn't. Like millions of people are students in higher education. Unlike in previous generations, I mean, from the certainly for our generation, generations before it, sort of this century really, student activism has been a way to reach a mass audience in a way that it wasn't, say, in the 60s or the 70s or even the 80s. This is a way to find and educate a substantial proportion of the population. And so, yeah, when we talk about all of the other stuff that's happened in higher education, because of the expansion of higher education, it has a much greater impact than it otherwise does. That said, I certainly think that what's happened to the student movement over the last few years is pretty sad. I think that in 2010 and 2011 and years afterwards, I mean, I was a full-time sabbatical officer until 2014. I think you started just as I stopped. We always used to talk about the tipping point where they managed to get through fees and to marketize the sector, and that would change people's consciousness. It would change them from people who would be critical and engaged and activists into being people who would sort of be consumers and be passive and be less political. And unfortunately, I think that has been borne out. Student activism it no longer has the same presence that it did in national politics, even in the years when we were relatively weak. So in the years after 2010, when the student movement was on a long steady decline from 2011 onwards until I would say sort of the middle of the decade. But even in those years, we were present in the national debate in a sense, and I don't think that's the same with the student movement right now. Unfortunately, it just isn't mobilised in the same way. And I think a lot of that is about the fact that we were defeated and the system got marketised. It's also about the fact that the NUS went bankrupt. But maybe that's a story for another day. I don't want to fetishize 2010, and I'm aware, obviously, that when I start a book by talking, and I want to be clear, like in the book, this is one chapter. It's one chapter. It's one chapter out of 6 is about 2010. This is the starting point for a long story. And I don't want in any way to fetishize it. And when you say, "Oh, Milbank," half the people in the room who will very often roll their eyes and go, "Oh God," either because they were there and they've talked about it endlessly, or because they weren't there and they kind of wish they were and they're kind of annoyed. So I really don't want to fetishize it, but I think it was a moment where, quite uniquely in my activist lifetime, the student movement broke out of the education sector. It broke out, it took the streets, it occupied the headlines, and it made the weather in a very profound way, in a very direct and immediate way. Student a lot of student activism is essentially about education. You're hoping that the people who you educate in sexual feminism or anti-capitalism or whatever it is come out in a few years' time and become left-wing. You're kind of taking them through in the hope that they will change hearts and minds, and you're producing progressive ideas in society. This was a moment where the student movement very directly affected politics around it, and brought about the shattered the myth of an apolitical generation, and brought in class politics back onto the front pages. And it was done by a generation who were largely thought to be incapable of thinking in those terms. We were the sons and daughters of Thatcher and Blair, and the idea that we were capable of thinking about radical political alternatives was sort of a bit alien, I think, to the political and to the political class and the commentariat. So, yeah, I don't want to fetishize it, but I think there was something qualitatively different about 2010 as a student movement in comparison to, say, other stuff that's going on now. But largely, that isn't about what it does as a student movement. That's about the wider social movement, the wider anti-austerity movement that happened in 2011 and later on.
So you pointed out there that 2010 and the student movement is just one of the 6 chapters of the book. So I am going to move us on to other areas of it now. Particularly, I wanted to move on to looking at the kind of the point at which Jeremy Corbyn becomes leader of the Labour Party, which is obviously the sort of second half of the book. And I think for our viewers, a lot of the people watching this right now and watching it back later, there'll be members or supporters of the Green Party, or will have been at some point in their lives, and may well have drifted to Corbyn drifted to Labour during the Corbyn years. But in the kind of latter half of the first half of the book, if that makes sense, you talk about the role of the anti-austerity movement and the millions of people who participated in that in one way or another, and their journey from that then into the Labour Party. You also briefly talk a little bit about the Green Surge, which took place in sort of 2014, 2015, and how initially that absorbed a small portion of the energy that was behind the anti-austerity movement through people joining the Green Party, often in quite a passive way, but nonetheless joining the Green Party. And I wondered if we could delve into that a little bit, because I think it will be of interest to some of the people watching, because there's a narrative which I think Greens have long held, and it's something that I've personally argued in the past, which is that throughout the first half of the 2010s, you have this anti-austerity movement which gave life to an alternative form of politics, and in the years of sort of 2014 to 2015, you had a political party in the Green Party that was essentially acting as a left populist party, which was advocating on behalf of that movement in the political stage, and gave mainstream, although a small mainstream platform, to the policy ideas that would later then go on to be central to Corbynism. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on whether you think that the Green Party's role as a kind of left populist party in the run-up to the 2015 general election helped create the political space in which Jeremy Corbyn's election victory could take place. Firstly, in terms of like shifting the Overton window, but also in introducing those ideas on a kind of mass scale through broadcast media, through the general election, and so on.
I certainly think that I certainly think that the Greens played a role in bringing some political alternatives back into the mainstream. You've got to be careful about kind of policy platforms and Corbynism in a sense, in that I think really Corbyn and Corbynism had its own policy program. I think certainly on environmental issues, I think you could well argue that the Greens have had a substantial impact on not just Corbyn's policy offering, but the whole of mainstream politics. His policy offering on climate change, even if we think it's inadequate, I think there's been some progress there. And I think the Greens have probably played an important role in that. I think Corbyn was a was a kind of a tribune of the ultimate outsider candidate for PM in a way. It was the tribune of lots of social movements outside of the party. And I think, I can't really put my finger on a policy that Corbyn took from the Greens, as it were. So it's certainly not that simple. I certainly think that having an electoral expression and having a political expression within the mainstream is vital to the kind of morale of movements, vital to their strategic aims. Because ultimately, in what happened in 2010, 2011 is that we built these gigantic movements against austerity. Strikes petered out and lost in large part because of there's lots of reasons for that. I could go into them, but maybe that would be a whole other question in its own right. But basically, ultimately, unless we were actually, what was our strategy for winning? I think you've got to think about what is your strategy for actually winning as a mass movement, even if you're a social movement. And the answer was always, we need a non-Tory government that's going to undo austerity. And from the moment that Ed Miliband said, basically, we're going to keep all the austerity, and even if we win the next election, we're still not going to give you what you want, and you still won't win. I think that had a very serious impact on the ability of these movements to reproduce themselves, because it was very clear that unless we could completely shift politics and in a way kind of like have another moment like 2011, which we continue to try to do, but unless we had another moment like that and could shift politics again, austerity was here to stay, and there wasn't much we could do about it. So to that extent, I think having a political expression was very, very important, or rather the lack of one was a major problem for these movements. I don't necessarily think that the Green Party was that, not because it didn't say the right things, of course it did, but because it had no prospects of success, which is a recurring problem. I wish the Green Party had some prospects of success. I really like, I'm a member of the Labour Party, obviously, with a heavy heart, as those who read the book will know. I certainly think that the Green Surge represented something. That it represented an urge of people. People were latching onto anything at the time, desperately trying to find themselves reflected somewhere. I mean, we had these enormous movements. It was very clear that there was a large proportion of the population that opposed austerity, that wanted an end to neoliberalism, that wanted something basically like Corbynism, and we desperately cast around to try to find something. It's not just there was a moment where Russell Brand becomes like an overnight celebrity, because it was weird, because he said like the word revolution like once on Newsnight, and everyone was like, oh my god, there's somebody is saying something that we agree with on TV. So I certainly think it's true to say that the Green Surge and the Green Party are part of the same process as Corbynism. I think in policy terms, it's quite difficult to argue that they influenced Corbynism that much. I think the social movements plus the Labour left probably had those policies anyway. I suppose I've always viewed as somebody who's very, very sympathetic to the Green Party and who views an alliance of the kind of Labour left and the Greens as a good idea. I think in many ways the Greens' sort of biggest political moment in that sense is still to come. I'm not sure I agree necessarily. I think it was good. I'm not sure it necessarily played a huge role, certainly in Corbynism.
There's loads of things that we can unpack there, but in the interest of time, because we've already been going for half an hour, I want to move on to the second half of the book and the kind of Corbyn era, because I think it's safe to say that's probably the more contentious half of the book for many on the left. I wanted to delve into some of the more contentious areas, but before we do that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the relationship between the Labour Party and wider social movements, which is something that you comment on early on in the second half. And before we kind of go into your analysis of what the party got wrong in terms of that relationship, in terms of how momentum in particular related to social movements. I wanted to kind of pose a strategic question to you, and it's that there's an argument that what we're doing here is relitigating the past, and it's not particularly helpful to go over old wounds or whatever. But I think it's useful to revisit for the purposes of looking forward in terms of future strategy. So, in the book, you kind of argue that after 2011, start of 2012, the anti-austerity movement was essentially dead, and there were various attempts to revitalize it that were kind of doomed to failure. And you've got some kind of choice quotes from various figures in that time that kind of make that case as well. Now, the counter argument to that is that immediately after the 2015 general election, the People's Assembly organised a national demonstration, admittedly an A to B march of the ilk that we'd seen many of during that period. But that was the biggest kind of mobilizations in terms of numbers of people on the streets in 2015 since the kind of 2010-11 period. And there's part of me which thinks, was it the case that the anti-austerity movement was dead, or was that a moment immediately following the general election, the despair that people had at another 5 years of Tory government, that could have been tapped into and revitalised that social movement? But instead, the left, if we think of the left broadly, primarily went into organising within the Labour Party and fighting for a Jeremy Corbyn-led government after Corbyn won in September that year. What do you think to that?
I think that there's a lot of thoughts I have about that. I suppose, in a sense, what I mean by the anti-austerity movement, I wouldn't say dead, but it was defeated. I think the anti-austerity movement was defeated sort of early in 2012, certainly by the end of 2012, it has been defeated, because what's happened is that the kind of backbone of that movement, the strikes over pensions, have been sold short, largely by trade union leaderships. Some unions continue to fight, but it's a kind of a losing battle. And from that moment, all of the local anti-cuts groups, the demonstrations, Occupy evaporates as well. The student movement goes into decline. So there's a generalized decline towards 2015. We keep it going. It's fair to say that there was certainly a much higher level of social mobilization in those years between 2012 and 2015 than there was from then on. From 2016, 2017, 2018, very, very low, very slim pickings in terms of social movement and industrial kind of unrest in the latter half of the decade. Not to say that nothing happened. Of course, there was Black Lives Matter, there was Extinction Rebellion. So it's not that it was dead, but it's certainly gone into decline. And the People's Assembly Against Austerity is actually weirdly only set up in 2013. So it's what I say, it's a bit like setting up the Stop the War Coalition after the war has ended and Baghdad is occupied. Finally, we have this kind of united, it's, I would say, quite an inadequate coalition. The People's Assembly at that time certainly had a lot of criticisms of it, didn't have much internal democracy, and so on, but at least it was an organizational center, and it's capable of calling these big demonstrations. And you're right to say that the demonstration in 2015 was a large one, probably in response to what was an incredibly grueling electoral defeat. But I suppose what I mean is, was that a moment that could have there was part of a sort of social coalition that could have stopped austerity? And the answer is it could. You're right. It could have developed into that again, but it didn't. And it didn't because, as you say, there's this electoral turn. And I think really what's going on here is, and this is one of the core kind of arguments that I make, is that what we have in the early half of the decade is the emergence of a kind of a new left. It's come out of the social movement. It's generally speaking quite suspicious of leaders and suspicious of political parties. It's largely bottom up. It's built in local areas. It's built on campuses. It's built in workplaces. And if that movement had been alive and kicking and gone into the Labour Party organised, sort of organised amongst itself and sure of what it wanted to achieve, I think Corbynism would have been a very, very different thing. Corbynism is what it is, and a lot of its weaknesses come from this. Corbynism derives its character from the fact that the movement had largely ebbed away. It was still mobilizing, there was still kind of spasms, there were still these sort of ACB marches that would occasionally crop up, especially, as you say, after the 2015 election. But it wasn't a coherent movement. A lot of the local anti-cuts groups, a lot of the sort of organizations through which this movement had been mobilized had fallen away. So what you kind of had was this huge disorganized soup of people desperately looking for a political answer. They weren't organized into tendencies or organizations. They weren't part of the organized left. They were just kind of desperate for something like Corbyn to come along, and it did. And so all of these people were going to get sucked into the Labour Party before they've got a chance to cohere themselves, before they, so they don't really have a critique of Labourism. They don't really have a critique they don't really have a vision for how to fight inside the Labour Party. Basically, they think Jeremy Corbyn is wonderful. And they're going to cheer him on, and that, I was part of that movement. But it's a very inadequate basis for politics. So I suppose the reason why I think it's important to point out that the anti-austerity movement was by this point, although spasming, was largely defeated, is precisely because of that. If it had gone into the Labour Party organised, we'd be living in a very different world, I think.
So let's talk about the left within the Labour Party then under the Corbyn years. So one of the things that you argue within the initial discussions around the formation of momentum and the role of momentum is about the relationship between the Labour left and social movements. And you essentially argue that when this band of various people who've been politicised through 2010 or the anti-austerity movement and so on, move into the Labour Party, they get sucked into doing what Labour members have done forever, which is having internal rows, standing for elections to committees, taking over CLPs, the NEC and so on, rather than trying to create political power beyond the party. And you kind of criticise that as the process that people went through. The counter argument to that is that, from day one of Jeremy Corbyn's election, the right of the Labour Party were determined to do absolutely everything they could to see off not just Corbyn, but the politics that he represented and the politics that had buoyed him to the leadership. So realistically, given the nature of that internal struggle and the war that the right was waging on the project, how do you think that it would have been possible for Momentum and the Labour left more broadly to engage in social movements when they had to fight those internal battles rather than leave the field?
Yeah, I certainly think that we had a fight on our hands from day one. Corbynism was largely built under siege, and it was built under a campaign of active sabotage from the PLP and from, pretty much everything around it. And so it certainly had a job of defending itself to do, and it undergoes a process of factional hardening. I would say prior to in summer of 2016, just after the EU referendum, there's an attempt to kick Jeremy Corbyn out of the leadership, and there's a leadership election takes place in that summer. And I would say during that process, during the Owen Smith leadership challenge, the left, which had been about kinder, gentler politics, a lot of Corbyn's base being quite kind of wet, you would say, hardens and becomes incredibly factional, and some of that's necessary. It was very necessary that we defended ourselves against what was going on. It was very necessary that we fought the battle for control of the party, and it was to an extent, obviously that's good. The problem was that something else happened as well, and that was that our own internal democracy got shut down. So the response of the Corbyn leadership to the Momentum leadership, and I was on the Momentum steering committee at the time, finding myself in a minority on this, it essentially went through a process of turning Momentum from a kind of messy democratic organisation that was trying to be a bridge between the party and the movements outside of it, which had its own policies, which was trying to push the leadership from the left. Basically just shut all of that down and turned it into a Praetorian Guard that was a very effective defender of Corbyn. So, you know, we're going to mobilise people to win internal elections. We're going to mobilise people to win general elections. That's it. What's our policy? Is whatever Corbyn says our policy is. That's what we're doing here. And what you can see going on here is basically a process whereby this kind of quite radical movement, Corbynism, becomes an incredibly conventional Labourist electoral project. So, I mean, obviously the content's very different. Content is transformational. You know, it's certainly why I'm there. It's why everyone kind of supports this thing. It's the return of radical left politics, or just basic social democratic politics a lot of the time, into the political mainstream. But in terms of what Corbynism does, the form of its politics, well, it tells people to knock on doors. It tells people to cheer on the leadership. It tells people to support basically that they're going to get their orders from the top, and it has no real internal democracy. All of our policy decisions in this period are taken by professionals behind closed doors. They're not really meaningfully taken by conference, and there's no democratization. So we don't democratize the selection of candidates. We don't democratize the party structures in any meaningful way. So what you've got here is actually really Corbynism is, in terms of what it does, identical to the Labour Party before Corbyn. And so I think that's kind of I kind of think that you've got to regard that as a bit innate to the Labour Party. It's why I'm very, very sceptical as a Labour Party member of the future of the left in the Labour Party, and whether or not we can ever really use it as a tool to win, which may sound odd as a Labour left activist for me to come on and say, but I am very, very sceptical of the strategy of the Labour left. So yeah, I think what could have been done differently? Well, basically what we needed was a politics that unleashed the democratic power of the movement under Corbynism, and I think our failure to do that made us weaker, not stronger. And that kind of centralizing instincts in the end made it much, much easier. I mean, you look at what's happened now with Starmer, and the Labour left has just been washed away. The reason why the Labour left has been washed away is because it never really had much democratic life. It never, these local momentum groups that started to pop up that were then shut down by the centralisation process. The left had no sense of collective ownership, no sense of collective strategy. We were dependent entirely on this incredibly top-down approach to politics. And when the head was cut off, it turns out that the Labour could just revert to being exactly what it was in the Miliband years, or even worse. So yeah, I think it was always a mistake to view this. That you've got to kind of make this trade-off between efficiency and effectiveness on the one hand, and on the other hand, grassroots democracy and links to social movements. I actually think that if we're serious about transformational politics, we have to be able to say we can be effective, we can be serious, and we can win with a radically democratic politics. And if you're not willing to do that, why are we bothering with all this transformational politics if really all we're going to do every time we're under siege, which is going to be every time we come anywhere near power, we just revert to the same methods as our opponents? And so for me, I don't think that there's a contradiction there. I think there is superficially, but I think you've got to be able to think around it if you're interested in transforming the world.
So I want to talk about Brexit, and I want to talk about some stuff about the future of the left. But before I get there, I just have one sort of last question around this issue around, I guess, internal democracy within the Labour Party during the Corbyn years. And one of the areas of that period that you're particularly critical of is the role of some trade unions within the Corbyn project, particularly Unite, and their actions and behaviour during that period. And you describe them as being essentially a conservative force within the Corbyn project, and driving that move towards a bureaucratic approach to politics. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about your assessment of trade unions' role in that.
Yeah, and I think I want to be careful here. What I don't want to say is I don't want trade union involvement in the Labour Party. But I also think we've got to be, and sometimes my comrades on the Labour left get, very, you can kind of see their backs going up as soon as I start to say this stuff. But I also think we've got to be honest about what the trade union link is in the Labour Party very often. It's good that we have a political vehicle with trade unions affiliated to it. But if we seriously think that what is going on with the kind of horse trading and bureaucratic manipulation that you see in the policy process, in the candidate selection process, and so on in the Labour Party is somehow the voice of the organised working class, I think that is delusional. The problem is that the trade union movement very often, well, not the whole of the trade union, some trade unions, and well, to an extent, basically all trade unions in Britain are probably some of the most democratic organisations in the country. But in terms of the way that they apply that into the Labour politics, very often it's a small set of unelected officials making decisions to advance their own influence, and they do that quite honestly, in a sense. If you're the bureaucracy of a trade union and you view yourself as the embodiment of your members, well, then of course it makes sense that by getting more influence for you and your ability to handpick candidates, your ability to block policy, and so on, if you view that as the voice of the working class, well, yeah, you'll do that and think it's great. I think if we want, but I think we've got to be honest and say that I think the trade union bureaucracies and the Labour Party often make each other worse. The answer to that is not to have the trade unions disaffiliated from the Labour Party. I mean, in my view, it's to get PR and have a new left party. But it is to say that in its current form, often the way that the trade union link kind of operates is a very conservative drag. And you saw that. I mean, the classic moment is Unite's blocking of open selections. The overwhelming majority of Labour members and Unite's own members want to put open selections through, but it becomes widely reported, and it's pretty undeniably the case, that Unite effectively blocks that. And it's a politics of kind of command and control, and it's a politics of fiefdoms and turf. I think that if you are serious about a transformative, a radical democratic politics, that is just surely you have to regard that way of doing politics as the enemy. Not necessarily those people as the enemy, certainly not the members of those unions or even the presence of those unions, the Labour Party is the enemy. But the way that the trade unions operate in the Labour Party has historically been a conservative drag, and they largely reverted to that during the Corbyn period. Again and again, it is the trade union block vote that is used as a party conference, say, that is used as a block on members getting their way, and as a way for the leadership to kind of stitch things up. Unfortunately, that's just the facts, and it's tricky. And really, what we need is a transformation of the labour movement. What Corbynism completely failed to do was to go into trade unions and try to transform them, democratize them, make them more industrially militant, refresh and renew their activist bases. Actually, one of the great failings of this renewal of the Labour left in the late half of the decade is that it doesn't translate into that. We didn't surge into the ranks of Unite or Unison or wherever and start something completely new and transform things in the same way as we had begun to in the Labour Party. I think that's a real weakness, and it speaks to quite a shallow political strategy that was totally directed at elections rather than at thinking about the question of class power.
So, Brexit. Now, I don't think it would be an understatement to say that the section of the book on Brexit is probably going to be the one that will cause the most controversy amongst the left. And I don't think it's an understatement to say that your position on Brexit has caused a significant amount of controversy on the Labour left. Now, I've got two questions for you on Brexit. The first, I'm going to just go to one from the chat, which has come in from Ben Samuel, and this is something that you touch on in the section of the book on Brexit. Now, Ben asks, how pro or anti-Europe would you describe Jeremy Corbyn as during the referendum campaign? So that's the first question. The second question is, I guess, after the referendum campaign, there is a narrative which I think is probably becoming the dominant narrative on the Labour left these days, which essentially says that one of the reasons for the Corbyn's project's failure was its inability to articulate a position on Brexit, which is something that you agree with. I think you made that case in the book, but that rather than the case which you make, that actually the problem with its position on Brexit was exacerbated essentially by yourself and people like you associated with another Europe is possible, pushing for a more kind of pro-Europe and eventually second referendum position within the Labour Party. So why are they wrong?
Yeah, so I think, sorry, what was the first half of that question again? Sorry.
No, so the first question was specifically about the 2016 referendum campaign and Corbyn's role in that.
Corbyn, yeah. Well, Corbyn campaigned for Remain. He showed up. He spoke at a lot of rallies. I think it's fair to say that if Corbyn had wanted to back Leave, he would have done so. And I don't think that if you're looking for a culprit in terms of, you know, why did Lexit win out in Corbyn's inner circle, I don't think Corbyn's the right person to look at. I think Corbyn had many failings, and in particular had a failing on the Brexit issue, but I don't think him being some kind of secret Lexiteer is a very convincing argument. I think the great failure of the Labour leadership in that period, and indeed the Labour left, was to just take the moment seriously. I mean, if you look, you know, the emergence of a radical left alternative to the collapse of the political centre was what we were, and that happened all over the Western world, and to an extent all over the world. And what I suppose very early on in the emergence of that alternative, what we didn't see coming, what a lot of people didn't see coming, was the other half of the story, which was that while the public support for neoliberalism collapsed, obviously the neoliberals would have to find an electoral coalition to keep a majority behind economic orthodoxy, and they reached out very deliberately to the nationalist right and to sort of politics of razor wire and borders, and increasingly a broader culture war. And in America, the answer to that was Trump. All across Europe, you have the far right on the march, and to a great extent in Britain, where kind of political antagonism gets kind of forced into kind of slightly larger blobs because of our electoral system. Brexit is the project behind which that nationalist, the kind of new far right in Britain rallies. And I don't think that's to say that all people who voted for Brexit are far right or racists, but it is to say that I think broadly speaking, that's what Brexit represents. Is that politics of rising borders in order to keep an electoral majority behind neoliberal economics, which otherwise is falling away. It's a narrative. It's about the fact that our living standards have plummeted, and who do we blame for that? And blaming foreigners and immigrants in one way or another is the obvious route that the ruling class can go down, and it does quite successfully. And I think there's a real kind of analytical danger on the left, where people kind of regard it as some kind of like tragedy, like a Greek tragedy, that, you know, Corbyn emerged at exactly the same time as this other, at the same time as the Brexit moment emerged. And if only they could have emerged at separate moments, then Corbynism could have won. The Brexit, the emergence of the radical left as a political force, and the emergence of the projects of the nationalist right as a political force in response to the financial crisis, in response to the collapse of public support for neoliberalism, these are two parts of the same story. And that's not to try to echo what kind of tedious centrists would say, oh, you know, there were extremes on both sides. That's not what I'm saying. But they're responses to the same moment by different kind of classes. by the left and the right. And so I think that the left, what another Europe is possible. Another Europe is possible's narrative was always this is an essential moment. If we lose this referendum, if we allow this to happen, this will completely screw us. And it's just that the sense that the Greens got it, some people in Momentum got it. By and large, Corbynism and the people who I was working with on Labour left just did not understand the gravity of what was going on. Did not get that Brexit was this slow, even that it would divide our voter base, that it would inject narratives into the political debate that would kill us, and that really was our kryptonite in all kinds of ways. And they just did not mobilise properly. So my criticism of Corbyn was his view secret Lexit, but that he and the rest of the Labour leadership never took charge of Labour's own campaign for Remain during that referendum. And it was left to kind of a coalition of Another Europe is Possible, kind of working out of working with the Green Party, working out of Momentum's offices with a very small team of people and a little bit of support from Momentum to bring any kind of radical or progressive case for Remain. And I basically think that the Labour left didn't realise until it was too late the importance of what was going on. So as for am I responsible for the death of Corbynism, obviously I think this narrative is wrong. I think if you look at the 2019 general election, we lose a pretty much equal number of votes on both sides. We actually lose slightly more votes to Remain voting parties like the Greens and the Lib Dems than we do to the Tories and the Brexit Party. But that's not to say that all of those votes are worth equal weight. But I certainly think that had Labour not adopted a second referendum position in 2019, I think could well have polled sub 30. I think you could well have been in a position where the Lib Dems were kind of inching up on you to replace you as in terms of popular vote, the second party. And I think really what needed to happen was a deeper kind of strategic wrestling with the ideological content of the Brexit project. And what I mean by that is the narratives that it contained. So what I mean by that is an attempt to blame migrants and foreigners for the results of austerity and what kind of the legacy of Thatcherism and Blairism as well. And what we needed to do was win hearts and minds on that and present class politics and present a radical domestic agenda as the alternative to that. And that could have been done with a variety of different policies. It could have been done with a soft Brexit policy, and I actually Another Europe is Possible, and I and others around us argued for a soft Brexit policy very, very hard. That's what we argued for in the wake of the referendum result. The Labour leadership responded to that by blocking all debate from party conference in 2017, not allowing our motions to reach conference floor and imposing effectively a hard Brexit policy. I mean, Labour's Brexit policy until early 2018 didn't even include a customs union, and from then on only included a customs union. So there's no free movement, that's no single market membership, that's none of your rights and protections that kind of progressives would value. So Labour has essentially a hard Brexit position until very late on in the day. But nonetheless, I think we could have won with a soft Brexit position had we taken that position, as we argued in 2017 or even 2018. I think we could have won with a second referendum position if we'd taken that position. But the problem, in the end, I think all of us, and I include myself in this, we're very fixated on exactly the kind of policy wording of where the policy would land. So I remember going into the 2019 party conference arguing we have to take a pro-Remain position. We have to say that we're the party of Remain. I kind of look back on this and I think, well, I don't think anything that we did in 2019 made any difference. It was just far too late. If I had my time again, I wouldn't be arguing over whether I would be arguing for the second referendum, but I wouldn't be arguing over that. What I would be trying to do is make Labour fight on the ideological, the intellectual content of the Brexit process, of the Brexit project. We needed to defeat that content. That could have been done with a variety of different positions, but the problem was, in the end, I'm afraid, the Labour leadership didn't realise the gravity of the situation, and it wasn't willing to have a fight about the ideological content of that project, particularly on immigration. And there's all sorts of things that I would have done differently now. But in the end, I think probably it was out of our hands. I think probably by the time the general election 2019 was called, we'd already lost it. And there's this slightly farcical argument that Labour, Labour accepted the result in 2017 and almost won, and then it didn't in 2019 and lost very badly. And I just think, look, it makes so much emotional sense if you're a Corbynite and you want to blame anyone other than the project itself. You want to blame it makes so much emotional sense, doesn't it? It's, and it goes along with this kind of one more heave strategy of a lot of the Labour left at the moment, which is, if only one more heave, comrades, we'll do it again, but better. We're not going to change any of our strategy or address any of our failings. One more heave. If only it wasn't for the traitors and heretics of another Europe is possible, then we'd have won. Just do it again. If only it wasn't for all the sabotage we faced. And I'm sure things could have been different had we not been sabotaged by the PLP and so on. But I'd be wary. I'd urge people who are tempted by this just to kind of, examine the actual facts rather than necessarily reach for the answer that feels easiest. It's certainly, what I don't want to argue is that we didn't lose any votes by taking a second referendum position. Of course we did, but the idea that by not doing that we'd have somehow gained more votes or done any better, I just think is profoundly mistaken. I think the problem was that we hadn't taken a position early enough, and that the Labour movement wasn't ready to confront the politics behind Brexit in the hearts and minds of voters.
So we've been talking for over an hour now, and I've got another guest coming in very, very soon. But I just wanted to ask you one final question very, very quickly, if that's okay, which is just, obviously you wrote the book prior to the wave of industrial action from the trade union movement we've been seeing over the last few months, and I wondered if you had any initial thoughts, very, very quick initial thoughts, if that's okay, on what the impact of this new strike wave and the renewed militancy of trade unions, the renewed public support for the strike action will be on the left over the next few years.
I think it wasn't a given that this would happen, and I think it's extremely positive that we've seen a level of fight back from the trade union movement that we have, often beating very, very high thresholds, very high bars set by anti-union legislation in terms of 50% turnout. So it's very good that workers are mobilised and it's happening. I think we are we've seen rail, communications, higher education. We're about to see the NHS. We'll soon have teachers, civil servants. We'll see firefighters next year, doctors next year. It's likely that the strikes will spread. So hopefully this is the beginning. Not to use too much of a not to plug too much. I think one of the big key strategic problems for me is that we lack a broader social movement around them. I think we are still, to a great extent, stuck in a politics of spectatorship, and I think there's a certain amount of passivity around the left at the moment. I think that we've got to bear in mind that although obviously the unions are the most important terrain, generally speaking, the big industrial disputes are always kind of the core of the broader movement. And in many ways the most important ones. That was certainly true of the pensions dispute in 2011. I think we're about to see a moment that could be as big as that. But the problem is that only a small minority of the population are in a trade union, and an even smaller minority are in a trade union that will be taking national strike action. So the question that I would be asking is, where is that broader movement coming from? Where are our big street mobilizations? In 2011, let's say, you had, of course, a big strike wave, but you also had Occupy, you had street mobilizations, you had a big student movement, you had local anti-cuts groups all over the country that were kind of this democratic networks of local anti-tax groups, often very fractious and disunited on a national level, but nonetheless you had a great deal of local community organisation as well. My worry about the shape of the movement as it is at the moment is that what we have is trade unions taking action. We have icons like Mick Lynch and Dave Ward and so on, and then we have rallies. So we've got enough is enough. But really, actually, there's very little internal democracy inside enough is enough. Essentially, it consists of rallies and not much else, kind of like flashy digital content. And I suppose what I worry about is that for most people at the moment, the movement consists of cheering on someone at a rally, cheering on someone on TV, or going to somebody else's picket line. And in order for this to become a movement that's capable of changing the political weather and of really shifting things in the same way as the anti-austerity movement did, people need agency. We're going to need a movement that is internally democratic and that is capable, in which people are capable of taking power and agency into their own hands. At the moment, we don't have that, but we've got institutions fighting and brands like Enough is Enough pumping out material. We need a broader democratic movement that's capable of using protest as a disruptive tool and building groups. So I'm hopeful. I am actually quite hopeful about this. I specifically think that the re-emergence of the industrial militancy is very encouraging. But I'd be very worried about a movement that relies too much on, shall we say, the methodology of Corbynism. The idea that you go to a rally, you cheer on your leaders and you wait for instructions. You cannot apply. It was bad enough trying to apply that logic to an electoral project. If you try to apply that logic to social and industrial struggle, it won't work. So yeah, I'm hopeful, but as always, there are strategic problems, not insurmountable ones.
Michael, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you.
Great, thanks very much for having me.
So that was Michael Chessum, who you hopefully will have realised is the author of this book. This is Only the Beginning, which chronicles the shape of the left within the UK from the student movement through the anti-austerity movement into the Corbyn years. It's a brilliant read. Published by Bloomsbury. I'm sure all good bookshops have it. We've already had one person who has said they're going out to buy it in the chat, which is brilliant. Let me know what you thought of that interview in the chat when you get a chance. Our next guest is going to be joining us very, very shortly at 12:15. They are Ell Folan from Stats for Lefties, and we're going to be talking about the state of the polls and what that means for politics in Britain. Before we bring Elliot in, though, before we bring Ellen, we'll just have one thing to ask you to do, which is to hit that like button. I can see that quite a few of you already have, but please do hit that like button. It helps us out in the algorithm. It means more people will be able to catch the show. And if you've enjoyed the interview we've had this morning, other people enjoy it too. So please do hit like and more people will see it. I'm going to take a really quick break because I've been going for over an hour and a half now and I really need the toilet. So I'll be back very, very shortly and we'll be joined by Ell Folan at 12:15. Catch you very, very soon. And we are back. Sorry for the interruption. That was a very lengthy stint for me, but I have coffee now. I'm ready to go. We have our next interview very, very soon. Thank you all so much for watching so far. I found that interview with Michael fascinating. If you haven't already looked up his book, please do. It's called This Is Only the Beginning, published by Bloomsbury, available, I'm sure, in all good bookstops. I'm a little out of breath because I've just run back into the room. So I'm going to take a brief moment to catch my breath. Whilst I'm doing that, you can make sure that you don't miss out on any of the interviews, any of the live streams we're doing, any of the future videos Bright Green puts out by hitting that subscribe button. It'll help you out. It'll help Bright Green out massively too. Please also hit the like button on the video and share the stream on your socials. So for those of you who are tuning in just now, you're watching episode two of Bright Green Live, a live show broadcast monthly on Sundays on our YouTube channel, bringing together guests and interviews from key figures across the left, social movements, Green parties, the Labour movement, and so on. We've got a stacked lineup of guests today joining us throughout the day. We're running until 6 p.m, so it's a long old slog. We're going to be taking questions from the chat, so please do line up any questions you have for our guests in the chat and also on the hashtag BrightGreenLive, and we'll try and put as many of them as possible to our guests. Now, our next guest is in the waiting room right now, so I'm going to let them in, and once they are in, you'll get to see them. So our next guest just joining now and connecting to the audio is Ell Folan. Now, Ell is the statistician behind Stats for Lefties, a very popular Twitter account and blog, digesting all the latest polls and everything that's going on statistically in politics. They're also a columnist for Novara Media. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Ell today. Ell, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I am well. I'm a little breathless because my last interview was an hour and 10 minutes long, and I was expecting it to be about 30 minutes. So, so a little disorientated, but hopefully this will be nice and smooth nonetheless. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the state of the opinion polls in the UK at the moment. So it's no surprise, I think, for anyone who's watching this. You know, we have viewers who are vaguely, at least, interested in following politics. And since Liz Truss became Prime Minister and then stopped being Prime Minister, the polls have shifted significantly. Labour are well ahead in the opinion polls at the moment. I wondered if you could give us a flavour of what's going on at the moment across the various different polling companies and what you think that means in terms of if they were repeated at a general election. So are we heading for a Labour landslide government?
Well, those are two separate questions. Like, there's the polls at the moment, and then there's what would happen in 2024. Can you hear me all right, by the way? I don't have my usual mic stand. Cool. So at the moment, the average of opinion polls suggests that Labour would win by 20%, a 20-point margin. Labour 47%, Tories 27%, which is obviously a gigantic swing from 2019 when the Tories won the popular vote by 12 points. And that would produce a Labour overall majority of 90 seats, with Labour winning 370 seats, which is the most since 2001. And that is, you said it was a huge shift from before Liz Truss. It's been a little bit of a decline. At the peak of Labour support, they were hands in the way. Peak of Labour support, they were leading by 33 points, and now it's 20. So it's gone down a little bit. And even before Truss became Prime Minister, Labour were leading by about 10, 11 points. So it's a little bit up from what it was, but it's not an enormous swing. So are we heading for a Labour landslide? That's not something one can definitively answer. It's been dropping a little, the lead. And with the next election due in 2024, Sunak probably has time to close the gap if he works very, very, very hard. He does have the benefit of being the incumbent government. Incumbent governments generally close the polling gap. Brown did it. Cameron did it. Even Major technically did it. He was trailing by like huge margins, like 30, 40 points in between 92 and 97. He ended up losing by double digits, but only by about 14, 15 points. But of course, that didn't happen in 2017. But Keir Starmer is not Jeremy Corbyn. So in short, I think Labour would almost certainly win a landslide if the election was held next week, but it won't be. And if I were to make myself a hostage to fortune, I would say the most likely outcome in 2024 is like a reverse 2010, where Labour's the largest party but doesn't have a majority, or it has the barest small majorities of like 5-10 seats, regardless of the popular vote situation. Just going.
So that's quite a difference to what we're seeing in the polls at the moment, generally speaking. But there are some opinion polls which are showing a smaller Labour lead, some which are showing a larger Labour lead. And some of the projections that you've done indicate that if a general election were held tomorrow, there'd be a 200-seat Labour majority or something of that magnitude. Some of the other ones that you have projected have had a much smaller Labour majority, or indeed no Labour majority at all. And that's despite Labour being, even in those polls, still substantially ahead in the polls. Now, what's the explanation behind that? Why is it that Labour, despite being in some polls 10 to 15 points ahead, are looking at eking out a small majority, if any?
There's two reasons. The first is first past the post, and the second is the 2019 election result was very, very bad. And so bouncing back from that in one go to win a majority is very, very hard. I think my estimates are a little bit more, what would be the right word? Conservative is the wrong word in this context because that has another meaning. Cautious than others, in that I don't tend to assume that there'll be these gigantic swings. Yeah, so one of the surveys shows Labour leading by 11 points and not winning a majority, and people find that difficult to believe. But I would remind people that in 2010, the Conservatives won by 7 points, which is not a small margin, and they still didn't win a majority. These things happen, particularly if you have this situation where Labour was very, very far behind, and they've now got to go to win a majority. But there is a small impact, which is the impact of the boundary changes, and I think you were going to ask me about those. So
I'm indeed going to ask you about the boundary changes. So the Boundary Commission has published its latest proposals for the new boundaries, which shifts some constituencies to being smaller or larger, takes chunks out of one constituency and sticks it into another. What do you think the impact of the boundary changes is on the current polls and potentially on the next general election?
Well, you probably haven't seen the boundary changes much in the news anymore. They've kind of dropped out, which is not that surprising because it's not that big a deal anymore, basically. The original boundary review would have cut the number of MPs by 50, but Boris got rid of that on the basis that MPs would have had more work post-Brexit. So we're staying at 650, which means that the impact outside of a few places is quite muted. The Tories would have gotten just 6 more seats in 2019 with these boundaries than the old ones. And that's not a huge difference. The only place that make a really big difference is Wales, where they're going to go from 40 MPs to 32. So the balance of parties isn't going to change all that much, but Wales's voice will be smaller. So the boundary changes, I don't think will have that much of an impact. It's kind of, we needed the boundary changes to happen because they've been delayed for about 10 years. And it doesn't seem too bad. It's inevitable was going to be the situation where the Conservatives would edge up slightly in terms of seats because they are actually disadvantaged from the current boundaries, which I know is strange to say, but they are. I mean, in 2019, they won the popular vote by more than Blair won it in 2001, and they got a substantially smaller majority. And of course, in 2005, Labour won the popular vote by 2 points and got almost the exact same majority that the Tories got with a 12-point win. So there is a slight mismatch of situations here, which does need to be corrected. And it could be worse, I think. Could be worse. So 6 seats, basically, yeah.
6 seats. So just for people watching, we will take some questions from the chat. Please do stick them in the chat and get those questions in. Elle is a brilliant mind and knows everything there is to know about political polling and stats. So this is your golden opportunity to ask them everything you'd ever wanted to ask them. I can see some great questions there already, which I will come to later. But a lot of our viewers will be members or supporters of the UK's Green parties. Obviously, we've talked so far in terms of the polling about Labour and the Tories, but is there anything interesting going on with regards to the Greens in the national opinion polls at the moment?
Not enormously interesting. Greens got 3% of the popular vote in 2019. Of course, they didn't stand in every seat, so that affected the share anyway. And they've been averaging 5 to 6% since February 2021. And they're still averaging 5%, even with the massive surge in support for Starmer's Labour. It has dipped a little just before Partygate caused the Labour vote to skyrocket. Greens were averaging 7%, and now it's 5%. So I would be disappointed with that if I were the Green Party leadership. It's a little bit of a dip, but then the news has kind of been consumed with a lot of different things. Beyond that, national polling can't really tell us a lot about the Greens' chances of winning seats. And not just because we're talking about uniform swing across the whole country, but the Greens' result in 2019 was immensely disappointing in terms of seats. Bristol West was lost by 37 points, Isle of Wight lost by 41 points. In Norwich South, Pye didn't even keep its deposit. It's a very, very low base. And that's not to say they can't come back. I think the results in local elections show they can indeed and will. But it's going to be very, very localized, which means when you look at national polls, it's not going to tell you much. People always ask me, what level would the Greens be at to win another seat on a uniform swing? And my answer is just like it's 20%, because that's the level they were behind by. And you're going to have to look at local elections, and hopefully we'll get some local polls. But other than that, national polls aren't going to tell you much. That said, if the party is polling closer to 10%, I'd be astounded if they didn't get a seat like Bristol West, because that is going to be concentrated in places like that.
So let's talk about Bristol then, which has been obviously a key target seat for the Greens in the 2015, 2017 and 2019 general elections. Now, Bristol West won't exist anymore in the next election. It'll be Bristol Central. What's your assessment of the Greens' chances of winning Bristol Central, or indeed any other parliamentary constituencies at the next election?
Oh, I was going to share a graphic I made. Can I share the screen?
I think I may be able to give you the power to do that. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I think you now can.
Okay, and boom. So hopefully that's showing up. So obviously this is Bristol Central in May 2021. That was the local election result. Obviously, big Green Party win. It is a local election, but the point is, I'll just stop showing that now. Bristol Central is more favourable to the Greens than Bristol West was. In Bristol West in 2019, the Greens got 25%. That would be 30% in the new seat. Still quite a big loss, but it's closer than it was. But my argument overall about West and Central is kind of this. One thing Corbyn was exceptional at doing in electoral terms when he was leader was holding back the Green tide. Because I think it's undeniable that in the run-up to 2015, there was a surge in Green Party support. You saw that in members, polls, local elections, loads of things. And they nearly won Bristol West in the general that year. Hang on, sorry. But in the 2016 local elections, they went backwards. Happened in Bristol as well, they went backwards. 2017, 2018, they stood still. Obviously, European elections and locals in 2019, Green Tide burst its banks. But until then, he was holding it back. And then Labour won massive landslide victories in Bristol West in 2017, 2019. And my view is, without Corbyn and his policies on the ballot, Bristol Central is undeniably more friendly to the Greens. We saw that in the 2021 local elections, where they won the most votes across the city and in Bristol Central. But not only that, they also came second in the mayoral race. Now, I know the mayor's being abolished. That's not the issue. The point is, voters were willing to give the Greens, a lot of them, full executive power, which is a new thing. That's very surprising. They got 40% in the second round in that election, and showing that tons of voters are prepared to give them like real power. I do not think Bristol Central Green is a given. Labour's the incumbent. Labour Party is surging nationally, and there's no local polling in Bristol to test my hypothesis. But for all the reasons above, I think that the Bristol Central result in the next election will look more like the 2015 one, like a close, single-digit margin between Labour and the Greens than it did 2017, 2019. I think all the people who are pointing to the 2019 election result in Bristol and going, see, Greens, no chance whatsoever, are very much ignoring the fact that the Greens were doing very, very well there before Corbyn. And it was exactly the kind of seat where Corbynism went down brilliantly. And exactly the kind of seat where Starmerism will go down like a bucket of cold sick.
So if you were to make yourself a hostage to fortune again, do you think that the Greens will win Bristol Central next time?
I'm going to be cautious and say no. I think it will be closer, but I think it's a very, very, very big mountain to climb in a single election. But I think, as I say, it'll look more like 2015 than it will be like 2017. I just think if one were to pick a seat as a Green Party, it would be somewhere like Brighton Pavilion was in 2005, which was a Labour-Tory marginal where the Greens were on 20%. And this is a safe Labour seat. It's the old problem for the Greens, really, isn't it? All the places where they're strongest are places where Labour have rock solid, massive majorities, like Hackney or Norwich or Oxford or Bristol. Even they're doing better in places like Sheffield, but that doesn't even make much of a difference because the Labour's got such a big margin. So the only hope they kind of have is if the Labour vote is on the downswing, and it's not really doing that at the moment. So I'd say realistic assessment is good chance of improving the Green vote share in Bristol Central, but not dethroning Thangam Debonair.
So we've had some questions come through in the chat. I'm going to take a few of the ones that are about the Greens first and then move on to some that are about Labour. But before I do that, just a reminder, folks watching, please do stick questions in the chat and we'll try and come to as many of them as possible. So Ben Samuel has given us a couple of good questions. I'm going to take them in a second. But before I do that, I'm going to come to a question from Alexander Salons. Now, Alexander asks, what do you think of the Green Party's chances in the next set of local elections?
Well, I believe you and I had this conversation on my podcast, actually, and you made the very good point that the last time these seats were up for election was in 2019, when the Greens gained 195, nearly, what was it? Yeah, 195 council seats, which was unprecedented, astounding, never been done before, and hasn't been done since. They've done very well since, but not that well. And so it'll be a case of trying to hang on to those incredible gains. And if they hang on to most of the gains that they kept in, they won in 2019, that'll be an exceptional performance. It's a tall order. I don't see them gaining the kind of like big numbers they've been gaining in 2022 and 2021. But I don't see any evidence that the Greens are dramatically down from where they were in May 2019, because they were polling about the same then as they are now. But I would expect to see some of the Green gains in those Tory Shire counties go back, because that was a case of like protest voting where I think my theory is a lot of those Tory Shires voted Green because they just hated the Tories at the time and were voting for anybody who wasn't Labour. And I think that now that the Tories have a sort of conventional Conservative leader who isn't dramatically unpopular, some of those will go back. So I think maybe, surprisingly, we might see a few Green losses, but in the context of having gained nearly 200 last time, it's a pretty good performance, I'd say.
You've said there that we might see Green losses in Tory areas. I guess just to push back on that a little bit, maybe question that somewhat. In 2019, the Tories weren't polling great, but at the moment they're polling terribly. And we've also seen over the last year the Greens winning a significant number of council by-elections from Tories throughout the last year. So is it not the case that actually in this set of elections, with Labour polling extremely well nationally, the Tories polling badly nationally, that actually the Greens' prospects in the next set of local elections might be better placed up against Tory opponents rather than Labour ones?
They might. I guess I'm just thinking about those local specific areas where Greens benefited from being the only non-Labour opposition on the ballot. Bear in mind as well that Keir Starmer's Labour Party is substantially more popular amongst Tory voters than Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. So they will also be the beneficiaries of voters who were just trying to kick the Tories when they were down. I guess, as I say, I'm being cautious in my predictions for that. I would be very surprised if we saw, 100, 200 gains for the Greens. But I wouldn't expect like net losses overall. I'm just saying in some of these Tory areas, I wouldn't be surprised to see them going back to the Tories.
So we've got a couple of questions from Ben Samuel. I'm going to take both of them and then see if anyone else has got anything they wish to pop in the chat. But another one on the Green Party, and this time specifically about the London Assembly and the next set of London Assembly elections, which will be 2026, I guess, so a long way off. So, realistically, so much could change in the next 3.5 years that it's an interesting thing to start predicting. But how many seats do you think that the Greens could possibly win in the next London Assembly election? So at the moment, they've got 3 seats, all of them on the regional top-up rather than in the constituencies. But how many seats do you realistically think the Greens could win on the Assembly?
3. Basically,
nice and short.
Yeah, the thing is, to win 4 seats, there's not that many seats in London. There's only about 25, and only about half of those are on the regional list. So in order to get 4 seats, you need closer to 20% of the vote than 10, which is, I believe the Greens got about 11% last time, and that got them 3 seats. So you'd either have to have this extreme poor performance by the Tories where they came below the Greens, which I don't see happening, or the Greens advancing closer to 19-20%. And I don't think that will happen, firstly because next elections will be affected by the fact there'll probably be a general election on the same day, and the mayoral election will be switching to first past the post, which will cement the two-party battle in voters' minds. But as I say, I think it'll be 3 seats again, because I think the Green Party in London's very successful. It's done very well in identifying its voters and getting out its vote. And no, I think 3 would be a very respectable number. Bear in mind, Lib Dems did not manage, I think, above 4 seats in all the time they were being the third party in London. And that was rather impressive performance in its own right. So I'd say 3 seats was a very impressive performance for the Greens last time, and it would be next time as well. I think 4 is a very, very high target.
Yeah, and you're right there. Sorry, I erroneously said the next election will be in 2026, but it won't. It'll be in 2024.
24, yeah.
COVID has
delayed,
scuppered my perception of when election cycles are. I've got a couple more questions in the chat, if that's okay. So I'll go to one on Labour, actually. So and then come back to the Greens. So Ben Samuel has asked about the next general election and which seats Labour are looking to target in that next general election. Now, obviously, if they're looking to win a majority, there's going to be a lot of targets. But I wonder if there's any interesting seats that you can think of, either in the case of, winning back seats from the Tories that were lost in 2019, or potential new seats that the Labour haven't won in the past as a result of the scale of their polling lead.
Yes, that's a good question. Let me just draw up my map of my little interactive map here. So, I would say the seats in Cornwall, because those are the sort of unusual areas where Labour performed well in 2017 and 2019. They made a huge advance in Camborne and Redruth and Truro and Falmouth in 2017, and they kept that second place close finish in 2019. Capturing those would be a huge inroad for Labour into areas that have traditionally been Tory Lib Dem and mostly just Tory in the south. And to win an overall majority without Scotland, Labour needs to win long-time Tory or Lib Dem seats in the south of England. And so, St Austell and New Quay, Truro and Falmouth, Camborne and Redruth, these are like critical areas for Labour to be targeting in 2024. But also in, there are quite a few seats in London. Sorry for the stuffiness. Quite a few seats in London where Labour's aiming to dethrone the Tories, 3 of them being in Barnet, where Chipping, Barnet, Hendon and Finchley Golders Green are all seats where Labour Party can easily win, particularly when the controversy over Corbyn has subsided. The Labour Party won the council there in the last local elections for the first time since the 90s. Kensington, obviously another one in London that they narrowly lost and they'll try to reclaim. And of course, the Red Wall, which, it's almost cringeworthy to talk about it because it's talked about so much. But at the end of the day, they are, a substantial number of seats that Labour lost in 2019, and they aren't going to win a majority without taking them back. Now, I personally think the focus on these seats, like you get polls of the Red Wall, you get talking columns about them all the time. I think it's an exaggeration because a lot of these are just marginal seats. They are seats that Labour will win if they're polling 11, 15 points ahead. And I personal bugbear of mine, I think polling Red Wall seats is a complete waste of money. I don't think that pollsters should do it. They should be polling Scotland and Wales instead, because that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I'll come to a couple of more questions, but I think what's interesting about the Red Wall is the so-called Red Wall is, there's the way that it's referred to is often as if it's a homogenous area which all had been Labour throughout the entirety of history, and then suddenly in 2019 the dam broke. But actually, if you go back and look at some of the seats that are referred to as being in the Red Wall, some of them went Tory in 1983. Some of them Labour didn't win back until 92. Some of them even 97. So the idea is somehow that it was that a groundbreaking shift in some of those in all of those seats is just not true. Obviously, in some of them, it was, but if you look at the data, they were moving away from Labour generally from about 2001 onwards, and so you can see a general trend there rather than it being a unique moment about 2019. But anyway, let's park that for a second because there's 2 great questions I want to come to. One of them I'm going to finish off on, but the first one is really specific, and you may or may not have views on it, but Alexander Salons asks, so in a recent by-election in Brighton and Hove, this is a council by-election, the Labour winner of this, so it was Labour gained a seat from the Tories, and the winner of that by-election said they wanted to gain overall control of the council in 2023. So Brighton and Hove has all-out elections in May next year. Do you think there's a prospect of the Labour Party gaining overall control of Brighton and Hove Council next year?
That is a question I pondered. They weren't too far off doing it the last time around. Obviously, people may know the Greens control the council right now. They didn't win control of the council last time round. Labour actually formed a minority administration. Then there were a bunch of defections and suspensions, and the Greens took minority control. And so the Greens are kind of going into this from a much weaker position than last time round, when Labour was quite some distance behind them when they the last held the council. So when was the next Brighton council election? Is it next year?
It's in May 2023. Yeah,
May 2023. Yes. Yep. If Labour's still leading by the big margins that they are at the moment, I would be expecting Labour to take overall control, just because it doesn't need to gain that many seats in order to do so, at least on paper. Obviously, doesn't have that many seats on the council, but it won a bunch of them last time round. I don't think it'll be like, if anything, I think we'll see exactly what we saw in this by-election. Green Party probably standing more or less still in terms of seats. I know their vote went down in the by-election, but that's a by-election. But the Labour Party gaining Tory seats to leapfrog the Greens and win a majority of the council. Because that's what we've been seeing all over the places. Green Party vote kind of standing still or going up a little, and the Tory Party vote just cratering and going to Labour. We saw that in parliamentary by-elections in Wakefield and City of Chester. So
a fascinating assessment there. I'm sure many of our viewers will be holding you to that and judging your predictive skills come May.
No, that's
when it
okay.
comes
I
to
mean,
Brighton.
Red Brighton, it wouldn't be too surprising. It is a Labour Green marginal city, and yeah, I'm sure the Greens will win the Brighton Pavilion constituency. It's the other parts of the city. I mean, bear in mind they're both Labour seats, so it's not as green a city as I think it's depicted as in some of the media commentary. They've got safe Labour seats neighbouring Caroline Lucas's.
So the last question I've got for you is one on a topic that you've written about quite recently. So obviously, in recent weeks, the Labour leadership have said that they can't see a world in which Jeremy Corbyn stands as a Labour candidate at the next general election. There's lots of speculation that Jeremy Corbyn will be standing as an independent in Islington North next time around. What do you think will happen if Jeremy Corbyn does stand as an independent? Will he be an independent MP for Islington North after the next election?
I think he will, and I think that it's more definitely more probable than some of his critics think. And part of the reason is it's a very unprecedented situation. I wrote in our article recently, unless you are like 110 years old, you've never had the opportunity to vote in an election where the former leader of a major party has been kicked out and is running against his former party. Like, there are some very specific circumstances in which independents have beaten their former party or beaten their party. There was S.O. Davis, who ran in the 1970 because he was 85 years old and he got deselected for being too old, and he beat his party because he was very popular locally. You had Peter Law, who ran in the Welsh Parliament by-election, but he beat them there anyway because he wanted to keep there. Dennis Canavan in apologies if I got his name pronounced wrong, I'm not Scottish. In Scotland, who ran as an independent for Scottish Parliament for his old Westminster seat, and he won it. You've got many cases where this can happen. And of all the people who could possibly win their seat as an independent, I'd say the guy who's been the MP for it's like close to 30, 40 years, and the guy who has like a very strong approval rating amongst Labour voters who make up most of his constituency. Add to that the fact that Islington North is very geographically dense, which means campaigning is a lot easier. It's a lot easier for Corbyn to know everybody. And then just the fact that he is a much better MP than most people are. Like, he is more attentive to his constituents and their needs than some MPs have been over the years. And he's been doing exactly that for the last few decades. And then the final point is, who's going to run against him? There ain't going to be anybody from the local area, is it? Because they like him. They wanted him to stay. And so it's going to be some Luke Akehurst clone parachuted in from on high, and they're going to get like absolutely destroyed. The only fly in the ointment, I'd say, is that there's definitely the possibility that Lib Dem and Tory voters could tactically vote for the Labour candidate. So they might lose a bunch of Labour votes to Corbyn, but gain a bunch of right-wing votes from those people. So that's the only fly in the ointment. And of course, the fact that the Greens will probably run and split the sort of lefty ecological vote. Not that I'm berating them for doing so, different party, different politics, but that will probably happen. So, but I am very much convinced that of all the people who could win their seat as an independent, Corbyn is one of them. There are people who have done it in the past few decades, and they've had much less favourable circumstances than Corbyn. He'll have enormous media attention, which is exactly what an independent wants. And he's the only guy who could get 100% name recognition. We'll walk up to a person on the street in Islington North and they'll say, do you know the name Jeremy Corbyn? And they're like, yeah. Even if they don't know he's their MP, they'll know he was leader. So, yeah, I'll be there. I'll be knocking on doors for him.
So you left us with a terrifying vision there, which was the idea of clones of Luke Akehurst on parachutes. But that notwithstanding, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you today, Ell. Thanks so much for joining us.
Not at all. Have a very lovely day. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. So that was Ell Folan, the statistician behind Stats for Lefties and a columnist for Novara Media. I found that conversation incredibly interesting, and I always find Ell's insights useful, engaging, and thought-provoking. I'm sure you've also found them to be that too. Please do let us know in the chat what you thought of that conversation, anything you disagreed with Ell's analysis, anything you found particularly interesting. I would love to hear it. So we are couple of hours into the show now. We've had our first two guests, and we have an amazing lineup still to come. So please don't go anywhere. And one thing that you should definitely do right now is hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Because what it means is every time we go live, you'll get a little notification, will pop up in your feed, and you won't miss out on anything that we're doing in the future, all the other videos and interviews we're putting out. Later this month, we're going to be interviewing the Green Party's potential candidates for the Mayor of London. So we're going to have videos going out with those interviews very, very soon. We've also got loads of other content going out in the future as well. So hit that subscribe button. The other button you can hit right now is the like button. That means that this live stream, this video will appear in more people's feeds on YouTube. More people will see it. So if you found the conversations that we've had today with Michael Chessum or with Ell Folan interesting, please do hit that like button so more people can see it as well. A few other bits and pieces just to tell you about. The first is that Bright Green is on all of the socials. You can find us on social media, and that's how you can keep up to date with all the different things that we're doing, whether it be these live streams, whether it be our video interviews, whether it be the articles that we publish on the website. You can follow us on Twitter at BrightGRN, on Facebook at facebook.com/BrightGRN, on Instagram at what are we on Instagram? We're Bright Green Online on the Instas, and on Mastodon we are at Bright Green on the UK server, if that gives you enough information to find us on there. So let me know what you thought so far about the conversations we have been having. We have an amazing lineup of guests still to come, and I'm going to run through who we have left for you just now. So coming up next, we have Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign. Paul's going to be talking to us about the Labour Party's policy on private schools. So you'll have seen recently that Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have announced that their plans to scrap VAT on private school fees. Paul Turner is going to be talking about what his and Abolish Eton's assessment of that policy is, and also why they're campaigning for Eton and other private schools to be abolished. That's coming up very, very soon. Later on, we have Jack Lenox, who is the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson for media, sport, and digital inclusion. We're going to be talking about the World Cup. So obviously England was cruelly, if that's your persuasion, removed from the World Cup last night in a 2-1 defeat to France with a missed penalty to boot. But there's been lots of other issues around the World Cup that I think it's really important that we talk about. Obviously, the World Cup being held in Qatar this year has been extremely controversial, particularly in relation to human rights violations, in relation to issues around LGBT rights, the impact of the building of stadiums on migrant workers, and so on and so on and so on. Also, allegations of corruption in FIFA. We're going to be talking about all that, as well as getting an understanding of what the Green Party's position on reforming the world of sport, and particularly football, is. Following Jack, we have Maggie Chapman, who is a Green Party MSP, and she is currently planning to legislate to give night shift workers free transport home, which would be a pioneering piece of legislation in the Scottish Parliament. We're going to be talking to her about her plans around that, why it's so important, what the impact would be, and also, in the meantime, until that legislation comes forwards, what local councils can already do to protect late night shift workers. Our penultimate guest will be Natalie Bennett, who is a Green Party member of the House of Lords. Now, Natalie was also a former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales. She's been in the House of Lords for about 2 years now, alongside another Green peer, Jenny Jones. We're going to be talking about the impact the Greens have had since they've been in the House of Lords, what their priorities are, what their achievements have been, and also why Greens are in the House of Lords altogether, given that the party supports the Chamber's abolition. And then closing out the show today at 5:30, we have Ria Patel, who is the Green Party's spokesperson for equality and diversity. They're going to be talking to us about transphobia in the Green Party, what the scale of the issue is, and how it can be tackled. So stay tuned for that later on. So we're broadcasting live on YouTube until 6 p.m. today. If you've enjoyed the interviews that you've been watching today, please do share the link to the stream so more people can enjoy them as well. Now, throughout the show, we're going to be taking questions and comments from the chat, questions for our guests. I'm also, as always, happy to answer questions. So please do stick any questions you have for me, and I will do my very, very best to answer them. We're going to get started with our next interview very shortly. I'm going to take a quick break before we get to that. And hopefully, by the time I get back, you'll have filled the chat with yet more questions, and I'll be able to put some of those to Paul, our next guest, but also I'll be able to answer some of them myself. So see you very, very shortly. We're taking a quick 2, 3, 4, maybe 5-minute break at a push, and we'll be back very, very soon. Anyone who is just joining, we are on a quick break. You can scroll back through the live stream if you've just joined and watch two brilliant interviews, one with Michael Chessum, the author of a new book, This Is Only the Beginning, which chronicles the student movement of 2010, the rise of Jeremy Corbyn, the anti-austerity movement, and the nature of the new left. We also spoke to Ell Folan from Stats for Lefties, talking about the state of the opinion polls, the Greens prospect in Bristol Central constituency, and a bunch of other stuff. Scroll back through, watch those. Back in about 5 minutes. I didn't have time to have my lunch yet, so I'm just going to have a quick bite to eat, and I'll be back very, very shortly to keep you entertained and to bring you your next set of guests. So I'll see you again very, very soon. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to eat off camera. It's only a sandwich. It won't take me long. I'll be back with you very, very soon. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. I've had my lunch. I am well fed and we are ready for the rest of the show. So, for those of you who are just joining us, you are watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live, a new monthly show that Bright Green is running with interviews from people across the left, the Labour movement, social movements, Green parties, and also we are going to have some guests from the arts later on as well. They're going to be joining us throughout today, they being the guests, and we have an amazing lineup of guests still to come. Before I introduce the guests that we've got still lined up, I suppose I should introduce myself for those of you who are new. So my name is Chris, and I'm the editor of Bright Green and the host of Bright Green Live. And the guests that we have still to come are phenomenal, and I'm incredibly excited for the people that we're going to be bringing to you. So still to come, we have Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign talking about the Labour Party's current policy on private schools, what it currently is, what it ought to be, and why he's campaigning for private schools to be abolished. We have Jack Lennox, who's going to be talking to us about the World Cup. So Jack Lennox is the Green Party of England and Wales's spokesperson for culture, culture, sport, and digital inclusion. And we're going to be talking about the human rights situation in Qatar, allegations of corruption in FIFA, what the Green Party would do to change the kind of global sporting setup, particularly in relation to football. Then we've got Maggie Chapman, who's a Scottish Green Party MSP. She's going to be talking to us about her bill that she's bringing forward to give free transport to home for late night shift workers. She's going to be introducing that soon in the Scottish Parliament. She's going to be talking about why that's so important and what she's hoping to achieve. Natalie Bennett, the former Green Party of England and Wales leader, will be joining us at 4:45 to talk about the role of the Greens in the House of Lords, the achievements they've had, what they're pushing for at the moment. And closing the show at 5:30, we have Ria Patel, who is the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson on equality and diversity, talking about transphobia within the Green Party and how we tackle it. Now, this is the second show in the long and storied history of Bright Green Live. The first show you can watch back on our YouTube channel, and that featured interviews with a range of amazing people, including the Deputy Leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, Zach Polanski. We had on the show Chris Saltmarsh, the author of Burnt, Fight for Climate Justice. We had Anna Oppenheim from the Labour Campaign for Free Movement. We had a whole bunch of other guests. You can watch the full 7.5 hour show back on our YouTube channel, or you can watch the individual clips, which are in a playlist as well, which you can watch back and see all of the different interviews that we did then. Because this is a monthly show, we will indeed be having a show next month, which will be taking place on January the 8th. We already have some brilliant guests lined up for that. We have Niall Christie and Jen Bell, who are the two co-conveners of the Scottish Green Party's trade union group. We're going to be talking about what the Scottish Green Party's trade union group is doing, how it's seeking to build support and solidarity within the Green Party in Scotland with the trade union movement. We've got Joe Bird, who is a Green Party councillor in the Wirral. Now, Joe was formerly a Labour Party councillor, jumped ship to the Greens. We're going to be talking about why she made that decision and the difference between life as a Green councillor compared to life as a Labour councillor. We have John Bosco and Wobo from the anti-privatisation campaign group We Own It. He is going to be speaking about the campaign that We Own It is currently running to get local NHS trusts to end outsourcing. And we have Phelan McCafferty, who is the leader of Brighton Hove City Council. We're going to be looking back at 18 months, I think it's 18 months, might be 12 months, around 18 months of the Brighton Hove City Council since it has been in Green administration. Those 5 guests are all lined up for next time. We're going to have plenty more still to come. We're still putting down guests for next time, but please do put a reminder in your diary for then. The best way that you can make sure that you don't miss that show is by hitting that subscribe button. Now, I think, let me just double check, but I think we are on 423 subscribers now. I want to see us hitting 450 by the end of the show. I think it's doable, but it's only doable with your help. If you haven't already subscribed, please do hit that subscribe button right now. It means that you won't miss out on any of the videos we're putting out in the future. But also, if you haven't hit subscribe, there are plenty of other ways you can help too. You can help by doing one easy thing, which is to hit that like button. The like button means that this will appear in more people's feeds, and therefore more people will see the interview, and therefore more people will subscribe. You can also help out by sharing the link on your social media channels, preferably on the hashtag BrightGreenLive. Now, those of you who are new to Bright Green, you may or may not be aware that we do not have the backing of big business and billionaires like so much of the rest of the media. We rely solely on the kind of generous donations of people just like you. That's why we're able to produce content that's independent, that platforms voices from the left, that takes the campaigns and issues that trade unions are looking at seriously. It's because we're not bankrolled by businesses. We don't have the funding and the influence of billionaires. We only have the funding and influence of you. So if you are able to, please head to bright-green.org/donate to set up a regular donation of just £5 a month. It means that we'll be able to keep running shows like this in the future, and we will be able to interview more amazing guests. We will be able to produce more articles. Crucially, we'll be able to improve the tech on this show so that it will be a smoother, more enjoyable process for all. I know earlier some people were having issues with the difference in sound volume between myself and Michael. We'll be able to iron all that out if we have more money. So if you are able to, please do head to bright-green.org/donate. If you're just joining us, you're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live. We'll be having an interview very, very shortly with Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign. We're going to be talking about why he's campaigning to abolish private schools and what the Labour Party's current policy is, which is to scrap VAT, to put VAT on private school fees. And what we're asking is, does that go far enough? And what would Abolish Eton like to see the Labour Party adopting as its policy instead? Thank you all so much for watching so far. Please do get your questions and comments in the chat lined up for our guests that are coming up. So it's much easier for me to take questions from the chat if you line them up early. So get your questions in for Paul and Jack, who are our 2 next guests. Also, as always, happy to answer questions myself. So if you have any questions that you want answered, I'm happy to answer them too. So get those in the chat too. You can also put your questions on the hashtag BrightGreenLive. So our next interview with Paul is going to be at 1:30. And in the meantime, please do get any questions and comments coming up. I'm just going to go to a few comments that we have got in the chat so far. So one of the conversations we had with Ell Folan, who is the statistician behind Stats for Lefties, was about the prospects of the Labour Party regaining overall control of Brighton Hove City Council. So for those of you who don't know, Brighton Hove City Council is currently run by the Greens. That's as a result of, since the last local elections in Brighton, the Labour Party losing a couple of seats to defections and to Labour members being suspended, and to the Greens now are in administration there. The question was put to Al as to whether or not they thought that Labour could regain overall control of the council at the next local elections. Al made the case that actually probably they could. The reasons they gave were, firstly, that they'll be able to regain the seats that they've since lost to defections and independents, which will start to top up their number of councillors, and also they'll win seats from the Tories, who are obviously polling terribly right now. So they thought that actually there's a good chance Labour could regain overall control. It wouldn't be a huge jump for them to do so. Alexander Salins, who posed the initial question, has responded in the chat saying that they find it hard to imagine Labour going from 20 seats to over 27, which is what they would require for a majority, and they think that's too big a leap for the Labour Party to make. Really interested to hear your other thoughts on the things that Elle said in that interview, if you were around for that. We also had some great comments coming in on the interview with Michael Chessum this morning. So Elite Sabre Coaching said that they were definitely going to buy Michael's book. I would agree. It's a brilliant read. I finished reading it last night in preparation for this interview. This is the book. This is only the beginning, the making of a new left, from anti-austerity to the fall of Corbyn. The book chronicles everything from the 2010 student movement up until the end of the Corbyn project and the Corbyn leadership in 2019. It looks at the lineage between the 2010 student movement, the anti-austerity movement, and then on into Corbynism. It's a brilliant chronicling of everything that's kind of taken place on the left in British politics since 2010. And I think actually there's been a few books that have been written about the 2010 student movement. There's been some books that have been written about the anti-austerity movement. There's been some books that have been written about the Corbyn years. The books that have been written about the Corbyn years tend to focus on the kind of behind the scenes machinations in the leader of the opposition's office and the Labour Party. They don't tend to focus on the social forces that were behind the Corbyn project. This book does that. I think it's a really interesting analysis of what's been going on in British politics on the left for the last 12 years. It's not without its controversy, it should be stated. Michael Chessum has a particular set of views on various of the things that have taken place in that time. Some of those views are relatively unpopular amongst some of the Labour left, but nonetheless, he's been an important figure in the whole of that period of politics, and I think his analysis is an interesting and useful one to look at in terms of trying to understand what's been going on over those years. So you can buy that book if you want to buy that book, but of course you can also watch back in the live stream the interview with Michael that we did earlier on today. And of course, after the show today, you'll be able to watch it back on the live stream rewatch on the video that we upload as well. I'm going to take a very short break very soon because my bladder appears to not be my friend today. And also, I'm getting to that point where I need my fourth coffee of the day. Before I do that, just a reminder that we'll be kicking off our next interview with Paul Turner from Abolish Eton at 1:30. And you can make sure that you don't miss out on all the videos that Bright Green puts out in the coming weeks and months by hitting that subscribe button. I think we're able to get to 450 subscribers today, but we can only do it with your help. So make sure you hit that button. We are currently on 423. That means we've got 27 to go. We've got half the show left. So I think, it's doable. In the meantime, I'm going to take a quick 2 or 3, maybe even 4-minute break to go to the toilet and catch my breath. And then we'll be back ready to introduce our next interview, which will be starting at 1:30. See you very, very shortly. Hello, hello, hello. I am back, and we are back live with Bright Green Live. Thank you so much for everyone who is joining us. We are about to kick off with our next interview very, very shortly. And that interview is with Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign. We're going to be talking about why he thinks that private schools should be abolished and the Labour Party's current position on private schools. That's one of 5 interviews we still have to come today, including with Jack Lennox, the Green Party's spokesperson for culture, sport and digital inclusion, Maggie Chapman, the Green Party MSP, Natalie Bennett, a member of the House of Lords, Green Party member of the House of Lords, and Ria Patel, the Green Party spokesperson on equality and diversity. You can see I'm already getting a little tired. So thank you so much for those of you who are watching. Please do let us know how you're doing in the chat. I would love to know if it's snowing where you are. Sadly, in Oxford here, it only snowed for a brief window and we are now snowless, but there's still a beautiful frost, which is very pretty, even if it is absolutely freezing. If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that like button and that subscribe button. I just checked, and the first episode of Bright Green Live had 43 likes. This episode thus far only has 10. We can get that higher. Hit that like button. It means that this video will appear in more people's feeds. More people will see the interviews that we're doing throughout the day. If you're enjoying the show, then other people will too. So do us a favor, do yourself a favor, do everyone else a favor, and hit that like button. Before we get going with the next interview, just a few reminders. You can follow us at Bright Green on all of the socials. So on Twitters, we are twitter.com/brightgrn or just at brightgrn. On the Facebooks, we are facebook.com/brightgrn. On the Instagrams, we are at Bright Green Online. And on the Mastodons, we are at Bright Green on the UK server, if that enables you to navigate there. I'm not entirely sure how that platform works. It's very annoying that we have different handles across all our social media platforms. I know there's someone very annoying who has the Twitter handle at Bright Green and won't give it to me and to Bright Green, which is very sad. But nonetheless, you can follow us all those places on the socials. Thank you to the 2 people who've just ticked like, massively appreciated. Whilst you're there, if you haven't already, hit subscribe. It means that you won't miss out on the videos that we're putting out in the future. And you won't miss out anything that's any of these live streams or any other interviews and videos that we put out. So later this month, we will be running interviews with the Green Party potential candidates for the Mayor of London. So far, just one is announced, which is Zoe Garbett. We're going to be interviewing Zoe very, very soon, and there'll be an interview. That video will be put up on our YouTube channel. If you haven't already subscribed, you're missing out. But if you do hit subscribe, it means that you won't miss out on that interview and the other interviews you're putting out with the other candidates in that election. 8 people watching, which is brilliant. Please do share the show on the socials, preferably using the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. If you're just joining us now, my name is Chris. I'm the editor of Bright Green, and you're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live, which is a monthly show which brings you interviews with key figures from across the left, from the UK's Green parties, from social movements, from the Labour movement, and elsewhere. I would love to know your thoughts so far on the interviews that we've had already today, but I'd also love to get your thoughts and questions lined up for our next guest, who is Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign. Going to be talking about private schools, why Paul thinks they should be abolished. We're going to be talking about the Labour Party's policy on private schools. So you may or may not know, but the Labour Party has recently announced a series of policies on private schools, including saying that they'll scrap VAT on private school fees. Now, alongside that, Keir Starmer appeared on the Today programme a week or so ago and made some very odd comments about the importance of private schools and the role that they play in society, and that they do good things. Now, I'm sure Paul will disagree that they do good things as a member of the Abolish Eton campaign and campaigning for private schools to be abolished and integrated into the mainstream school system. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Should private schools be abolished? What questions do you have for Paul and the Abolish Eton campaign? I would love to get those in as soon as possible so that I can make sure that I'm able to put them to him. The earlier you get your questions in, the easier it is for me to put them to our guests. After Paul, we have 4 other brilliant guests. Jack Lennox, the Green Party of England Wales spokesperson for culture, sport and digital inclusion. Maggie Chapman, the Green Party MSP, is going to be talking to us about her the work that she's doing to bring in legislation to the Scottish Parliament, which would see night shift workers be given free transport home. We'll be talking about the issues that face night shift workers and why she's bringing forward the legislation, what it seeks to do. Natalie Bennett, the Green Party member of the House of Lords, is going to be talking about the Greens' role in the House of Lords. And finally, Ria Patel, the Green Party's Equality and Diversity spokesperson, closing the show at 5:30, talking about transphobia within the Greens. Now, I've got a comment in the chat from Oolong who says that my description of where Bright Green is on Mastodon won't be sufficient for people to find us on Mastodon. Maybe what I'll do then is I'll stick a link in the chat. Is that the best thing to do? If I stick a link to our place, profile or handle, whatever it's called, on Mastodon, then hopefully that will allow people to navigate there. mastodonapp.uk/@brightgreen. I think that's probably enough. But if you have any other ingenious ways of knowing how to navigate Mastodon, that would be very helpful so that I can point people in that direction. It's all very new to me. I don't really understand how it works, but we are on there if you need to find us. So very, very shortly, we'll be joined by Paul from the Abolish Eton campaign. Thank you to the person who's just subscribed. We're on 424 subscribers now. I have ambitions to get to 450 by the end of the show. Please do hit subscribe if you haven't already. And that will help us out massively, but also mean that you don't miss out on any of the content that we're putting out in the coming months. Oolong says, nice one. I'm assuming that's in relation to my link to the Mastodon profile. I hope that's sufficient, but it's in the chat if you need to find us on Mastodon. It's also in the description. All the links to our socials are in the description too, so you can find Bright Green everywhere in the links in the description of the video, as well as link to Mastodon in the chat. You can also in the description find a link to our donate page. If you are able to contribute financially, it would help Bright Green massively. We only exist because of people like you and your kind of generous donations. We're only able to put on this show because of your kind of generous donations, and we'll only be able to put in more shows in the future if more people like you hit donate. Thank you to the person who's just hit like. We've hit 13. Remember, we're trying to beat 43. 43 was how many likes got on the first episode. Let's hit 50 as well this month to make sure that this appears in more people's feeds. So very, very shortly, we're going to be joined by our next guest, who is Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign. Please do get your questions in the chat for Paul, and we'll try and pick up as many of them as possible. And we're going to have a great discussion about the role of private schools in the UK, the impact that they have, and why Paul is campaigning to abolish them. We're going to be looking at Labour's policy on private schools and why just scrapping VAT, not scrapping VAT, putting VAT on private school fees isn't sufficient to tackle the impact on class inequality and educational inequality that private schools have. We'll be talking with Paul about that very, very shortly. So please do get your questions in the chat. Ready to go for when Paul arrives. Following Paul, we've got Jack Lenox from the Green Party, Maggie Chapman, a Scottish Green Party MSP, Natalie Bennett from the Green Party in the House of Lords, and Ria Patel, the Green Party spokesperson on equality and diversity as well. So I'm just going to check whether Paul is with us. I can't see Paul in the waiting room, so you're going to have to hear me ramble on for another minute or so whilst Paul gets on the call. I'll just make sure that there we go. So Paul is now entering the waiting room. So I'm just going to let Paul in now, and as Paul connects the audio and joins the call, I'll just do a brief introduction so that everyone knows who they are listening to. So absolutely delighted now to be joined by Paul Turner, who at the moment is horizontal. Hopefully they can, there we go, now the right way up. So Paul Turner is from the Abolish Eton campaign, and we're going to be talking about the role of private schools in the UK and why Paul is campaigning for them to be abolished. But before we get into that, Paul, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing?
Hey, no, thank you so much. It's nice to be on.
Brilliant. And you are now the right way up, which is good. So hopefully we can keep you at the right angle throughout the show. So let's kick us off nice and simple. Why do you think that private schools should be abolished?
Well, so I think the first thing is we're really keen to use the word integrate and to think more about bringing these sorts of schools into more of a public ownership so that the aims and objectives of these schools are in line with the public good rather than what they're in at the moment, which is kind of to accumulate opportunity for a very small elite group of people. So I think in terms of lots of the other wider issues in society, they're all linked to this idea of private education, which I think kind of is the starting point for so many of these broader issues in society. And we've seen that through COVID. We've seen that in terms of politics, but also this links as well to broader ideas of sustainability, in terms of environmental resource. These sorts of schools use so much more resource. They're so much more extractive than other types of education kind of institutions.
So at the moment, Keir Starmer and the Labour Party have come out with a position which is basically to put VAT on private school fees. Do you think that goes far enough as a step to tackling the impact of private schools?
So I guess we think that this is a start of a longer process. I think we see this as part of a bigger institutional reform in terms of the structure of education at the moment, linking in with all sorts of things like academies and kind of the drive in terms of teacher training at the moment as well, in terms of removing a lot of the institutions that have traditionally taught and trained teachers. But I think it's a good first step is removing charitable status, which then means these sorts of, essentially they are private businesses that are using education as their sort of product, and they have customers, their students and the parents are their customers. And that's the sort of language that the schools use as well. That it would put them in line with kind of a fairer situation as well. It would kind of balance the finances of all of this as well and create a kind of fairer situation for the majority of students.
I guess with regards to the removal of charitable status, I mean, that's one, it's absurd and obscene that we have this situation where private schools are currently, deemed to be charities and aren't subject to taxation as a result of that. But I guess just ensuring that they are paying tax feels to me like it doesn't necessarily go far enough in terms of if we want to see an education system that is progressive, that is equitable, that is, that does the work of leveling the playing field. Just allowing private schools to continue to operate and you maintain a two-tier system, even if they are paying tax, doesn't seem to me to be sufficient. So what's the long-term vision for private schools in the UK?
I think ultimately the long-term vision is to bring these schools into public ownership, that they cease operating as private institutions and instead kind of come under the rules and the sort of jurisdiction of the rest of the educational system. Things like the private schools have got twice as many teachers per pupil than the majority of other schools. And so it sort of opens up opportunities then where you actually have kind of, you bring more teachers to the rest of young people. And that's just one example. It's the same for lots of these other resources, that by actually, in the longer term, bringing these schools and these institutions into public ownership, we actually then have the opportunity to share the resource more equitably and to kind of provide opportunities for everyone in society that at the moment are hoarded by this small group of people.
So people watching, please do get questions in the chat for Paul and we'll try and get to as many of them as possible. But before I go to the chat, recently Keir Starmer, when he's been talking about this issue around private schools and actually has made quite a big political intervention on it. He's raised issues of private school funding and so on at PMQs. He's done the media round on it. But recently he was interviewed on the Today programme. And in that interview, he talked about or argued rather that private schools or some private schools do a great deal of good and that they're fundamentally a good thing. What's your response to that?
I think it's important for all politicians to bust a lot of these myths. It is a myth that these schools, in terms of charitable status, are providing a good for society. In terms of bursaries, it's a very, very small proportion of their students. I think of all private school institutions, only about 1% of the students are there on any form of sort of bursary. It's very much a myth that there's this. It's attainable for people with aspiration in a sense of they can be supported in terms of achieving this. And I think that all political movements need to shine a light on this and actually show that it's a very small proportion of people, of the wealthiest people in society, who go to these institutions. And actually, the existence of these schools is detrimental to equity across the whole of society. So it's actually at the harm of all of us. And, as I've said before, we've seen that in terms of lots of the politics that we've been kind of witness to over the last few years. Lots of this stems from the educational experience of these people who are in positions of power. And it's also a case of, we saw this also in the results that came through with COVID, that it was these sorts of private schools who played the game and were able to achieve far greater results during that period than students at other schools. And so the sooner that we can kind of remove those inequalities and remove those barriers for the majority of society, it would create a far greater kind of fairness within society.
So the role of private schools is just one of the kind of big problems and issues that we have in our education system at the moment. And sort of some of the stuff you've alluded to there is kind of, I think, demonstrates why this is a particularly difficult issue to tackle, and why the left in particular has shied away from tackling the issue of private schools, because if you look at politics, media, society, you look at newspapers and media outlets, the overwhelming majority of editors and people in senior positions are privately educated. You look at the political class, a huge proportion of them are privately educated. Lots of these people send their children themselves to private schools and have that kind of notion of, alongside that, there's that notion, as you described, of, private schools being something where, if you work hard enough and you save hard enough, you can give the children the best opportunities in that for their lives. And that's a really hard narrative to break down. It's really hard when you've got the entirety of the media being dominated by those people, because they will push back. And we've seen, the front page of the Daily Mail the day after Keir Starmer's announcement was an attack on the policy of taxing private schools. So in terms of fixing our education system, why is it that you're focused specifically on this issue of private schools, rather than what some would argue would be, say, a more winnable demand, like, for example, getting the Labour Party to shift its position and commit to ending the project of program of academisation of public schools, public state schools?
Well, so I think definitely we see this as part of a big jigsaw of reform within the educational sector. We're a group of teachers who have vast experience in a whole variety of different locations. And I think we all understand that the current situation with the state sector is not ideal. And there's big reform that needs to happen, like I was sort of saying before about teacher training, but also in terms of Ofsted and the way that schools are held accountable, that this is part of that bigger jigsaw. I think the reason we're so focused on it is because we feel that this is a really divisive issue, and that it's important that the rest of society understands the role that these sorts of institutions play, rather than, just as you've said, those sorts of the myths and the stories that we're sold, partly through this idea that so many people within the media and politicians either went to these institutions or that their children go to them. So they're sort of invested in the opportunities that are hoarded within these locations. It pays for them to retain the status quo because it means that their families and their children benefit from this system. What we need to expose is the idea that actually for the majority of people, it would be beneficial, it would be an overriding benefit for society if these institutions didn't exist, and actually that the opportunities were more fairly shared across society. I think the other one I wanted to emphasize as well is this is important in terms of achieving environmental sustainability. That the families and the children who go to these schools live lifestyles that are some of the most kind of polluting in terms of their cars they own and the holidays they take. And it's the same for the schools in terms of the trips that they organise. It's such extravagance and so much emissions in terms of carbon and impact on the environment that actually it would be beneficial in terms of challenging and breaking down the climate and nature crisis if these students experienced life with the majority and understood how privileged and how exceptional their lifestyles are. And actually by having greater mixing within society, those sorts of problems would start to be unpicked as well. It would expose those because they wouldn't then live in these bubbles where they experience really extreme lifestyles, and instead they'd see how the rest of society lives and how the majority of people are.
It's a really interesting point, and actually just a reflection on that on a kind of micro level. So I live in Oxford. I'm a counsellor in Oxford as well, and Oxford is one of the places with one of the highest densities of private schools that you can't really move for them in the city. But just on a very micro level, the fact that private schools operate on such a wide sort of catchment area means that the number of children who are being brought into school by car is massive and far bigger than those who are, local comprehensive. And so literally every single morning during term time, I live in East Oxford, which is traditionally the kind of working class side of the city. There are some private schools around here, and you can see lines and lines of Range Rovers, of Audis, filling up the streets and polluting the area in a working class area to take their kids to school, a school that none of the kids who live in this area could ever go to. And if those kids were instead at their local comprehensive school, you'd be able to eliminate all that. And that's on a very micro level as well, but an interesting reflection. We've got some great questions that have come in from the chat, which I'm going to come to now. So Steve C asks, what can we learn from the Nordic approach to state education, which has a tiny amount of fee-paying schools, but also maintains very high educational standards?
Yeah, I think it's important we do look globally at the picture. There's far greater, even you only need to look into Scotland, you look into Wales, the picture is quite drastically different in terms of the proportion of these schools. We can learn so much. I think obviously there's a caveat to say when you're comparing the educational structures, sort of systems of different countries, there's other background reasons and sort of stories to tell in that. But particularly in terms of the Nordic countries, we know that there's so much that we could learn in terms of kind of a high level of tax and kind of better funded public services, and that's something I think that is part of this jigsaw as well.
And we've got another question from Oolong, who asks, would it be possible to preserve a real diversity of education provision without privately funded schools?
I think the thing that we're campaigning for is the idea that it shouldn't matter your kind of the geography of where you live. It shouldn't matter in terms of your income. The educational opportunities and the experience that you have as a student should be the same as someone in another part of the country. And what's stark at the moment, and we've sort of kind of alluded to that as well, is that idea that within one street you can have children who are going to a school where the educational resource and the amount of money going towards their schooling is maybe 3-4 times that of someone at the other end of the road. I think there's a danger when we start to go into this idea that we should have very specialized schools and that then from a young age we should tailor them. We very much believe in the sense of a really broad, comprehensive education, in the sense that everyone should have the same opportunities, and rather than limiting kind of what's possible and what's achievable.
And finally, I've got a question from Ben Samuels. I'm sure a lot of our viewers are members or supporters of or interested in the Green Party. Ben Samuel has asked, would you be willing to share a platform with Green councillors and others to campaign to abolish private schools, or rather to integrate private schools?
Yeah, I think this language, we've shifted to this idea of integrating private schools. What we're really keen to do is to collaborate across the political spectrum and to build a movement to really shine a light on the idea of how unequal these schools are and how detrimental it is to the whole of society. And I think if we can start to tell that story collectively as kind of across the political spectrum, that would be really beneficial.
Brilliant. That's all the questions we've got from the chat, so I'll let you get on. But thank you so much, Paul, for joining us today.
Cheers. Thank you.
So that was Paul Turner from Abolish Eton, and that was quite a thought-provoking discussion, I think, about the role of private schools in the UK and the work that Paul and others are doing to campaign for private schools to be integrated into the state system. If you're interested in finding out more about the Abolish Eton campaign, you can go on Twitter to twitter.com/Abolish Eton or just @Abolish Eton and find out more about what they're doing. I would love to hear people's thoughts. We've got some great questions in the chat there on that, but I would love to hear people's thoughts and responses to some of the things that Paul was saying. I'm particularly interested, Oolong, in Paul's response to your question about diversity of provision and the impacts that integrating private schools would have on that. Thank you so much for everyone for watching though so far. We've got 15 likes on the stream. Please do hit like if you haven't already. It means that more people will see the stream and will it'll appear in more people's feeds. As always, get questions lined up for our future guests, but also for me. If there's anything you want to ask of me about Bright Green or anything else, and I'll do my very, very best to answer it. We have amazing guests still lined up for the rest of the day. We have 4 interviews still to come. Next up, we have Jack Lenox, who is the Green Party's spokesperson for culture, sport and digital inclusion. Now, Jack is going to be talking to us about the World Cup, which is obviously ongoing at the moment. We're going to be talking less about the football. We're not going to be doing a huge amount of analysis of, psychoanalysis of Harry Kane's missed penalty yesterday. Instead, we're going to be talking about the politics of it, the specifics of the World Cup being hosted in Qatar, the human rights, the questions around human rights, around LGBT rights, around the rights of migrant workers and so on, and also allegations of corruption in FIFA. We're then going to be talking about how we can reshape football and reshape sport so that it is less dominated by big money, by big business, so we don't have a situation where oligarchs and foreign states are buying up English football clubs, and all those issues. We're going to have a nice long chat about the politics of football and other sports. At 4 o'clock, we've got Maggie Chapman joining us. She is a Green Party MSP, and she is pushing for new legislation to give night shift workers free transport home, and the issues that are facing night shift workers is what we're going to be discussing. We're then going to be joined by Natalie Bennett, the former Green Party leader and now a member of the House of Lords. We'll be talking about the role of the Greens in the House of Lords, what her and Jenny Jones, her other Green peer, appear in both senses, appear in the sense of a member of the House of Lords, but also appear in the sense of a general friend, the impact they've had in the House of Lords since they've been there, what they're pushing on, what their achievements are. And finally, closing the show at 5:30, we will have Ria Patel, the Green Party of England and Wales Equality and Diversity spokesperson, talking about transphobia in the Green Party. If you are just joining us, if you just joined us to watch the interview with Paul, thank you so much. You're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show which broadcasts on YouTube every single month on the second Sunday of every month and features guests from across the left, the Labour movement, social movements, and so on. We've had 3 interviews so far. We had Michael Chessum, who was on at 11, talking about his new book, This Is Only the Beginning, which is a chronicling of the New Left as took form from the student movement of 2010, the Anti-Austerity movement, and then merged into the Labour Party in the Corbyn years. It was a fascinating conversation, about a whole range of issues on the British left over the last 12 years. We then had Ell Folan, the statistician behind Stats for Lefties, the polling expert. We talked about the state of the polls, what they show us about British politics, the prospects of the Green Party's electoral success in Bristol Central and elsewhere. And then we just had that interview with Paul. You can scroll back through any of those interviews, through the video to watch any of those interviews. Michael Chessum was on at 11 o'clock, so we'll be about 30 minutes in. Ell Folan was on at 12:15, so we'll be about an hour and 45 minutes in. And Paul Turner was on at 1:30, so we'll be about 3 hours in. Feel free to scroll back, jump around, and watch what you want when you want. Of course, this video will be uploaded in full to our YouTube channel. That was terrifyingly embarrassing. Our YouTube channel later on, and you can also watch individual clips of the show that we will be uploading as well. So thank you so much for joining. If you haven't already, hit like. It means the video will appear in more people's feeds. Share the stream, hit that subscribe button, and let us know how you're doing in the chat as well. Please do get questions lined up for our next set of guests, and also any questions that you have for me. I would also love to have some feedback on the show so far. So I know already some people have talked about the various issues with sound levels. Hopefully that's been sorted for our later guests. I know it was an issue with Michael, but hopefully we've since evened things out. Any other comments or feedback, much appreciated, which you can make in the chat and on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive, and we'll try and pick up as many of your comments, thoughts and questions as we can. I'm just going to check the hashtags and see if there's anything interesting to pick up from there. Ben Samuel on Twitter has said about the interview we did with Elle earlier today. Ben said, an optimistic polling projection by Ell Folan puts the Greens set to win 3 London Assembly members, and any more would require around 20% of the vote share. With the election of somewhere off in 2024, we don't even yet know the candidates, but we do know the voting system. That's true. So the interview with Ell, we talked briefly about the Green Party's electoral prospects in the next general election, in the next London Assembly election, in the next local elections. And Ell had some really interesting insights, I think, into all of those. You can go back and watch that interview at your leisure. Interestingly, I think for Greens, Ell drew the conclusion that they don't think that the Green Party will win the Bristol Central constituency at the next general election. They said that on balance, they think it will still be a Labour seat, owing to the size of Fang and Debonair's majority, the challenge that there is of overturning that, even though their assessment is that the Bristol Central constituency is much better terrain for the Greens than the old Bristol West constituency was, and that the Greens are now doing very well in areas where previously Corbyn was generally popular and where the Labour Party led by Keir Starmer is less so, and Bristol Central, according to Ell, is one of those places. I'm going to take a very, very quick break. I'll be back at 2:00. Please do stay on the stream. We've got a series of great guests still to come. The chat's gone a little quiet. I would love to hear how you're doing, to know what you thought about the show so far, and to get any questions in that you want me to chat about or to put to any of our other guests. I'm aware there's slightly longer breaks this time in this first half of the show. It's just when we could get guests in. Second half of the show, far fewer breaks. It's going to be pretty intense. We're going to rattle through lots of interviews in the second half. But do stick around and get those questions, comments, and thoughts in the chat. I would love to come back and to a chat filled with questions and comments for us to talk about. But I'll be back very, very soon. Thank you for joining us, and I'll see you in a few minutes' time. Hello, hello, and welcome back to episode 2 of Bright Green Live. So a short break. I've got my coffee, ready to go for the second half of the show. Thank you to everyone who has joined us so far and anyone who is joining us just now. We've hit 427 subscribers, which is good news. We're half through the show. I'm hoping for 450 by the end of the day. So please do, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Be more like Enroll 4200, who's just said that Bright Green Live is a really good idea. They've liked the video and they've subscribed, and they've even gone one step further and said that they'll set up a monthly contribution to Bright Green on the 15th of December. Thank you so much to Enroll 4200 for that. You too can set up a regular monthly donation to Bright Green and make sure that we can continue running this show and putting out the rest of the stuff that we do, which is our articles on the website, our ongoing monthly show, Bright Green Live, which goes out on the second Sunday of every month, and also the rest of the interviews that we put out as well, including coming up very soon, our interviews with the Green Party's potential candidates for the Mayor of London. We're going to be interviewing Zoe Garbett, who's the only candidate thus far to have announced very, very soon. They're going to be coming out this month. So if you want to support those, head to bright-green.org/donate. There's also a link in the description to our donate page as well. But if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on any of those interviews and our future shows, hit that subscribe button. So for those of you who are just joining, we have an amazing lineup of guests still to come today. So next up, we have Jack Lenox, who is the Green Party spokesperson on culture, sport, and digital inclusion. Now, Jack's going to be talking to us about the World Cup, the issues there have been with the World Cup, the politics surrounding it. We're going to be talking about the human rights situation in Qatar, decision to award the World Cup to Qatar, and also the wider politics of football and sport, including allegations of FIFA corruption, of the role of big money and big business in sport, taking over football clubs by oligarchs, big business, foreign states, and so on and so on and so on. That's our next interview coming up very, very soon. That's with Jack Lenox. Later on, we have Maggie Chapman, who is the Green Party MSP, and she is also a former co-convener of the Scottish Green Party. We're going to be having a discussion about her plans to legislate in the Scottish Parliament for free transport home for night shift workers. She's currently planning on bringing a bill to the Scottish Parliament on just that. We're going to be delving into the issues that night shift workers face and also what her bill is trying to do to tackle them. Natalie Bennett, the Green Party's one of two Green Party members of the House of Lords, will be joining us later this afternoon as well. We're going to be talking about the role of the Greens in the House of Lords, what impacts they've had, what are the key issues they're working on, and also why there are Greens in the House of Lords altogether, given that the Greens want to abolish the House of Lords as well. And finally, closing the show, we have Ria Patel, who is the Green Party's equality and diversity spokesperson. We're going to be speaking to Ria about the issue of transphobia within the Green Party of England and Wales. Specifically, just a few months ago, the Scottish Green Party voted to suspend its ties with the Green Party of England and Wales over allegations of transphobia. So we're going to get Ria's reaction to that, and also how they think that we can tackle transphobia within the party. Now, if you're interested in that decision for the Scottish Greens to suspend their ties with the Green Party of England and Wales over transphobia, in the last episode of Bright Green Live, we interviewed Guy Ingerson. Now, Guy is a Scottish Green Party member who is one of the proposers of the motion to the Scottish Green Party conference calling for the suspension of ties. We interviewed Guy, on the last episode of Bright Green Live on our YouTube channel. You can find the whole of the last episode of Bright Green Live on there. You can also find that interview specifically by going to our YouTube channel and going to the playlist where all the clips of all the interviews on the last episode can be found, and get a sense of why it is that the Scottish Greens made that decision, why Guy proposed that motion, and why the Scottish Greens decided to suspend their ties with the Green Party. That's useful context, not essential viewing for the purposes of our interview later, but nonetheless, it's a nice tie-in between the two shows. Also on that last show, we had an amazing range of guests throughout the day, including Zach Polanski, the Deputy Leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, Chris Saltmarsh, the author, the climate activist, co-founder of Labour for a Green New Deal and author of Burnt, fighting for climate justice. We had Anna Oppenheim from Labour Campaign for Free Movement. We had Jay Kerr from No Sweat, Banali Hamdash, the Green Party's migration spokesperson, and a whole range of other guests. You can find all of the individual interviews on our YouTube channel. There's a playlist, I think, our interviews playlist. You can go there and see all the interviews we did there. All the segments from this show today will also be uploaded separately on that as well. So if you missed anything from earlier on, you can catch that on our YouTube channel very, very soon. So this morning we interviewed Michael Chessum, who is the author of this book. This is only the beginning, the making of a new left from anti-austerity to the fall of Corbyn. I really recommend this book. It is a fascinating read chronicling the left in British politics from the point of the student movement of 2010, that resistance to tuition fees, right up until the end of the Corbyn era in the Labour Party. He draws a long line from those kind of 2 points to give an understanding of the nature of the left and the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn, understand why it operated the way it did, why it ended the way it did, and also some thoughts about where the left goes next. We talked about all of that in our interview this morning. There were lots of interesting points of conversation. We talked about whether the 2010 student movement was a unique moment in British politics for student politics, or whether it's part of a longer lineage and tradition of student campaigners and activists fighting for change and then impacting directly on the wider left and wider politics. We talked about whether or not the Green Party's 2015 electoral performance was a precondition for the period in which Labour was led by Jeremy Corbyn. And we talked about the role of Brexit in the Labour Party under Corbyn, and ultimately in Labour's defeat in the 2019 general election. All of those issues Michael has a range of views on. He's a fascinating character given his background within the left as a student organiser in the student rebellion of 2010, right through to being a key player in some of the big internal battles in the Labour Party in the latter half of the decade, when thinking about Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party. Michael Chessum played a role as an activist within Momentum, as a member of Another Europe is Possible, which ultimately pushed the Labour Party to tried to push the Labour Party to adopt a policy in favour of a second referendum on the European Union. So his insights are fascinating, not, I must say, without controversy, and we delve into and discuss that controversy and much, much more in the interview we did earlier today. You can catch that from 11 a.m. Today, so in the past. So if you scroll back to the video to 11 a.m, which was probably about 30 minutes into the show, then you can hear all of Michael's insights. If you're just joining us, I can see there's 8 people watching. That number is slowly ticking up again. You're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show broadcast live on the second Sunday of every month on YouTube, bringing together figures from across the British left, from the Labour movement, from Green parties, from social movements, and soon to the arts, to discuss some of the biggest issues of the day with a series of interviews with those key figures. Still to come, we've got Janet Lenox, the Green Party's spokesperson on culture, sport and digital inclusion. We have Maggie Chapman, the Scottish Green Party MSP. We have Natalie Bennett, a Green member of the House of Lords, and we have Ria Patel, who is the Green Party of England and Wales's equality and diversity spokesperson. Now, it is incredibly important that we get some really great questions for these guests coming into the chat. Now, it's much easier for me to pick up those questions if they come in advance. So if you have anything you want to put to any of our guests, please do try and get it in the chat now, and I'll try and bring it to get as many of those questions asked to our guests later on in the show. So please do pop your questions in the chat there as well. Also, please do get any comments or feedback on the show so far, or the first episode of the show in the chat. I'd love to read them and to get a better understanding of what it is that people want out of the show. And of course, any questions from me, you can stick those in the chat as well. You can also stick all those questions and comments on social media on the hashtag BrightGreenLive, on Twitter, on Facebook, and anything else. And we hopefully will be able to get through as many of them as possible. So Finn White has just put in the chat that they'd like to ask Natalie Bennett what she thinks about transphobia in the Green Party. I'll do my best to put that to Natalie. And of course, we will be having a conversation with Ria Patel, who's the Green Party of England and Wales equality and diversity spokesperson about transphobia right at the end of the show. So we'll be able to talk about it in more depth then, but hopefully too, we can get it to Natalie as well. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. It means that the video will appear in more people's feeds, and it means that more people will see the show. If you've enjoyed the show, the chances are other people will too. And the best way to get it in front of them is to hit that like button so that they see it as well. I'm just going to check on the old social medias to see if anyone has popped in any comments or questions. I can't spot anything just now, in which case get those comments still coming in the chat. So at the start of the day, I said that I wanted to firstly hit 450 subscribers on the YouTube channel. We're now at 428. So we're trickling up nicely on the subscriber count. There's still 22 to go. We've got just under 4 hours left. I think we can do it, but the best way to do it is right now, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. And of course, if you have already subscribed, share the show on social media. I also wanted to hit 50 likes on the video. We're on 15 currently, so we're halfway through the show. We're not even halfway there. If you haven't already, hit like right now. You know what's coming up. You've been listening. You know who is still to come. But just to give you a little bit more of a recap of what happened earlier on the show. So at 12:15, we spoke to Ell Folan. Ell is the genius behind Stats for Lefties, which some of you may know from their Twitter account, but also from their blog. They're also a columnist for Novara Media, writing about all things stats, all things opinion polling, and providing great analysis and assessment of the state of British politics with the hat on of someone who's following opinion polls, who's following the movement of opinion and statistics, and delving into some particularly interesting constituencies and so on and so on and so on. We had a really interesting conversation with Ell about the state of the polls right now, specifically whether we're heading for a massive Labour majority government or whether it's more likely we'll get a minority Labour government. We also talked about some of the Green Party's prospects in elections. So we talked about where the Green Party is sitting in the national polls. We talked about the Green Party's prospects in the next general election, the next London Assembly election, the next local elections. Ell had lots of interesting things to say about all of that. Some of them I'm sure you'll disagree with, some of them I'm sure you'll agree with. That interview was at 12:15 today, so it'll be about an hour and 45 minutes into the video if you want to scroll back and watch that while we wait for our next guest to join. And following Ell, we also spoke to Paul Turner. Paul Turner is from Abolish Eton, or the campaign to integrate private schools. We talked about the Labour Party's policy on private schools. We also talked about the wider education system and issues there around academisation and why private schools have such a detrimental impact on British society, and the campaign to get them integrated into the state school system. Paul was on at 1:30, so about an hour ago. You can scroll back and watch that interview too. Please do keep your questions coming in the chat and your comments as well. Thank you to whoever just pressed like. That is much appreciated. Last time I had loads of questions for me. I got asked questions about what I thought the Green Party's prospects in the next local election were, what the Labour Party's strategy should be for the next general election. I got asked about what the Bright Green's plans for the future, whether they're planning on doing a podcast and other bits and pieces. None of you asked me questions yet, which is a shame. Please do get any questions in for me as well as for our guests. If you haven't already, you can follow Bright Green on all of the socials. There are links down in the description of this video to where we are on all the socials. On the Twitters, we are at RightGRN. On the Facebooks, we are facebook.com/BrightGRN. On the Instagrams, we are at Bright Green Online. And on the Mastodons, we are on the UK server, and we are at Bright Green. Someone earlier told me that wasn't enough information for people to find us on the Mastodons. If that's the case, then there's a link in the description and also somewhere on the chat as well, so you can find find us there too. And that's a very straightforward and easy way for you to keep up to date with all things Bright Green. The other way that you can do that is we have a weekly newsletter which goes out every Sunday straight to your inbox, bringing you all the latest from Bright Green. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the link in the chat so that you can sign up to that newsletter if you so wish, which I can now not found it. So if you are interested in getting Bright Green's weekly newsletter, which brings you all the latest articles and all of the videos we put out, you can sign up at the link in the chat. And I promise you we don't bombard you with emails. There's an email that goes out every Sunday. On the days that we do Bright Green Live, there's 2 emails that go on that Sunday, and very occasionally we'll send you additional bits and pieces as well, but you can subscribe to that there and make sure you don't miss out on anything we're doing in the coming weeks and months. Apologies, you all having to watch me drink coffee, but it's got to that point of the day. So in a month's time, we'll be having episode 3 of Bright Green Live, which I'll be hosting again. That's going to be taking place on January the 8th, so a month today, but well, the second Sunday of the month, so slightly less than a month today. But on that show, we already have a great lineup of guests booked, with many more still to come. So on that show, we've got Niall Christie and Jen Bell, who are the co-conveners of the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group. On the first episode of Bright Green Live, we had Matthew Hull, who was the then chair of the Green Party of England and Wales Trade Union Group. We're getting their Scottish comrades on next time on January the 8th to talk about the work that they're doing to work collaboratively between the Scottish Green Party and the trade union movement to get the Scottish Greens to advocate for a pro-worker position. It's going to be a really interesting conversation. We also have Jo Bird, who is a councillor in the Wirral and a member of the Jewish Greens Committee. She was formerly a Labour Party councillor. She's now in the Greens. We're going to be talking about why it is that she joined the Green Party and the difference she feels there is between being a Green Party councillor and being a Labour councillor, reflecting on her experience of both parties. We have John Bosco and Wobo from the We Own It campaign. Now, We Own It is a campaign group that is fighting for public ownership of public services. So it's a campaign against privatisation. I think they're brilliant. I would say that partially because I used to work for them, but also because I think they do incredible work, making the case that privatisation has been hugely damaging for our public services. And there are some things which absolutely ought not to be subject to market forces and be run by the market. And those things include our public services. John Bosco is going to be talking to us specifically about We Own It's campaign to get local NHS trusts to kick to end outsourcing and privatisation. There's been a recent study which has been done, which has identified that there have been a number of deaths that have been almost directly a result of outsourcing of NHS services. So we're going to be delving into that and why We Own It is campaigning for local trusts to end outsourcing. And we also have Phelan McCafferty, the leader of Brighton and Hove City Council, with us on the next episode on January the 8th to talk to us about 18 months of the Green Party's administration in Brighton and Hove, the achievements they've had, the successes they've had, and their attempt to win re-election as a Green administration in May. If they were to win re-election, now they're a minority administration, but if they were to win re-election, they would become the first Green group of councillors in history to go from administration to being re-elected as that administration. Now, Brighton Hove was obviously the first place there ever was a Green Party, sole Green Party administration. In 2011, they took control of the council in Brighton Hove. By 2015, they lost control of the council in the next set of local elections. So although they won the first set of elections, by 2015 they were out of office. If they manage to pull it off in 2023, they'll be the first time that any Green administration has been re-elected, which is an interesting point in the history of the Green Party. So that's coming up next time. But today we have even more exciting, that's uncharitable, as exciting a set of guests for you still to come. Please do let us know what you thought of the show so far in the chat, and get any questions lined up for our guests that are still to come. One thing I would say is, what's the one thing I would say? The one thing I would say has escaped my mind. The one thing I would say is that it would be absolutely brilliant if people have thoughts on future guests for these shows. If you could pop those in the chat, I'd love to see who you would want to get us for us to get booked for future episodes, who you want to hear from, who you want to see interviewed in the future. Pop them in the chat and we'll do our very, very best to get them booked in for the future. One of the suggestions last time was Molly Scott Cato, the former Green Party MEP and now the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson on finance. Molly Scott Cato will be appearing on Bright Green Live. She's going to be appearing on the show in February. So thank you to whoever it was that made that suggestion. I think it might have been Steve C. Steve, if you're still there, you'll be able to remind me whether or not that was you. But any other suggestions you have for future guests, please do pop them in the chat and we'll do our very best to get them booked. Just going to have a little sip because my coffee is getting cold. So joining us in 3 minutes' time will be Jack Lenox. Jack is the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson for culture, sport and digital inclusion. We're going to be talking today because the World Cup is taking place right now in Qatar. Of course, England fans will be devastated that we're talking about the World Cup today because of the defeat at the hands of France last night. We're not going to be talking about the on-pitch situation of the World Cup. We're not going to be doing psychoanalysis of or pop psychology of why it was that Harry Kane missed that second penalty. We're not going to be slagging off the referee, even though many say that there should have been a penalty in the first half. What we are going to be doing is talking about the politics of the World Cup. Specifically, we're going to be looking at the human rights situation in Qatar, how that's been able to have happened, and also with allegations of corruptions in FIFA, looking at how we look at football more broadly and make sure that we have a sports system which is progressive, which doesn't allow for big money to be a huge influence, which doesn't allow for foreign states or oligarchs to take over English clubs, and more broadly, what the Green Party's vision is for sport. So Jack will be joining us in about 2 minutes' time for that interview, so please stay tuned. Okay, so I can see that Jack has joined the waiting room. So we're going to get going with the interview very, very soon. Before we do, just a reminder that you can pop any questions for Jack in the chat, and I'll put as many of them to Jack as we can. So as I let Jack into the room, just to do a quick introduction while Jack connects to audio. Jack is the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson for culture, sport and digital inclusion. And we are going to be talking today about the World Cup. It's a sad day for many of us to be having this conversation if you're an England fan, given what happened last night. We're not going to be talking about the football that took place. We're instead going to be talking about the politics of the World Cup and some of the wider issues in sport as well. So before we get into any of that, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Jack, for joining us today. How are you doing?
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm really good, thanks. Yeah, how are you?
I am also good. I'm halfway through the show. I've just had my 5th coffee of the day, so I'm a little buzzing, but hanging in there. So obviously the World Cup that's still taking place right now has been mired in controversy. So we've had, allegations of corruption in FIFA around the decision to award the hosting of the World Cup to Qatar. We've then obviously had the major questions and concerns that have been raised about Qatar's human rights record. What do you make of the decision making behind all this?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's obviously, like you, I'm sort of gutted about what happened yesterday, but we can park that for now for Gareth Southgate and the boys. I think, we saw, going back to when that decision was made, this is obviously, people I don't know how well people will remember, but this is the one that we were also bidding for, and going back to sort of Sepp Blatter's involvement at that time, it stank to high heaven when this decision was made. I think, we saw the sort of the idea of an event like the World Cup is that it creates these sort of legacy venues. It helps kind of revive maybe part of a city or part of a country, or many cities within a country, to kind of bring them up as with the Olympic Games and other big sporting events. And I think there wasn't a strong case for this event to be held in Qatar. I think at the time as well, the considerations around weather and everything weren't even brought in. So it was sometime after the decision was made that it was decided to move it to the winter, because it was going to be an absolute disaster to hold it in the summer when it's normally held. And then obviously we've just seen a whole catalogue of issues around, the way the Qatari government operates, in terms of, freedom of expression and gay rights and women's rights and all sorts of issues that are completely incoherent with FIFA. But I kind of say that, but then you actually look at what we heard from FIFA, they seem to think it's all fine anyway. So, well, not the whole body, but like the key people, which is quite shocking to hear sort of that bizarre speech we heard from I forgot the guy's name now. The president of FIFA, which was quite a shock. So the decision making has been really difficult. Obviously, this is also coming on the back of Russia as a World Cup venue, which again I thought was obviously a very strange decision. And I think we saw sort of the power of sports washing. We saw Russia sort of legitimizing themselves on the world stage. So there's all sorts of difficulties here that are a real shame. And I think that sort of last minute thing as well of the players not even being able to express their sort of feelings through wearing an armband or anything like that. We saw FIFA sort of threatening to kind of break all protocol really, and sort of talk about giving players yellow cards, which I think is something that's never been done before, like for something you're wearing. So it's bit of a mess and a bit of a shame. A lot of a shame.
Yeah, I mean, you've touched on something I think really important there. The last World Cup was held by Russia, and now Russia is as pariah a state as it's possible to be following its invasion of Ukraine. We've now seen Qatar hosting this World Cup, and you've talked about there the fact that players have been essentially prevented from making any political statements in relation to the Qatari regime, which it seemed that a lot of them wanted to do through the wearing of armbands and so on. This though is just, I think, one of the kind of big major problems that there is right now in sort of top flight football. So we've got other issues, like if you look at club football in England, you have the eye-watering salaries and transfer fees that are getting ever bigger. That they're sums that you can't really even imagine or understand how big they are. You have some English clubs having been taken over by Russian oligarchs or by some particularly unsavory states over the last few years. The controversies around FIFA and the allocation of the World Cup is one problem, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's currently going wrong when it comes to top flight football. You're the Green Party spokesperson on these issues around sport. How would the Green Party tackle these kinds of issues that are pervasive across top flight football?
Oh God, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different things here, and kind of as you've sort of articulated there, Chris, I think there's really a lot to disentangle. There are so many things that need to be happening at all different levels of the game, and it's not just football. Of course, we're seeing similar problems happening. Top flight rugby is in a kind of similar but slightly different situation where the kind of the sort of different various business interests have got involved, and because they've turned these sports clubs into businesses, as you may know, I think we're now 2, maybe 3 clubs going. Well, 2 have gone bankrupt in Premiership rugby and in rugby union. This is so. Yeah, we're seeing like all sorts of problems in terms of how private interests get involved in sport and how they take the sport away from kind of the community, like the fans. I mean, the best example probably, well, actually, no, not even the best example anymore, but a very good one that I remember being extremely controversial was when Manchester United was floated on the New York Stock Exchange, which kind of really is the epitome of how much we're taking this club away from where it's from. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. So in terms of what the Green Party would do, I mean, there's a hell of a lot that needs to change. We've got really great policy actually on sport. And for people who are interested, if you go to policy.greenparty.org.uk, you can have a look through. And it's our policies in this area, I think, are more developed than people might imagine. In fact, certainly for me, joining the party and getting involved in, the broad culture, media, sport brief, it's actually, it was very exciting for me to actually read through all these, all the thinking that's already gone on. And we are doing a rewrite. So I will give a quick plug to the Culture, Media and Sport Policy Working Group, because we're just kicking off at the moment on an update. I say a rewrite. It's not because it's not good, but it's the culture policy we currently have was last written in 2007. Well, sorry, it had its last major update in 2007. Its last update of any variety in 2014. So there's some stuff to do here, but with those caveats included. One of the things we want to see at the sort of club level, at the kind of lower level, is much more involvement of local authorities within sport. And this kind of cuts again to the much bigger picture in which we're operating, because the austerity agenda is reducing the ability for local authorities to do anything. I'm a councillor on a local authority, and the idea that we can have any involvement in our grassroots sports clubs feels quite fanciful, to be honest, because we're looking at some very bleak decisions and a very bleak future right now with the situation we have in terms of 30-40% cuts to local government in the last 12 years. But what the Green Party would obviously like to see through national measures is much more support for local authorities, and therefore much more support through local authorities for sports clubs. I think it's worth pointing out that within the culture and sport brief, if you compare the two, sport is a much more private entity, kind of as a broad, as a sort of broad discipline, whereas there is, we're seeing a lot more happening with Arts Council funding at the moment with regard to culture. Sports England is a similar kind of awarding body to the Arts Council England. I should also point out there are the other devolved bodies in Wales as well, which obviously we cover. But Sport England is much less directly involved in the provision of kind of sport than the Arts Council, for example. So there isn't as much control there because there's already so much more kind of private money operating. And in some ways that's good, because what that can mean is that some sports clubs are more resilient because they aren't just relying on state funding. But obviously it can also mean that lots of other clubs will really, really struggle because there is no net. There's no net like you currently have with the Arts Council, except when the net gets removed, as it has done obviously with ENO and various other organisations. But we won't get into culture for now. But we want to see much more support there. And I think a big change as well for us is that the Green Party policy, like a core idea for both culture and sport, is that we want these to be about active participation and less about passive consumption. And that's where, we want far more inclusive clubs. There are some fantastic examples of clubs kicking off. I was at the BBC Radio Lancashire Make a Difference Awards recently, and we saw this fantastic club that it welcomes people of all different sizes, shapes, sexualities, genders, everything else. And they do, they're a mixed rugby club, actually. So they do just that anyone can play. We all play together. It's not about being competitive. It's about engagement, community. That's fantastic. But these things shouldn't be one-off things we get excited about. This should be the norm in so many parts of the country. Well, in all parts of the country. At the top flight level, the thing that I think is really important is making it much easier for supporters groups to actually take control of their clubs. So there's all sorts of ways at the moment in which that's really, really difficult. And with the money that's involved as well, we would like to see far more of these top flight clubs basically being community-owned mutuals, which I think is just such a great way of a club existing. It brings it right back to its grassroots. And we are seeing elements of this, and you see partial ownership through some community-owned mutuals, but supporting that and basically making it much more difficult for people to do what they've been doing to some of these clubs, and for the foreign interest to just completely take control of something for their own ends, to try to milk as much cash out of it as they can, and just turn as big a profit as they can.
So I'm going to come to questions in the chat in a moment. So please, anyone watching, please do get questions in there, and I'll put them to Jack. We've got a great one already about golf, which we'll come to in a moment or two. But that last point that you talked about around sort of fan ownership is a really interesting one, I think. And if I'm not mistaken, Barcelona is an example of this, where it's run as a cooperative, and I believe it's mostly fan owned, although there are criticisms of the structures there. But what does, you've talked about making it easier for fans to take ownership of their clubs. What does that look like in practice? What are the steps that are needed to make it easier for fan ownership to become a more dominant model in sport generally in the UK?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, I think at the moment, like the structures that we have for doing this, like there are all sorts of ways, for example, that you can avoid taxes through sort of sports ownership as an individual who's not resident in this country. So you can we've seen this through like the ways in which the Glazers have operated, ways in which they can even actually, the very fact that they can float Manchester United on the New York Stock Exchange is something that I think shouldn't be possible. And that's one of the things that makes this so difficult. So I think from my understanding of this, and I'm not sort of an expert on exactly how this can be done in practice, but I think it's more about the fact that it's so easy for people with a lot of money to keep these clubs out of community ownership. Than it is like the technical ways of doing it, like the way of building of creating a community organization, or it could be a community interest company, or there's all different structures. They're sort of there, and that's possible. But what the sort of money that you might be trying to raise in certain parts of the country to take a stake within your club are so high now, and that's where I think there is a place for regulation and to make it more difficult for these clubs to get involved. So there's all different ways that we have kind of restrictions on foreign investment in various forms of media, for example. Like we don't allow someone to just sort of take control of all different types of media. We have the whole controversy a little while ago with Rupert Murdoch and Sky and Sky News. So I think it's about regulating those things more, and maybe introducing new forms of taxation in some of the ways that people make money out of sporting clubs, and the way that they buy them. The way the cash can just come in from anywhere. We don't have very good controls in terms of where some of this money is coming from. We know some quite dirty money is potentially flowing in to some of these clubs, and I won't necessarily name the specific ones because I don't want to get in trouble myself. But yeah, you might know which ones I'm talking about. So I think that's where we could have more restrictions. We could have tighter regulation, and yeah, by making those things more difficult, we reduce the gap between potential community ownership. But I think there are other ways that we could support community ownership. There's all sorts of ways that a government could provide vehicles ready for people to say, right, this is what you need to do, this is how it works, this is how you can raise the money, this is how many people you need to get to sign up, and create some sort of legally recognized way of easily doing this with our top flight clubs.
So I'm going to move away from sort of the broad sports sector and football in particular, and towards golf, because there's a really interesting question that's come in from Ben Samuel in the chat around golf courses. And I'm going to embellish the question a little bit, but golf courses are a point of particular controversy when it comes to sport. They are facilities which takes up huge amount of land, which are extremely environmentally intensive to maintain in terms of water, in terms of management of the grass and everything else. They are places which golf clubs are essentially privatization of land, and there are people, for example, like Donald Trump, who've historically bought up and owned lots of golf courses around Scotland and opened new ones and privatized more bits of land as a result of that. I don't really know where I'm going with this question, because the question that came in was just, can Jack talk about golf courses?
What about golf?
And so I guess to put a question on it, what do you think the impact of golf as a sport is on the privatization of land, on environmental impacts and so on? But also, what do you think the example of golf tells us about a sport which is, generally speaking, a preserve for an elite, and which leads to that kind of privatization of land and environmental impacts as well?
Yeah, I think kind of in the way actually you've sort of ended that like summing up that question. I think there's a broader point here, which is to do with the way that land ownership in this country works, the sort of historical land ownership. That's sort of the actual underlying problem, I think, which in a way sort of golf's an easy thing to sort of beat with a stick, but the system that supports it is actually sort of much broader, and this comes to even back to stuff that Caroline Lucas is currently working on in the Houses of Parliament in terms of right to roam, public access to this land, and that's lots of the land that is currently blocked off to us mere plebs is land that is not necessarily golf courses, but golf courses form part of that. So I think there's this kind of issue in terms of how land is owned and how land is valued. Obviously, I think golf courses are a good example of something that would potentially be reformed through land value tax, something that the Green Party have obviously been talking about for a very long time now, and would be sort of priced more appropriately for the kind of value it's taking away from those that can't access it. But also potentially that would open up ways of opening up access to golf courses. And I think it's worth bearing in mind that some golf courses are quite cheap to play, and certainly I know in Scotland, I guess we think of golf potentially as being sort of maybe more class based in England, but I know in Scotland it's not quite the same, and a lot of people who it's just an ordinary pastime. It's considered a more sort of normal thing to do, to go to the golf course, and lots of golf courses are very friendly. They've got very nice clubhouses. They're very cheap. They're very welcome to new players. So it's one of those things, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, we can't just sweep golf off the face of the earth. And I think again there are lots of golf courses that manage themselves in a much more environmentally friendly way. Like, it doesn't have to be as intensive as it sometimes is, especially when golf courses are in the right places. Like, there are parts of the country and types of land that are much more suited to being a golf course than others. And even thinking about somewhere like Qatar, it's the kind of place where you see golf courses in the middle of the desert. That's obviously the kind of place that's not a good place to have one. I'm not saying we have parts like that in the UK, but there are places where I think we have to put a lot more water, a lot more pesticides and everything else into trying to keep somewhere the way it should be. So, so having them in the appropriate places, I think, taxing land properly, which would kind of make it more difficult to operate golf courses in certain parts of the country where you are really sort of blocking it from the public. But similarly, you could tie into something like a land value tax, eases on that, depending on if you're opening your land to the public, so ways of making it more accessible. Lots of golf courses are open to, dog walkers and everything at certain hours. I know one, near where I used to live in Kendal, there was a golf course there that was very open, very public, very kind of friendly, and everyone could use it. So it's kind of shifting, I think, the mentalities of some of these places. Some of the elite areas, the elite clubs, I think, are the ones that maybe require the most focus in terms of opening them up, allowing more people to access that land. But it's a complicated one. The number that that's completely escaped my head at the moment, because I wasn't thinking about golf, is how much of the land it takes up in this country. And I know it's an astonishing number, and I wish I had it off the top of my head. But I think, again, what you can see in some of these areas is that there are ways for these courses to be better managed and to have much more wildlife within them. They can have more like woodland between the actual the holes and everything else, like sort of more. So there's all sorts you could do in terms of what we're asking farmers to do as well, and re-wiggling rivers and all this kind of thing. There's scope for that within golf courses. So making that something that they are rewarded for doing, I think is another example of how we can actually make them much more environmentally friendly. And some of the greatest golf courses in the world, of course, actually have some of these amazing natural obstacles. That's what people love about, someone like St Andrews. It is the sort of the natural rugged nature of it that is what makes it so appealing.
Sorry to put you on the spot there on golf, which I know you weren't expected to talk about. Before I let you leave, just a final kind of overarching question, which really is just, how would you describe the Green Party's vision for sport? So
I think, I'll come back to that thing I did say earlier, because I think it's a real underlying point, and this applies to culture as well for us, is that we are about active participation and not passive consumption. And that doesn't mean that passive consumption in and of itself is a bad thing, but it's that I think at the moment so much of sport and culture are things that are sort of done to you, or things that you watch, and not things necessarily that you do. I think there's such a broad spectrum of of ways in which, you know, sport can be so good for communities. It can be so, it's obviously very good for physical health, it's very good for mental health. But I think a lot of people feel that sports potentially are not that accessible. I think as well, like one sort of real difficulty we have in this country is that there is such a sort of massive dominance of football and a lack of sort of support and interest for other sports. And certainly, like, if you go to some of the elite schools in this country, you will be exposed to all these weird and wonderful sports that exist, but there tends to be far fewer opportunities for those within our comprehensive system. And I think it would be great to really open that up to more people. And I think we are seeing that, like, there are things happening through the Olympic Games, for example, lots more sports coming back in. And I would give a plug as well, as we've kind of talked about golf. I think it's really interesting to think about some of the sports that are, like, not necessarily that strenuous, but that once upon a time were considered very much a sport. You know, something like chess, which is a really, really enjoyable pastime. I'm quite a fan of chess. It is kind of coming back onto the radar now with Magnus Carlsen and all the controversies with this whole cheating scandal, and who knows what was happening with various types of implement, which we won't talk about. But I think, yeah, it's kind of, you know, chess back in the 70s and 80s used to be televised. It used to be prime time. People got really into it. It was maybe because of the Cold War. Maybe it was one of the things that, like, supercharged that. It was, but, you know, it also used to be in the Olympics. And I think the way the Olympics have become this kind of festival of more just like really elite athleticism, I think is a bit of a shame, because it's physical athleticism. You know, I think it's great to try to open all these things up to a much broader audience and allow many more ways for people to engage in sport. So yeah, I think through the kind of general green feeling of anti-austerity and of, you know, pushing back against all the cuts we've had, you know, it's getting far more types of sport into schools, supporting schools to provide access to those sports, and providing far more grassroots support for those types of sports as well, so that we actually have people active, engaging in these sports, and hopefully we'll see, like, more happening. And as I say, I am happy, because I think it's easy also to lose track of how far we've come, and certainly the rise of, say, women's football has been really fantastic and really kind of opening up a whole different kind of perspective on it. And I think it's been really good it's been very positive for the culture of the men's game too. I think it's no coincidence that we're seeing a much more kind of compassionate and thoughtful approach to the men's game internationally through, you know, Gareth Southgate and Harry Kane. And you know, there's a real toxicity that's kind of on the wane. And you know, I think last night we heard sort of Gary Neville talking about that with the, you know, the penalty that Harry Kane missed. And, you know, we've got a kind of media, like, things are changing. And I think, but we want to obviously really, really double down on that, not be cutting back on the resources that schools have, which is obviously what we're doing right now, which is a disaster, frankly, for sport.
Thank you so much, Jack, for joining us this afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Cool. Cheers, Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So that was Jack Lenox, the Green Party spokesperson for culture, sport, and digital inclusion. I'd love to know your thoughts on that conversation, particularly whether you are Team Jack in saying that we don't necessarily want to wipe golf off the map, or your Team Chris, and you do want golf to be wiped off the map. I'd also love to hear your thoughts on everything Jack said about football, on fan ownership, on the kind of steps we need to take to transform sport more generally. Please do put them in the chat or on the hashtag Bright Green Live on Twitter. You can follow Jack on Twitter at Green Party Jack, and keep the conversation going up there. I need another quick toilet break, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll carry on with the rest of the show. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see you very, very soon. We are back. Thank you everyone for watching. Welcome back to everyone, and hello to everyone who is recently joined. You're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live, a monthly show by Bright Green, which features interviews with key people from across the left, from the UK's Green parties, from social movements, the Labour movement, and also the arts. Apologies for the longer than anticipated break. You might have noticed a little bit of a costume change from me. That's because it's absolutely freezing, so I put on an extra layer so that I can weather the rest of the show. Please do let us know what you have thought about the show so far in the chat. We're over halfway through. We've had four interviews so far. I'd love to know what you thought about all of our guests, the conversation we've had, what you've agreed with, what you've disagreed with. Please do let us know what you think. Also, please do line up questions for our guests still to come. There's a list of guests in the chat and in the link description. I'd love to get your questions lined up, ready to go for our guests still to come. And also any questions for me, anything you want to know about Bright Green or my thoughts on any of the interviews so far, I'm happy to answer them. Still to come on today's show, we have Maggie Chapman, the Scottish Green Party MSP. She's going to be talking to us about her proposed bill, which is designed to provide free transport for late night shift workers. We're going to be talking about the issues that currently face late night shift workers with regards to safety. We're going to be talking about her proposed legislation and how it seeks to tackle those issues, the timeline for the bill, and what councils in the meantime can be doing to protect late night shift workers. Later on, we've got Natalie Bennett, the Green Party member of the House of Lords, former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, talking about the Greens in the House of Lords, so herself and Jenny Jones, the projects they're working on, what impacts they've currently had, why the Green Party is in the House of Lords at all, given the party supports its abolition, and a whole bunch more. And finishing off the show, we are going to have an interview with Ria Patel. Ria is the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson on equality and diversity. And Ria is going to be talking about the Green Party and transphobia, the scale of the problem in the party, and how we can tackle that issue. It follows on from a conversation we had in the last episode with Guy Ingerson, who was the proposer of the motion to the Scottish Greens to get the Scottish Greens to suspend their ties with the Green Party of England and Wales. And hopefully we're going to talk about that and more with Ria at the end of the show. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. It means that this show will appear in more people's feeds. It also means that it gives me a little dopamine hit because I get to see when that like number goes up. We've got 17 likes at the moment. I think we can hit 50 by the end of the show. Go do that with your help. So hit like. If you haven't already, hit subscribe. It means that all the interviews and videos we're putting out in the coming weeks and months will be appearing in your feed, and you won't miss out on any of our future episodes of this show, and also any other content we're putting out in the weeks and months to come. Later this month, we will be putting out interviews with the people who want to be the Green Party's candidate for the Mayor of London. So Zoe Garbett, who is a councillor in Hackney, she is the first candidate to announce that she's standing in that election. We're going to be interviewing her. We'll hopefully also be interviewing the other candidates as well. I know of at least one other candidate that we'll be announcing very, very soon. Keep your eyes peeled on Bright Green to make sure you don't miss out on who that is. All of our articles are published on our website, bright-green.org. There you can find our ongoing news coverage of all things related to the UK's Green parties, social movements, the Labour movement, and the wider left. You can also find on there articles that Zoe has written. So Zoe's written for Bright Green before about the work that she has done with trade unions in Hackney, where she's a councillor. And also you will see articles from the candidates for London Mayor on our website too, along with the interviews that we're putting out on our YouTube channel in the near future. Thank you to the person who just hit like. That's much appreciated. Everyone else on the stream now, please do hit that like button and we can get more people watching. For those of you who are just joining, my name is Chris. I'm the editor of Bright Green and you are watching Bright Green Live, episode 2 of our new monthly show, bringing together interviews with guests from across the left.
We already have a date set for our next episode, which is January the 8th. On that episode, we already have five actually amazing guests booked to speak to us. We have Niall Christie and Jen Bell, who are the co-conveners of the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group. We also have Joe Bird, who was a Labour Party councillor, is now a Green Party councillor, who's going to be talking to us about the reasons why she joined the Greens and the difference she's experienced in terms of the difference between being a Green Party councillor and a Labour Party councillor. And we've also got Phelan McCafferty, the leader of Brighton Hove City Council, reflecting on 18 months of the Greens in control of Brighton Hove Council, and John Bosco and Wobo from We Own It, campaign for public ownership of public services. We'll be talking to John Bosco about the campaign to get local NHS trusts to abolish outsourcing in their health provision. So all that and more still to come on January the 8th, the date of our next show. If you're just joining us, you've missed the interviews earlier on in the show, you can rewind back through the YouTube video so far and see 4 amazing interviews with our guests. Our most recent guest was Jack Lenox. We had quite an interesting conversation about sport. Jack is the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on culture, sport and digital inclusion. And we talked about the World Cup, which is taking place right now, the decision to award that to Qatar, the wider issues within FIFA, the international body that regulates football, and its decision-making around the hosting of World Cups, particularly Qatar, but also the 2018 World Cup in Russia. We also talked about some of the issues in football more generally and sport more broadly, and talked about some of the solutions to those things. So we talked a fair bit about fan ownership of sports clubs and some of the other proposals from the Green Party to address some of the major issues in sport. We had quite a lengthy conversation about golf, which was unexpected, and the impact that golf has on the privatisation of public space, on the environmental issues, and much, much more. That interview started at 2:30, so if you scroll back 45 minutes or so in the stream, you should be able to find that interview with Jack. Before Jack, we had Paul Turner on the show. Paul Turner from the Abolish Eton campaign. They're a group that's campaigning for the integration of private schools within the state sector. So we, of course, talked about the impact of private schools on the education system, and also the impact of private schools more broadly on class inequality and the impacts that they have on wider society. We talked about why they need to be integrated into the state sector, talked about Paul's views on how they can be integrated, the campaign to do so, and also wider issues in the education system. That interview started at 2:30. No, it didn't start at 1:30. So if you scroll back about an hour and 45 minutes, you can find that interview with Jack. Earlier, we spoke to Ell Folan from Stats for Lefties. Ell is the statistician behind Stats for Lefties, the popular Twitter account and blog. They're also a Novara media columnist, and we talked about the state of the polls in the UK at the moment, the prospects of the Greens in the local elections next year, the next general election, and London Assembly elections. We also talked about whether Jeremy Corbyn could be elected as an independent MP if he were to stand in Islington North. That was at 12:15, so scroll way back to find that conversation with Ell. It was a really interesting insight, I think, as Ell always has, on the state of politics in the UK. And kicking the show off at 11 o'clock this morning, we spoke to Michael Chessum, the author of a new book, which you can see here. This is only the beginning, the making of a new left, from Anti-Austerity to the fall of Corbyn. It's published by Bloomsbury. It talks through the development of the left over the 2010s, starting with the student movement, and then talking through what happened at the tail end of the Corbyn years. We spoke about the major themes in that book. We spoke about the nature of the student movement in 2010, how it led to a new generation of the left. We talked about how they get subsumed into the Labour Party after Jeremy Corbyn becomes leader. We talked about the role of Brexit in the downfall of Corbyn and a whole bunch of other stuff. We spoke for over an hour. It's a really long in-depth interview about his book, which you can find earlier on. And of course, you can find his book at all good book retailers or online or wherever else you get your books from. So that's what we've had so far. We still have 3 amazing guests to come. Please do get your questions in the chat for our remaining guests, who are, of course, Maggie Chapman, Natalie Bennett, and Ria Patel, who will be joining us throughout the remainder of the show. If you haven't already, you can follow Bright Green on all the social medias. You can follow us on the Twitters at BrightGRN, on the Facebook at BrightGRN as well, facebook.com/BrightGRN, on Instagram at Bright Green Online, on Mastodon at Bright Green, on the UK server. Someone told me that wasn't enough information for people to find your Mastodon because it's not an easy platform to use. There is a link to all those social media channels in the description, and also in the chat there's a link to our Mastodon account as well, so you can find them all there. It's been quite lonely today in the chat. I haven't had the kind of level of questions that I had on the last episode. So please, if you have any questions for me, do stick them in the chat. Any comments or feedback on the show, let me know. Also, any proposals for future guests, I would love to hear them. So please do get those in the chat, and I'd love to see who you want to get booked, and we'll try and book them for future episodes. Also, any questions for me about Bright Green, about the show, about anything else in the world, anything under the sun, I'm happy to answer questions on. So please do pop them in the chat. Now, as you know, this is episode 2 of Bright Green Live. Episode 1 you can watch back on our YouTube channel if you so desire. We had an amazing array of guests then, including the Deputy Leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, Zach Polanski. We also had Chris Saltmarsh, the co-founder of Labour for a Green New Deal. We had Jay Kerr from No Sweat, which was a fascinating conversation. And we were also joined by a trade union leader from Myanmar about the situation currently facing people there after the military coup, both in terms of human rights, but also the labour movement and the impact the coup has had on trade unions and workers' rights there, and how people can stand in solidarity. So you can watch all that back on our YouTube channel. The last episode of Bright Green Live, there's a link. You can watch the whole thing back, or you can just watch individual clips. If you haven't already, please do hit that like button. Please do subscribe, and let me know how you are doing in the chat. You can also comment on the show and ask any questions you would like on the hashtag BrightGreenLive. If you've enjoyed the show so far, I'm sure other people would too. And so please do share the link to the stream on your socials, particularly on Twitter on the hashtag BrightGreenLive, but also anywhere else. It means that more people will see it, more people can hear from our great guests, who of course are coming up: Maggie Chapman, Natalie Bennett, and Ria Patel. Just going to check the old hashtags, see if anyone has fed anything in, and also have a look at the chat and see what people are thinking about the show so far. We haven't had any feedback for Jack or comments on the interview we did with Jack about sport. If anyone has any thoughts about the conversation that I had with Jack, I would love to hear them. We talked about a wide range of things: the World Cup, fan ownership of sports clubs, the impact of golf on public space and the environment. Let us know what you thought. Let us know what you thought about all the interviews, who your favourite was, and anything else you want to in the chat. I'm going to take another quick break, and we'll be back very, very shortly. We'll be getting started with our next interview very, very soon. So hope to see you then. We are back and live again on episode 2 of Bright Green Live. Thank you so much for those of you who are watching, and thank you to those of you who have been with us since the beginning. A particular shout out to Ben Samuel, who by the looks of things has been here from minute 1. If you've been here since the beginning, let us know in the chat and I'll give you a special shout out. For those of you who are joining us just now though, you're just as welcome as those of you who have been here since the beginning. And just to let you know, this is episode 2 of Bright Green Live, a new monthly show run by Bright Green, bringing you interviews with key figures from across the British left, from the UK's Green parties, the Labour movement, social movements, and the arts. The end of the show today is going to be quite Green Party top Green Party heavy. We have coming up, still to come today, our next guest is Maggie Chapman, who is a friend of Bright Green, a long-running friend of Bright Green, a former editor of Bright Green, and now a MSP for the Scottish Greens. Maggie is bringing forward a bill which is designed to protect the rights of late-night shift workers. Specifically, it's looking to provide free transport home for late-night shift workers. And we're going to be talking about that bill, the issues that that group of people are facing, what that bill attempts to achieve, and much, much more very, very soon. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. It means this stream will appear in more people's feeds. Gives me a dopamine hit when I see that number go up, and it helps Bright Green out massively. So please do hit like. I was aiming for 50 on today's show. We're currently at 18. And we've only got 2 and a bit hours left to go. So we've got a long way to go. So help us get on the way and hit that like button if you haven't already. Other guests still to come, we have Natalie Bennett, who for many of you will be a household name. She's a former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales. She's also now a member of the House of Lords. We're going to be talking about her work in the House of Lords and also the work of her here, both in the sense of being a friend and also a member of the House of Lords, Jenny Jones, and what they've achieved since they've been in the House of Lords, and what they're currently working on, and why the Greens are in the House of Lords at all, given that the party supports its abolition. And closing off the show, we've got Ria Patel, who's the Green Party's of England and Wales' spokesperson on equality and diversity. They're going to be talking about the issue of transphobia in the Green Party and how we tackle it. Please do get questions in the chat for all of those guests that we have coming up. I've already seen some questions that have come in for Natalie, specifically relating to that last conversation about transphobia in the Green Party, and what her take on that is. Get your question in the chat and we'll try and put as many of them as possible to our guests. Also, please do tweet on the hashtag BrightGreenLive, and we can pick up some of your questions and comments from there as well. I'd also love to know how you're doing. This has been a long day, possibly longer for you if you are not a fan of my accent. But but it's also been quite a long day for me. I'm on coffee number 6. I'd love to know how you're faring, especially with the cold. The frost that greeted us this morning still hasn't lifted here in Oxford. And while we still don't have snow, we don't have snow anymore. It is still absolutely freezing. Hence my hoodie jumper fashion faux pas. But I'd love to know how you're doing as well. I've got a comment from Ben Samuel, who says that his union is led by a hospitality worker called Sharon Graham. So the union in question is Unite. And he said that she's been campaigning for shift workers, and Unite's campaign Get Me Home. Yes, so Unite have been working on a campaign specifically in relation to transport for shift workers, and that's exactly what we're going to be talking about, that campaign and the wider campaign for free transport for shift workers, and particularly hospitality workers, with Maggie Chapman and the bill that she's planning on bringing forward to introduce free travel for shift workers in Scotland. If you haven't already, you can find Bright Green on all the socials. We're at BrightGRN on Twitter. We're on facebook.com/BrightGRN on the Facebooks. We are at Bright Green Online on Instagram, and we are at Bright Green on the UK server on Mastodon. All the links to those are in the description below this video. So we're going to be kicking off the interview with Maggie very, very soon, at around 4:00. Apologies for the slightly erratic nature of the spaces between the interviews today. It was just the nature of people's availability, and we're going to try and address that for future episodes, so that we don't have longer gaps in the middle of interviews, and also we don't have the show being so squeezed at the end of the day. So next time we'll hopefully have a more evenly spread series of guests throughout the day. Just a reminder of who we've got next time on January the 8th. We're going to be joined by Niall Christie and Jen Bell from the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group, talking about the work they're doing to get the Greens to work in solidarity with trade unions and to support pro-worker policies. We're also going to be joined by Jo Bird. Now, Jo Bird is a Green Party councillor in the Wirral. She was formerly a Labour Party councillor, and she's going to be talking about why she joined the Greens and the difference she's experienced between being a Labour councillor and being a Green councillor. We've got John Bosco Nwobo, who is from the anti-privatisation campaign group We Own It. We Own It is an organisation which campaigns for public ownership of public services, and one of the areas they're campaigning on right now is around getting local NHS trusts to end outsourcing in their local NHS. This is off the back of a report which has been done, which has found that outsourcing has led to a number of deaths in the health service. They're campaigning to end that. We're going to be talking to John Bosco about that and much, much more around privatisation within the health service. And then finally, on January the 8th, we have Phelim McCafferty. Phelim is the leader of Brighton Hove City Council, the Green Party leader of Brighton Hove City Council. We're going to be reflecting on the last 18 months during which the Greens have been running Brighton Hove City Council, their key achievements, their prospects of re-election, and how Brighton and Hove is a different city by virtue of having Greens running it. You can catch all that and more on January the 8th. We will have a whole bunch of other guests line up. Hopefully, we're going to be having, there's still to be confirmed, a number of other guests, including a representative from the University and Colleges Union, the UCU. The UCU obviously has been engaged in major industrial action right now at the moment. They took 3 days of strike action at every single UK university a few weeks ago. They still have a ballot mandate for both strike action and action short of a strike, and we're going to see likely industrial action continuing into the new year. We're also hoping to get someone on from the PCS union. PCS union represents civil servants. They also have been taking industrial action. They represent civil servants across the public sector, including in Whitehall, in government departments, but also in a range of other areas, such as in the DVLA, in the border force, and so on. It's PCS that is the union that is taking industrial action over Christmas in the border force. We're hopefully going to have a representative of PCS on the next show on January the 8th to talk about those strikes, what's led to those strikes, how they're fighting for fair pay and conditions for their members. And so hopefully we'll have a PCS representative on that show as well. It's going to be a stacked show next time. Just get it in your diaries right now, January the 8th. And it'll be running from 10 till 6 p.m. Throughout the day, with interviews with all those people and more. If you're just joining us, you're watching Bright Green Live. We've had a range of interviews so far today. The last one we had was with Jack Lenox, who is the Green Party's of England and Wales' spokesperson for culture, sport and digital inclusion. We spoke about the World Cup and the politics behind the World Cup, the decision to hand the World Cup to hosting to Qatar, and also the decision at the last World Cup to have it hosted by Russia. We also talked about the Green Party's vision for sport more generally, specifically in relation to making it easier to allow fan ownership of sports clubs. We talked about golf and the environmental and social impacts and ramifications of golf courses in relation to privatisation of land, maintaining of the courses, all that stuff and more. That was at 2:30. So if you scroll back an hour and 15 minutes in the stream, you should be able to find that. Before him, we had Paul Turner from Abolish Eton talking about private schools, why they need to be abolished, what the Labour Party, or rather, as Paul put it, why they needed to be integrated into the state school system. We talked about that with Paul, and also the Labour Party's current policy on private schools, which is to end the tax exemptions they have. So currently private schools don't, their fees don't get charged VAT. Labour Party is calling for that to change, and we talked about that position of the Labour Party and also where the Labour Party's position should be, and a whole bunch of other issues in the education system. That was at 1:30, so you can scroll back through the stream about 2 hours and 15 to watch that. Prior to Paul, we had Ell Folan on. Ell spoke about so for those you don't know, Ell Folan is the genius behind Stats for Lefties, the polling aggregator and blog site. They're also a columnist for Novara Media. And we spoke about the current state of the polls in the UK and the prospects for the Greens at the next general election, the next local elections, the London Assembly election, and much, much more, including whether or not Jeremy Corbyn would win his parliamentary seat in Islington North if he were to stand as an independent in the next general election. We spoke to Elle at 12:15 this afternoon. So if you scroll back about 3.5 hours, that's how long we've been going in the show, you can find that interview with Elle. And our first guest this morning was Michael Chessum. Now, Michael Chessum, you may know, has been a really important figure on the British left for a number of years. He first came to prominence in the student movement in 2010 as a co-founder of the National Campaign Against Fees and Cuts, also known as NCAFCA, and one of the organisers of some of the key demonstrations that took place in 2010 as the student movement resisted the imposition of tuition fees, or rather the imposition of the trebling of tuition fees and the abolition of the educational maintenance allowance. He also went on to be a key figure in Momentum during Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party, and also played a key role in some of the policy debates during Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, including around Brexit. He is an avid left Remainer, campaigned heavily in the 2016 referendum in favour of Remain, and later would be a key part of the Another Europe is Possible campaign and its work to push the Labour Party to adopt a more pro-European position in the run-up to 2017 and 2019 general elections, and crucially to also call for it to adopt the policy of a second referendum on Brexit. Now, he's just released a new book relatively recently called This Is Only the Beginning. It chronicles that period of history of the British left, the student movement and so on. It's a really fascinating insight from someone who was heavily involved in all the different manifestations of the left over that period. Obviously, it comes from a particular perspective, a perspective that is not non-controversial, but nonetheless offers a very interesting insight into that period. We talked in our interview, which was at 11 a.m. today, about all the issues in that book and the his various views on the reasons why the left took the shape that it did over that period, over the 2010s, and also a little bit about the future of the left, particularly in relation to the growing and burgeoning wave of industrial action we're seeing from trade unions and the renewed sense of militancy we're seeing within the trade union movement today with the ongoing wave of strikes that we've discussed earlier. So that interview was at 11 o'clock. So if you scroll back just short of 5 hours in the stream, you'll be able to find that interview with Michael. Please do let us know how you're doing in the chat. Get any questions in there from me. Also, any questions for our upcoming guests. Very, very soon, we are going to be joined by Maggie Chapman, the Scottish Green Party MSP, talking about her campaign and her work, which will be bringing forward a bill to the Scottish Parliament to give late night shift workers free transport home. So we're going to be talking about her bill, why it's so important, what it will do, and much, much more. Please get your questions in the chat for Maggie for when she joins us. It's much easier for me to pick up questions in advance rather than during the show, during the interview. In the meantime, if you haven't already, hit that like button. It means this show will appear in more people's feeds, more people will see it, and it will help Bright Green out massively too. You can also hit subscribe, which means you won't miss out on any of the interviews we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. Any future episodes of Bright Green Live, they'll appear in your feed. They will give you a little notification so that you know every time we go live, you won't miss it. If you hit that not the like button, sorry, the subscribe button, then you'll get all of that. You can also follow Bright Green on all the socials, at BrightGRN on Twitter, facebook.com/BrightGRN on the Facebooks, at Bright Green Online on Instagram, and at Bright Green on the Mastodons, and we're on the UK server there. If that doesn't get you where you need to go, if any of those instructions weren't helpful, in the description is all the links to our socials, so you can find them all there. There's also a link higher up in the chat to our Mastodon account as well. We don't have any questions yet coming in for me, but please do keep them coming in if you want to. I'm happy to speak about anything in the world. My favourite films, my favourite flavour of crisps, but also, of course, anything in relation to Bright Green and anything else that we are discussing today. I'd love to get your thoughts also on any future guests that you would like to see us book. So at the last episode, we had a great suggestion from Molly Scott Cato, the former Green Party MEP, and now the Green Party of England Wales spokesperson on finance. As a result of that, we have booked Molly for the not for the next episode, but for the episode afterwards. So Molly will be joining us on the episode taking place in February. So stay tuned for that. But any other suggestions for guests that you would like to see on the show, please do pop them in the chat, and we'll try and book as many of them as possible. I can see there's more people joining now in the anticipation of Maggie Chapman joining us. Firstly, welcome to the show, everyone who has just joined. You're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live. My name is Chris, and I'm the editor of Bright Green. If you haven't already, you're new to the stream, hit that like button. It means that more people will find the stream just like you have, and will be able to watch the interview with Maggie, which is coming up very, very shortly, and also the interviews that we have still to come. We have 2 more interviews after the interview we do with Maggie Chapman, the first of which is with Natalie Bennett, the former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, current member of the House of Lords. We'll be talking about the work that she and Jenny Jones, the other Green peer, are doing in the Lords, on a range of issues, what their big achievements have been, and why the Greens are even in the House of Lords in the first place, given the party opposes the Lords as an institution. And we'll be closing the show with what I think is a really important conversation with Ria Patel. Ria is the Green Party of England and Wales's Equality and Diversity spokesperson. They're also a member of the LGBTIQA plus Greens committee, and we're going to be talking about the issue of transphobia within the Green Party, particularly off the back of the Scottish Green Party voting to suspend its ties with the Green Party of England and Wales. So we'll be discussing that with Ria. They will be on at 5:30 to discuss all of that and more. The most important thing you can do right now to make sure that more people see those interviews is to hit that like button and to share the stream on your socials too, in time for when Maggie Chapman joins us at 4 p.m. Apologies for drinking on the stream. It's coffee number 6. It's been a long old day, but we are getting there. Thank you so much for joining us. In 5 minutes' time, we will be joined by Maggie Chapman for our third from last interview of the day. Shout out to those who have been with us since the beginning. I would love to hear when you joined. I would love to hear what your favourite of our interviews has been so far, anything particularly interesting or insightful you've learned from the conversations that have taken place thus far, and also who you're looking forward to. And of course, any questions that you have for our guests still to come, because we will be taking some questions from the chat. We'll try and get through as many as possible. If you get them in early, you're more likely to get them asked. So anything you want to see our guests responding to, please do pop them in the chat. As I said already, this is episode 2 of Bright Green Live. That, of course, means that there was an earlier episode 1, in the way that numbers work. And episode 1 is available to watch in full on our YouTube channel. You can watch it on our YouTube channel. You can watch it in full, the full 7.5 hour bonanza or you can watch individual interviews, which are also separately uploaded to our YouTube channel. We had interviews with Anthony Slaughter, the leader of the Wales Green Party, talking about the work that the Wales Greens are doing currently with Plaid Cymru to set up a new body to campaign for Welsh independence. We also spoke to Guy Ingerson, the proposer of the motion that saw the Scottish Greens suspend its ties from the Green Party of England and Wales over allegations of transphobia. We spoke to Zach Polanski, the deputy leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, about democracy in the UK. We spoke to Chris Saltmarsh, the co-founder of Labour for a Green New Deal and the author of Burnt, Fighting for Climate Justice. We spoke to Anna Oppenheim from Labour Campaign for Free Movement and many, many more. You can catch all those interviews on our YouTube channel and watch them back as and when you see fit. And of course, you can watch the full episode on there as well. So Maggie Chapman, our next guest, will be joining us very, very shortly. In the meantime, there's a great suggestion from the chat, which is from Steve C. Steve says, for future shows, it'd be great to see interviews with European Greens or Greens across the world. The fact that Greens are part of a global movement, e.g. such as, and I apologise, I can't pronounce the first name, so I'm not going to try, but also Scar Keller and Terry Reinke. Both Scar and Terry are on my list of people to interview. I just haven't got around to inviting them, but yes, we would love to get more international guests on the show in the future. There's some other comments coming through in the chat, and there's 8 people watching. I can see people are getting ready and geared up to hear from Maggie, who will be joining us very, very shortly. For those of you who don't know, Maggie Chapman is a Scottish Green Party MSP, former co-convener of the Scottish Greens, a former editor of Bright Green, and a all-round goodie. She's campaigning to, she's bringing forward legislation to get late night shift workers free transport home, and we're going to be talking about that in just a minute or so. Apologies for my cough. For those of you just joining, please hit that like button. It helps us out massively and will mean that more people will see the show. So I'm just going to check the hashtag. Oh, and I can actually just see that Maggie is just about to join the call. So I am going to let her in imminently and we can get going. Yes, I'm going to let Maggie in now. And as we wait for Maggie to connect to the call and connect to audio, I'll just do a bit of an introduction, which is to say that it's an absolute pleasure to be joined next on Bright Green Live by Maggie Chapman. Maggie is a Scottish Green Party MSP and a former co-convener of the Scottish Green Party, also a long-time friend of Bright Green. And so it's absolutely brilliant to have Maggie joining us today. Maggie, how are you doing?
Not bad, thanks. Not bad, thanks. And you?
Yeah, doing okay. A little tired. We are 6 hours in, so yeah. I'm on coffee number 6, but we're getting there.
Quite a marathon.
So we invited you on the show today to talk about the work that you're doing around late night shift workers.
Yeah.
And to kick us off, I just wondered if you could talk through a little bit. What are the big issues that are facing that group of workers right now?
Yeah, of course. And thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me on to talk about this particularly. I think it's an issue that cuts across so many different sectors and so many different people's lived experience. We know that people who finish work late or who have late night shifts, getting home for them safely can be a worry. We know that in many places public transport stops much earlier than is needed. If pubs and clubs are open till 11, 12 at night, even 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, there is no public transport that many workers can use to get home. So this is about putting into licensing provisions for the hospitality sector, particularly the provision that they need to provide safe transport home for their workers. And it comes off the back of a very bad incident that happened to a young hospitality worker in Scotland, who is also a Unite Hospitality member. She was asked to stay late, finish a shift at 1 a.m. Normally she would finish before 12. Her last bus home was 12:30. And when she was asked to stay late, her manager said that yes, that was fine. They would provide a taxi home for her. At midnight, her manager then said to her, actually, no, you can leave now. We know your last bus is 12:30, and that means we won't provide a taxi. The bus, for every reason, didn't materialize, didn't turn up, and so she was assaulted on her way home. And we know that this isn't an isolated incident. We know that lots of people, especially young women in the hospitality industry, face sexual abuse in the workplace, from clients, from customers. We know that many just don't feel safe leaving work at that time of night. So this allows the campaign that Unite Hospitality kicked off for months ago, over a year ago now, is to focus on their hospitality workers. But we know this is actually a much broader problem. We know that because of the lack of affordable public transport, because of the lack of accessible public transport at night, in the early hours of the morning, many workers don't feel safe or cannot use public transport to get to or from work. So one of the things that I'm quite clear, I want to bring forward a members' bill in the Scottish Parliament to change our licensing laws to make it a requirement that late night licensed premises have to provide a safe transport home for their workers. But what I'm hoping that this will do is actually kickstart a much wider conversation around provision of safe and accessible public transport, around the affordability of that transport, but also encouraging other workers, because we know other employers, because we know it's not only workers in the hospitality sector that face this. So that's kind of the context for this issue, where it comes from, and what we're hoping to do in Scotland. It's a small step, and I appreciate that it's only on one sector at the moment, but I'm hoping it'll catalyse a much wider discussion.
That's really helpful context to kind of lay out why the work that you're doing in this area is so important. And obviously you've mentioned there that you're planning on bringing forward a members' bill to the Scottish Parliament to address this. You've touched on some of the details of it there, but I wondered if you could talk us through what that bill will hopefully do in practice to address this issue. Yeah,
of course. No, so one of the reasons why it will be quite a focused piece of legislation is because there are obviously certain limits to the competencies and the powers that the Scottish Parliament has within the devolved settlement from Westminster. But one of the areas of legislation that is devolved to the Scottish Parliament is that around licensing. So the licensing legislation that we currently have, I'm hoping my bill will do is amend that to make it a requirement, as I said, a requirement for the hospitality industry in order to get late night licenses. If they have a liquor license for 11 p.m. or later, that they will have to provide safe transport home. So it's and free for their workers. So that's quite a specific and narrow, you could argue, proposal for the bill, but that's because that's one of the limits of the devolution settlement that we have. We can't regulate in other areas of employment law. Unfortunately, employment law is not devolved to the Scottish Parliament yet. So we have to use what are within our competencies, and licensing legislation is one of those examples.
So just for viewers, sorry, I was just going to say, for viewers watching, I've got a couple of more questions for Maggie, but it'd be great to get some questions from the chat. So if anyone doesn't have any questions for Maggie, please do pop them in the chat. Sorry for cutting you off there, Maggie. Did you want to finish your point before I go on?
No, it's fine. All I was going to say was Obviously, I don't have draft legislation yet. We're still in the very early stages of the process. I'm working closely with Unite Hospitality. This is their campaign, and I want to be the conduit for their campaign through the Scottish Parliament. So working with them and working with other stakeholders, we are putting together all the documentation we need for the initial consultation. I'd hoped to get that out the side of Christmas, but that's just not been feasible with everything else that's going on. So hopefully early in the new year, we will have a consultation that will run for at least 12 weeks that will seek the views of the initial proposal, that proposal around requiring liquor license holders to provide free and safe transport home for their workers. That consultation will be open to organizations, to companies, to businesses, to individuals, to everybody to respond to. We will then go through a process of analysis of all the consultation responses, and that will allow us to refine exactly what we want the legislation to say. So it's not a quick process. This is going to take some time, but I want the legislation that we do get to be as robust as possible. And that's why the engagement with Unite, engagement with other sectors is absolutely crucial. And we know there is will out there to make this happen. We saw just this week Glasgow City Council support a green motion to make for Glasgow City Council and the licenses they control at the moment to make sure that their licensees provide safe transport home for workers. I don't want such provision to be a postcode lottery. I don't think women's safety or any workers' safety should be based on where they live or where they work. So that's why putting it into national legislation will mean across Scotland it is a requirement for licence holders. So we're at the very start of the process. We want to make sure that we speak to workers, we engage Unite members and other union workers as well. Obviously, we will need to speak to the hospitality sector because they'll be carrying the expense of some of this. And we need to make sure that we also have the transport available. So it won't be a one-size-fits-all across Scotland. We're not saying that it will definitely be taxis, it'll definitely be minibuses. We're not saying that. We need to ensure that the legislation is as specific as it can be, but casts the net wide enough so we can deal with regional and geographic variations. Because we know what works in Glasgow city centre won't necessarily work in rural Aberdeenshire, for instance.
It's really helpful in terms of setting out sort of the timeline of where this is going next, and also you mentioned Glasgow there, which leads me on to the question that I wanted to put to you, really, which is firstly, given that there's this timeline that for the bill to come forward, and the parliamentary process is not necessarily the most rapid of processes, what can local councils be doing in the meantime to make this a reality? And we also have another question from the chat, which is, I guess, related, which is in this period, like where we're hoping this legislation will come forward and be passed, how can people put pressure on the bosses or owners of hospitality businesses to provide this themselves?
That's a great question, and I'll come to that. I think just broadly speaking, local authorities could at the moment require this of their businesses within their areas through their own licensing regulations. But we know that not all are likely to do so. So one of the really good things about the decision that was taken in Glasgow City Council just this week, and I know it's happening elsewhere in the UK as well, we're getting more and more local authorities to take this issue seriously. And I suppose that there are a couple of things. If people live in an area where they don't currently have this agreement in place, is to write to lobby, to campaign with their local Unite branches and Unite workers to get a councillor in their council to propose this legislation at a local level. Because I think one of the challenges for national legislation, I think we will see the question, does this, is there a legal competence issue here for a national parliament to be regulating in this way. I think there is a way that we can deal with this, and there is a way we can negotiate what is a very fine line between licensing law and employment law. We don't want this bill to fall simply because Westminster says that they have an issue with the devolved nature of the legislation. So that's one issue that I will need to deal with, but that's an issue for me within the Scottish Parliament to deal with. Local campaigners, local councillors could get their councils to back the kind of motion that Glasgow passed this week, and I would urge all of those with connections to, or even not, phone up your local Unite branch and ask them what can you do? How can we build a social movement, build the support much more broadly? Unite Hospitality have run a phenomenal campaign on this over the last few months, and I think it's credit to them that we have got as many councils, as many local authorities to sign up to the campaign already. But we still have work to do. So get involved with your Unite Hospitality branches, get involved with local campaigning, contact local councillors. If you live in an area that is represented by Green councillors, get in touch with them. I know Glasgow Greens would be only too happy for the motion that they passed to be shared with other Green councillors across the country to make sure that actually we can galvanise and add to the already excellent campaign that Unite Hospitality is running. I hope that covers both questions.
Absolutely, definitely does. So I've got another question, which is around the timeline and the kind of politics of this. So obviously this is at very early stages in terms of getting the paper out to consultation and so on, but ultimately this will go to the Scottish Parliament and will be voted on. Do you have a sense of what the response this is likely to be from the other political groups within the Scottish Parliament? I guess the SNP being quite key to this, but also Labour, the Lib Dems and the Tories as well.
Yeah, so because of the agreement, the cooperation agreement, the Bute House agreement that the Scottish Greens have with the Scottish Government, that relationship will be key. So my relationship with SNP government ministers is going to be one of the important relationships for me to develop, to have discussions with the Minister for Business and Enterprise. So I've already started those discussions, and I think there is a definite willingness to have, to see how we can make this work. I don't think there's going to be any political blocking to this happening. What like I said, the challenge I think we will have in Parliament is navigating that very fine line of devolved competence between employment law and licensing law. And that's what we need to get absolutely right, because I don't want us to be in a position where we get legislation that the Scottish Parliament passes, but then gets held up in legal wrangles with the UK government over competence. So I think there probably will be broad support. Maybe not all of the 5 parties in the Scottish Parliament will support this legislation. I doubt very much that Conservatives will see this as something that fits with their ideals. But I think I am confident that if we get the legislation right, it will get broad cross-party, maybe not all party, but certainly cross-party support.
So thank you so much for coming on to talk about this issue today. We haven't got any more questions about the specifics of your proposed bill for Lenox shift workers, but I do have a question on an entirely different topic that I wanted to put to you, if that's okay. I understand I asked you on to talk about that specifically, so if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But Finn White has asked about the motion that was passed at the last Scottish Green Conference in relation to suspending ties with the Green Party of England and Wales. So on the last show of Bright Green Live, we had Guy Ingerson on to talk about that motion and why that was proposed. But Finn has asked how you feel about the motion that was passed at the Scottish Green Party on suspending ties with the Green Party of England and Wales over transphobia.
So I supported the motion. I think it is really, really important that we tackle transphobia head on. I think in some ways in the Scottish Greens, we were lucky. We got the timing right. We managed to get our very, very clear position on this. You know, the Scottish Greens will not tolerate transphobia within the party. If a member is seen to be or acts in a transphobic way, we can expel them. And I think we passed that policy a few years ago now, and hats off to the proposers of that motion, because they obviously saw some of the really vindictive and hateful, bigoted, I don't want to call it debate, because I don't think you can debate rights in that way, but the nature of the discussion in Scotland and in the UK more generally is so divisive and so toxic right now. So I'm really glad that we took the decision when we did. In the same way as we would not tolerate racism, we wouldn't tolerate anti-Semitism, we wouldn't tolerate bigotry in any other form. Why we should tolerate it when it's targeted at trans people? It's so obvious and so clear to me. And I think the Green Party of England and Wales' failure to deal with transphobes within the party is damaging the Green movement, because we know that social justice and respect for equalities and rights are key principles of our movements, of our party's politics. And to say that we won't actually take action when people are acting in bigoted and hateful ways, I think that does damage to all of us. So yes, I supported the motion that Guy Ingerson took to our conference earlier this year. I really want to see clear action on that GPEW undertakes to make it clear that transphobia won't be tolerated within the party. You know, people shouldn't be given spokespeople platforms. They shouldn't be selected as candidates if they are spouting hate. And that's what transphobia is. It is hate against an already marginalized and already quite vulnerable group of people. We know that within the LGBTQIA plus community, trans people are more likely to think about and then attempt suicide. We know that they are also more likely to be on the brunt of abuse, whether that is violence in a home or family setting or out in public. And we also know that because we haven't, as a society, tackled the transphobic hate that is being spouted on so many different platforms, we're actually seeing a regression in other LGBTQIA progress that has been made over decades. We are seeing the same arguments that were mobilized against gay and lesbian people in the 80s and 90s being mobilized against trans people now. We are seeing an increase in bigoted violence against gay and lesbian people in Scotland and elsewhere in the UK because we haven't tackled this transphobic hate head on. We absolutely need to deal with this, and GPEW should be leading the way on this in England and Wales, just as the Scottish Greens have led the way in Scotland. And it's because we have that very, very clear position in the party, transphobia will not be tolerated, that we are able to take very, very strong stances on things like gender recognition reform, a bill that is currently going through the Scottish Parliament at the moment. So it is really, really important. And I think GPW needs to consider not only how its failure to act has impacted on trans people in England and Wales, but also how their failure to act has had an impact, a negative impact on the wider Green movement and the push for social justice. So yeah, I think, you know, I'm grateful to Guy for proposing the motion and actually getting us talking about this, because if we were talking about racism, if we were talking about any other kind of prejudice or bigotry, surely there would be no question. But because we're talking about trans people who, for some reason, some people don't see as credible, as worthy, as legitimate, I think, you know, we really do need to tackle this head on.
Your comments there have been met with a wave of agreement from the chat on YouTube. So
Great.
rest assured that Bright Green's audience very much supports that.
Super.
Finn White, who asked the question, has said, thank you, Maggie. Steve says, couldn't agree more. And this segues quite nicely, actually, because later on in the show, we're going to be speaking to Ria Patel, who's the Green Party's Equality and Diversity spokesperson, specifically about how the Green Party of England and Wales can tackle the issues of transphobia. But sorry for putting you on the spot on that. I know that wasn't
No,
what I
not at all.
invited you on.
Not at all. I mean, there's one other thing I would say on that, actually. I think one of the things that I think there were some concerns when Guy proposed his motion that we were somehow turning our backs on the trans community in England and Wales. That's absolutely not the case. You know, as an ally to the LGBTQIA+ community, I have and I will continue to reach out and support in whatever way I can and whatever way they tell me is appropriate to trans people in England and Wales. And I think actually the thing that I can do as an ally is stand up and say, no, we won't tolerate hate. We won't tolerate any form of bigotry in our political structures, in our party structures. And so I see my allyship as being something that transcends party membership, party allegiance, and also the structures that we have within our parties. So just to say to the trans community in England and Wales, you have very, very strong allies in Scotland, and we are rooting for better and fairer processes and systems within GPEW and within society more generally. We are trying to do what we can in Scotland, but we stand in solidarity with you in England and Wales too.
So our viewers, I'm sure, will be watching readily to see what the Green Party of England and Wales does next to properly tackle the issues of transphobia, and also will be watching keenly to see the progress of your proposed bill to get free transport for late night shift workers. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you today, Maggie. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me on. Take care and enjoy the rest of the show.
Cheers. Thank you so much, Maggie. I found that a fascinating conversation. I would love to hear what you thought about it in the chat. Please do let us know what you thought about the conversation we just had around transphobia in the Green Party of England and Wales and the Scottish Green Party's response to it, and also what you think you thought about the conversation we had about Maggie's proposed bill to provide free transport for late night shift workers. Finn White has a response, says, as a non-binary Green in England and Wales, I really appreciate your support for trans rights. There's a lot of love coming in for Maggie Chapman there on her comments with regards to transphobia in the Green Party of England and Wales and the Scottish Green Party's response to it. Please do let me know what you thought about it in the chat. And also, for those of you who are joining just recently, please hit that like button. It means that more people will see the stream in their feeds, and it means that more people will hear from our brilliant guests, of which we still have two to come. If you haven't already, please press like. We're on 18 likes right now. We're still slowly creeping up to that 50 number, that magic 50 number. Please hit like right now. It will help Bright Green out massively. It will give me a dopamine hit when I see the number go up, but also it will mean that more people get to see the interviews with our guests still to come. So still to come on today's show, we have two fantastic guests coming up very, very soon. So I said at the end of that conversation with Maggie that our final guest today is Ria Patel, who is a Green Party councillor in Croydon and also the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson on equality and diversity. They're a member of the LGBTIQA+ Greens committee, and we're going to be talking about how the Green Party can tackle this issue of transphobia within its own ranks that me and Maggie were just talking about just then. We also will soon be speaking to Natalie Bennett. Now, Natalie is a Green Party member of the House of Lords. She's a former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, and she needs no introduction in this space, but we'll be talking about the role of the Green Party in the House of Lords, what Natalie Bennett and Johnny Jones, the two Green peers, have achieved in their time in Westminster, and we'll be talking a little bit about why the Greens are even in the Lords in the first place, given that the party wants to abolish that chamber. So to make sure that you see all of our future videos and keep in the loop with everything we're doing on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you a penny, but it means that you won't miss out on anything we do. It means that every time we go live, you'll get a notification. And it means that when we put out interviews with a whole range of other people, you'll get it appearing in your feed and you won't miss out. Later this month, we have interviews with the Green Party's candidates, or potential candidate rather, for London Mayor, the people who want to stand in the 2024 London mayoral election. So we're going to have those interviews later this month. If you don't want to miss them, hit that subscribe button. You can, of course, follow Bright Green on all the socials, on the Twitters. We are at twitter.com/brightgrn. On the Facebooks, we're on facebook.com/brightgrn. On the Instagrams, we are at Bright Green Online. And on the Mastodons, we are at Bright Green on the UK server. If you can't find us on any of those, there's links down in the description, so you can click on those and follow us as you see fit. I would love to hear what you thought about all of our guests throughout the day, especially those of you who've been around all day. Any thoughts and comments on those, as well as suggestions for new guests on future shows. We will be next hosting Bright Green Live on January the 8th, and we have a stellar lineup already coming together for you of brilliant speakers and guests from across the British left. We have Niall Christie and Jen Bell from the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group talking about the work they're doing to link up the Green Party with trade unions. We have Ell Folan. We do not have Ell Folan next time. We had Ell Folan today. I'm reading the wrong bit of my script. I apologise. We have Jo Bird, who is a Green Party councillor in the Wirral, formerly a Labour Party councillor. She's going to be talking to us about why she joined the Green Party, the difference between being a Labour councillor and a Green Party councillor. We have John Bosco and Wobo from We Own It, talking about the campaign to end local NHS outsourcing off the back of a report which found that outsourcing in health services has led to a number of deaths. And we'll be speaking to Phelan McCafferty, the leader of Brighton Hove City Council, reflecting on 18 months with the Greens in administration in Brighton and Hove. All that and more on January the 8th. So put it in your diary now, set a reminder, make sure you don't miss out. And in the meantime, the other way you can make sure you don't miss out is to hit that subscribe button. Just going to do a little check, a little cheeky check, and see how many subscribers we are currently on. We are on 429. Which has gone up another couple. We're aiming for 450 by the end of the show. It's looking unlikely at this stage, but I believe in you and I believe that you can do it. The only way you can do it is to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, but also to share the stream so that more people see this video and more people are inspired to hit subscribe as well. So we've got about 90 minutes left of the show. We have those last two guests, Natalie Bennett and Ria Patel. There's 9 people watching. Hit that like button. Brilliant. Someone's just hit like. Thank you so much. That's given me that dopamine hit that I asked for. That is very much appreciated. Natalie Bennett is going to be joining us at 4:45. So I'm going to take a quick comfort break for 2 minutes, and then we're going to be back. And we're going to talk to Natalie, which is going to be incredibly exciting about her work in the House of Lords. So don't go away, stay tuned, and we'll be with you again very, very Oh, I hadn't realised I'd left my camera on throughout that break. Rather than putting my screen off. Let me know in the chat what you think, whether you prefer looking at my bookshelves when I run off for a quick break, or whether you prefer looking at my name. Those are currently your two options until we get a slightly more high-tech setup for these live streams. So I'm just going to read out a couple of your comments that have come through whilst I've been away. So Meg S. Foster says in the chat that they love that interview with Maggie Chapman and that it's really inspiring to hear about what the Scottish Greens are achieving. I couldn't agree more. The work that Maggie has been doing on late night shift workers and the campaign to get them free transport home is really, really inspiring and a example of what the sort of things that can be achieved when working in collaboration with campaigns and trade unions. Ben Samuel has popped in the chat a suggestion for when I interview the potential Green candidates for London Mayor. Ben said, if I have time, it'd be great to hear more from Zoe Garbutt, who is the only candidate yet to announce for the Green Party's mayoral candidacy, about the integration of health and social care in our NHS. I'm sure that's the sort of thing that I could ask Zoe and others. We will also be in the next episode of Bright Green Live speaking to John Bosco and Wobo about the campaign to get local NHS trusts to end outsourcing. One of the things I may well talk to John Bosco about is the integration of health and social care, specifically the health and care bill, which has led to the setup of integrated care systems and the changes in the NHS as a result of that, and particularly its impacts with regards to private involvement in the NHS. There's concerns particularly around the ability for private companies to have seats on NHS boards. So I'd love to speak to John Bosco about that on our next episode on January the 8th. We'll be joined by Natalie Bennett very, very soon for our penultimate interview of the day. We're going to be talking to Natalie Bennett about the role of the Greens in the House of Lords. I can see someone has just hit the like button. Thank you very much. We're now up to 20 likes, 30 still to go and 90 minutes left. So if you haven't already, please hit that like button. Helps Bright Green out massively. It means this video will appear in more people's feeds. Gives me a dopamine hit, which I know that you all want as well. You can also tweet on the hashtag Bright Green Live or post on the hashtag Bright Green Live on other social medias as well, and that will help get more people's eyeballs on the show. Please do share the show link and get more people seeing it. If you've enjoyed these interviews today, then other people will do too. So as I said, in about 7 minutes time, we're going to be joined by Natalie Bennett for our penultimate interview of the day. After Natalie, we're going to be joined by Ria Patel, who is the Green Party's Equality and Diversity spokesperson. We're going to be talking to Ria about the problem of transphobia within the Green Party and how we tackle it. So it trails nicely from that conversation that we had with Maggie a few minutes ago. If you are just joining us, you're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live. My name is Chris and I'm the editor of Bright Green. And throughout the last 6 hours of my life, I've been speaking to a range of amazing guests throughout the day. Just to give you a quick rundown so you can see what you can scroll back through, rewind through the video, the live stream, and see should you be so inclined. We start the day talking to Michael Chessum, the author of This Is Just the Beginning, which is a new book chronicling the left of British politics from the student movement through to the anti-austerity movement, through to the Corbyn years. It was a really interesting conversation. We spoke about a lot of the themes in his book and much more beyond. We then spoke to Ell Folan, the statistician behind Stats for Lefties and a Novara Media columnist, about the current state of the polls in the UK, about the prospects of the Greens winning another parliamentary seat at the next general election, as well as the chances that the Greens have in next year's local elections and in the London Assembly elections in 2024. Elle is always insightful and interesting, so please do rewind when you have a chance and watch that, or indeed you can wait until the video comes out on our YouTube channel in a few days' time. We then spoke to Paul Turner of the Abolish Eton campaign about the campaign to get private schools integrated into the state sector, and also about the Labour Party's policy on private schools, which is to charge VAT on private school fees and get rid of the tax exemptions that the private school sector currently has. We then spoke to Jack Lennox, the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on culture, sport and digital inclusion. We spoke about the World Cup. We spoke about the Green Party's vision for sport, particularly around the move towards fan ownership of clubs, and also whether we should abolish golf. So you can rewind and watch that if you want to. And just now, of course, we spoke to Maggie Chapman about her campaign to get free public transport for late night shift workers. Just looking in the chat, there's a couple of questions coming in for our guests. Steve C says that they enjoyed today again. Steve was a viewer last time as well. Very active in the chat. Thank you, Steve, and thank you for your kind words. It's great to have some recurring viewers across the episodes, and I hope more of you will join next time as well in January. I'm just going to check on the old socials, see if we've got anything coming in on there. And let's have a quick look. Apologies whilst I do a bit of admin. Brilliant. Please do keep your comments coming in on the chat and on the hashtag BrightGreenLive. It'd be lovely to get more of your comments, questions and thoughts. So in around 4 minutes time, I'm going to be joined by Natalie Bennett, the Green Party's member of one of the two Green Party members of the House of Lords. I can already see some questions coming in the chat for Natalie. Please do get more in. It's easier for me if they come in earlier so that I can line them up for our guests. I'd also love your thoughts on who we could get booked for future shows. Giving you a quick rundown of what we've got already planned for January. We have more guests in the pipeline, but I would love to hear your suggestions for people that you would like to hear from, who you'd like to put your questions to, who you'd like me to speak to on future episodes. I'm struggling to breathe today, so I am going to have to take a little hit on my inhaler. Apologies for that. We're all good. Air is now flowing freely. My lungs are in recovery. My windpipe is loose, and we are ready to start very shortly with the next of our interviews. If you haven't already, hit subscribe. You won't miss out on any of the future interviews or any of our future videos, or any time that we go live. You'll get a nice little notification which will remind you that we're live. Also, you can hit like, which will, of course, help us out massively. It means this stream will appear in more people's feeds. We'll get more people watching, and the public at large will see and hear from our guests. We have a comment from Ben Samuel in the chat who says there's only 2 more coffees to go. I think I might lay off the coffee a bit now. I have had 6 coffees today, which I think by all accounts is an excessive amount of coffee. But we'll see how I get on in the next hour and 15 minutes before we end the show. But yes, it has been a coffee-heavy day. So for those joining, I can see people coming into the stream now, ready for Natalie Bennett. So we will be speaking to Natalie Bennett in about 2 minutes' time. We will be speaking to her about the Green Party's role in the House of Lords. So Natalie sits in the House of Lords with one of the Green, Jenny Jones. We'll be talking about how the House of Lords works, what the Greens' role within it is, and why the Greens even are in the House of Lords. We'll also be looking at what the Greens would replace the House of Lords with if it were to be abolished, and a whole lot more. Please do get your questions for Natalie in the chat. I can see some are already coming in. I would love to have some more, so please do keep them coming in, and Natalie will be joining us very, very shortly. We'll obviously then close the show with Ria Patel talking about transphobia in the Green Party. As you're just joining, we are imminently going to be speaking to Natalie Bennett, the one of the 2 Green Party members of the House of Lords and a former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales. We're going to be talking about the House of Lords, how it operates, what the Greens' role within it is, why the Greens are even in there in the first place, and what the Greens would replace it with were it to be abolished. But we can also talk about lots of other things. Please get your questions in the chat or on the hashtag BrightGreenLive. and we can put them to Natalie. Don't think Natalie's yet in the call. I spoke too soon. Natalie has just joined, so I'm going to welcome Natalie in now. And as Natalie is entering the call, I will give her an introduction. So absolutely delighted now to be joined for our penultimate interview of the day by Natalie Bennett, who I'm sure for many of you is already a household name, needs no introduction. But if you are unfamiliar with Natalie, she is a former leader of the Green Party of England and Wales and one of the 2 Green members of the House of Lords. Natalie, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Thanks, Chris. You must be getting pretty tired. You've been working extremely hard today, so well done.
It's been a long day. We're nearly there. We're on the home straight, and I'm doing well, thank you. And yeah, as I say, a pleasure to be joined by you just now. So we're going to talk a little bit about the House of Lords and the Greens' role within it at the moment. But to kick us off, so the House of Lords has far less kind of public scrutiny than the House of Commons does. I wondered if you could talk our viewers through what the current role of the Lords is in our constitutional framework as it currently stands.
Well, to put it simply, the sort of one sentence answer to that is the House of Lords is supposed to be primarily a house of scrutiny. So the House of Commons is the predominant house. It is, as I very often hear, and people might have seen, actually, I might stick a link in the chat, a piece I wrote for Open Democracy, talking about how the House of Lords is the unelected house. And so whenever anything comes to the pinch point of a disagreement between the Commons and the Lords, people say, oh, well, they're the unelected house, so we can't do things. So we scrutinise legislation. Generally speaking, legislation starts in the Commons, comes to us, and we try to tidy up the mess that the Commons has left us with, essentially. That's not always the case. One of the interesting things that's happening at the moment, kind of accidentally, I think, is that we have 2 bills at the moment on Monday, both the energy bill, which people might have seen a lot of discussion around. Some NGOs are really promoting an amendment I've got down, which would say no new oil and gas in the UK. And also we have the genetic technology brackets precision breeding, which is nothing of the sort, that's my addition, bill, both of which have started in the House of Lords. So they haven't been to the Commons yet. So that means there's a bigger chance for us in the Lords to actually shape the bill. We're not changing what the Commons does, we're doing it from start. That's in the energy bill. The genetic technology bill has been in the Commons, and they basically did nothing to it and paid no serious attention to it. So we're now trying to clean it up. So there's the legislation stuff. There's also the fact that we do have the chance to really challenge the government and question the government. And that means you look a minister across the eye above the dispatch box and say, as I did, and I'm having a debate people might see on social media with Zach Goldsmith, who gave some pretty good answers to a question I had on Thursday about the place of Western mining companies and corruption in the place of in the Eastern Congo. So we've got to ask questions. We also have the chance to put down written questions, and I've put down written questions for many Green councillors around the country, campaigners around the country who were trying to pursue something. One I've just had, for example, was asking about the planning rules at the centre and what that means for installing battery storage, and that was prompted by a man who was trying to install battery storage and was very frustrated about how difficult he was finding the planning system. So we get to question and scrutinise the government and deal with legislation. So those are the sort of 2 main things. But the key thing is, you asked about the constitutional position, is that our position is secondary. All the debate about the House of Lords now, of course, the composition of the House of Lords is utterly indefensible. The 92 hereditaries who are there just because of an accident of birth, I sometimes say, it's because their great grandfather was good mates with William the Conqueror. That may not be 100% true, but it's not that far off. And 92 hereditaries, 15 bishops from the Church of England, and everyone else there mostly through purpose of patronage. So it's an indefensible system. It's a system that doesn't stand up. But as we saw, for example, with the policing bill that the Green Party played such a big role in campaigning on, the House of Lords beat the government 14 times in one day, a record, knocking out the most repressive parts of the policing bill. So I sometimes get, and I understand why people say this, well, we can't get rid of the House of Lords, even as dreadful as it is at the moment, because it's better than the Commons, and that's true. So the answer is really to fix both the Lords and the Commons together, which is where the Labour plans are falling down. Thanks.
So your comments there at the end leads me really nicely onto one of the questions that I wanted to put to you, around the House of Lords being fundamentally, well, not just undemocratic, but anti-democratic. And there's some people who would argue that, given the fact that it is anti-democratic by nature, and this is an argument that the Scottish Green Party makes, that the Greens shouldn't be taking seats in the House of Lords, and that actually, by virtue of doing that, you are fundamentally propping up an anti-democratic system. What's your response to that?
First thing I'd say is, of course, as Greens, we take part in first past the post elections in Westminster level, in local council elections. We don't believe in first past the post elections, but that's the current system we have, and we're stuck with it. But I think also, I mean, I feel personally an obligation. In 2015, when I was leader of the Green Party of England and Wales, 1.1 million people voted Green. That was more Greens than had voted, more people than had voted Green in every previous general election added together. Now, those people still only got one person, Caroline Lucas, to represent them in the House of Commons. Now, Caroline is absolutely magnificent and like 10 MPs, but actually a real number of that would have been 26 MPs in 2015 based on the vote. And so, actually the reason why I am in the House of Lords is we were offered the seat, the Green Party was offered the seat, and I was democratically chosen by the Green Party to be that person, because of the Prime Ministers don't have to give explanations for this, but so far as we can judge, at least a significant part of the reason why Theresa May offered us the extra seat was because the Lord Speaker's Commission, an independent commission, had said, based on all the votes the Greens had got, for the House to be more representative, there should be more Greens in it. So, in a way, we are indirectly elected. We don't believe in the current system, but what this does is it gives us the opportunity to represent all of those people who are voting Green and not getting representation any other way. So, I mean, when I was elected, I told the Yorkshire Post that it utterly remains my position that my aim is to abolish my own position as fast as possible. And the first bill that I actually tabled after my maiden speech was I trotted up to the bill office holding my copy of the House of Lords Elections and Other Reforms Bill. And that would have created an elected House of Lords. So, we've been doing that, and Jenny Jones had tabled that basically similar bill, essentially the same bill before me. So the Greens have been doing this for many years, but we are representing all those people who are voting Green and aren't getting represented any other way. I understand entirely why the Scots position is where it is, but that of course doesn't stop me being able to, as I've been able to with some considerable impact recently, be the only person speaking up for Scotland's right for self-determination in the House of Lords, because the SNP doesn't take seats. They're not able to be there to actually challenge the government and get some really quite awful, crappy answers from the government. So, I think I understand the Scottish Greens position. I'm not going to argue with it. I just think it's a case of many of us, we're trying to get to making the UK a democracy, trying to get to Scottish independence, trying to get to self-determination. There's just, people see different routes of getting to the same place. And I will just mention too, I just dropped in the chat, I'm assuming everyone who's watching or listening to this can see it. I dropped into the chat the piece I wrote for Open Democracy, just talking about some of the problems with the unelected House of Lords, why it's ineffective, and that might be useful, interesting to some people.
Yeah, so I took the link that you popped in the Zoom chat, which is just between the two of us, into the YouTube chat, so everyone has got access to that. So you've been in the House of Lords for a few years now, and Jenny Jones, the other Green Party peer, has been in the House of Lords for slightly longer. I think, was it 2013, 2014 that she first went in?
Jenny's 8 or 9 years. I'm 3 years.
Okay, yeah. That's obviously quite a long time to have been in the upper chamber. What are the big achievements that you can point to that yourself and Jenny have had? I'm thinking potentially quite recently, but also throughout that period in the House of Lords.
Well, I think one is ideally you'd have Jenny talking about this, but since you've got me, I'll talk about it, which is the Clean Air Bill, or Clean Air brackets Human Rights Bill. And that's the first time that a Green bill has actually passed through our House of Parliament. This is something that an issue that Jenny's been working on for many, many years over air pollution. And particularly, literally the right to life. We'll be talking about the most basic human rights. And that's been working with the campaigner, with the campaign group Clean Air for London, and the wonderful campaigner Rosamund Kisidezu, who, of course, many people will know that her daughter Ella very sadly was the first case in which a coroner has concluded that air pollution caused Ella's death. And so this is a bill that says clean air, breathable air, air that doesn't make you sick, air that doesn't kill you, is a human right. And it sets out targets and progress towards that. And it's been through all of its stages. Jenny got the first slot in the private members bill for the House of Lords in the ballot. She's marshalled it right through with the support of campaigners right through all the stages of the House of Lords. It's now going down to the Commons, and Caroline Lucas is picking it up down in the Commons. It's not very often that private members' bills actually become law, but this is one that's just very, very hard for people to argue against, very, very hard for people not to see the case of that. So, that is, again, a real sign of Greens making progress, Greens achieving new things. In terms of what I can point to, I also had the first ever contested vote in the House of Lords put by the Greens that we won in the Environment Bill. And that was in the Environment Bill, now the Environment Act, set targets for air and water that the government but legally was supposed to produce by the 31st of October. Actually, it still hasn't produced them, but I'll park that one to the side for the moment. But there was air and water, and I looked at that and thought the logical other alternative to that, the alternative thing to make this complete was to have a target for soil health, soil quality. And I put down that little modest amendment. I got backing from all sides of the House, from people like Lord Deben, the Tory chair of the Committee on Climate Change, from the Duke of Wellington, which always does my head in, from Earl of Caithness, who's a Tory. Lots of people from all sides of the House backed it, and for the first time ever, a Green vote, we actually defeated the government. So we're able to be in there as Greens. We don't often win, but what we also are able to do is put issues on the agenda. And this is one of the things why the House of Lords is so useful, that I think campaign groups and NGOs are really just starting to recognise, is that in the Commons, for the government to have to respond to an amendment, to actually have a debate, Caroline has to get backing from other parties, Caroline Lucas, when she puts down an amendment, because the Commons only debates amendments that the Speaker selects. But in the House of Lords, the government has to respond to every amendment that's tabled. You don't need a seconder, you don't need someone from another party. You just put down amendments, and so you can get things on the agenda. So I was really pleased also in the Environment Bill to get a debate to put down an amendment saying the government will back the creation of the international offence of ecocide. And interestingly, Zach Goldsmith more or less said, well, he'd like to back this, but the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office won't let him. And we really got a real debate about ecocide in Parliament, and the campaigners were very excited about that, because it was just after they'd done a lot of work developing a new international definition of ecocide. And this was the first debate on that in any parliament anywhere in the world. And so by being there, I was able to initiate that debate and get Labour and Lib Dem and everyone responding to that and debating it. So sometimes you do make some progress. And what happened with the soil amendment was, people might know how these things work, is it went back to the Commons and they knocked it out. But the government, to get it knocked out, made some concessions and said they were going to do other things on soils. So it's kind of like, it's a classical political thing. You make 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And that's often what working in Parliament means. Thanks.
So I've got one final question for you before I go to some questions from the chat. Anyone watching, please do get questions in the chat so that I can get them to Natalie. We've got a few minutes left. But we talked earlier about abolition of the House of Lords, and you talked about the fact that the first bill that you proposed was one that would have seen the House of Lords abolished. What would you like to see the House of Lords replaced with?
Well, obviously, I want to see a fully elected House of Lords. That's the democratic principle. Obviously, it should be elected through a proportional system whereby there's equal representation. Everyone's votes counts, so that the composition of the House, as Make Votes Matter says, so seats match votes. That's the obvious way to do it. One of the issues that raises is that what happens is, how do you decide the balance between the two houses? And where the Labor plan falls down, and if you actually look at the Labor plan, there's pages and pages where they try to explain how with their elected House of Lords is still going to remain less powerful than the Commons. But that's not going to work whenever you have a first-past-the-post elected Commons. If you have a proportional representation elected Lords, then they're going to have more democratic legitimacy than the Commons does. So if you just reform the Lords without dealing with the Commons, then you're immediately going to have the most enormous constitutional crisis. Now, one of the things that is worth saying is, in terms of the Labor plan, is that they don't actually say fully elected. They say it must have electoral legitimacy. And they say they're going to consult on what that might look like. Now, one of the things that concerns me greatly is that what they might try to say is, oh, we're going to take all these elected mayors elected through an entirely unrepresentative, undemocratic first-past-the-post system. And in a case where you actually elect one person, to represent the whole of Greater Manchester, which is, the Greens have long said, is a nonsense. We would want a parliament, an assembly, we would want groups of people and a parliamentary system to represent each region. But if you just take the elected mayors and claim that's electoral legitimacy, then it just doesn't really add up at all. So what we want is a fully elected House of Lords through a PR system. How do you make sure it doesn't end up looking like the Commons? Well, I think one of the things is we really shouldn't underestimate the sense and the capacity of voters to understand systems particularly when those systems actually work. So, for example, in Australia, the Senate, the upper house, is elected by a proportional system on a state basis, and they've got alternative vote, a majoritarian system in the lower house. And many, many people in Australia vote differently in the upper house to the lower house. So one of the things that the Green plan that bill sets out aims to do is to really encourage the crossbenchers, the non-party people, former High Court judges, people like John Bird, founder of The Big Issue, Deborah Bull, the famous former ballet dancer, who are real ornaments to the House and real additions to the House, to encourage them to stand as a list, as a non-party list. And I think particularly starting from the position of being in the House, I think people would vote for a significant number of those people. And that would then, get you a different composition. Also, the suggestion is that you can only be elected to one term in the House of Lords, a 10-year term, and you can't then go to the Commons. So it doesn't become a place where you can set up a political career. It becomes a place where you do that for a while and then go off and do something else or go off and retire or whatever. And so you do want to have a fully elected democratic House, but you need to structure it in different ways so it doesn't become just an echo of the Commons, because that obviously wouldn't give you that sort of scrutiny that you actually need. Thanks.
So I'm going to, if it's okay with you, if you've still got time, take just 2 questions from the chat on completely different topics, because there's a whole range of different things that have come in. But I know you're always very willing and able to take on questions on basically anything at any given time. So Steve C has asked in the YouTube chat, how does Natalie think Greens can get seen more in the mainstream? As we know, invites and TV are rare, and with limited funds, campaigns are also limited. It's clear that Green ideas need more airtime, so how can the Greens do that?
Well, I think sometimes I think we've got to be perhaps a little bit braver, a little bit more outspoken. I noticed with interest the Sandrine Rousseau, a Green Party ecofeminist in France. There's an article about her in the New York Times today, talking about how by saying outspoken things, she's really shifting the political debate in France and getting it away from the far right agenda. We're used to the far right saying radical far out things. We've got a difficult balance to strike in that our voters want us to talk sensibly. We are talking common sense politics. In fact, little sneak preview of something you might find out about more in the next week or so. I'm hoping to have in the next year or so published a book that will be called Common Sense Politics, and that's a little sneak preview that hasn't been out anywhere yet, and I can't quite talk about it in full yet. But more news soon. Watch my social media space. But we have the common sense, and we don't want to just get out there and do like the far right says no evidence stuff. But I think it's really hard. One of the things that I say that many people will regard as radical and gets a huge reaction on social media is saying that we should abolish Ofsted. I do a lot of work on how schools have been forced to become exam factories. I'm extremely proud of the Green Party's policies, which are utterly unlike Labour Party policies in terms of education, and which are absolutely evidence-based and in the British context looked like very radical policies. But it's actually really hard to get the media to actually listen to us on education. And in fact, in the 2015 election, I happen to know, because being a former Guardian journalist, I have certain sources on these things, that at one stage there was actually a whole page article on green education policy that was at 6 p.m. in the evening, was sitting on the page of the Guardian, and orders came down from on high and it was pulled. So it's really hard to get heard on things other than classic wind turbines and garbage dumps and all those sorts of things. But what we've got to do is keep trying. And one of the things I think we're increasingly being heard on is universal basic income, which again, many people see as a radical policy, and we're the only people really talking about that. And so it's a matter for us of digging away. But I also want to be really positive and focus on the fact that the mainstream media, quote unquote, is becoming less and less important every day. Social media, I'm one of the few members of the House of Lords, indeed one of the few Greens with a TikTok account. I'm rather proud of that one. It's still a work in progress, but it is a work in progress, and I've made a resolution which I haven't managed to live up to yet, but trying to post one thing a day on it. Not getting there yet, but I'm working on it. Figures show that young people, the majority of them get their news from TikTok. That's so, and no one is stopping us being on TikTok. No one is stopping us being on Instagram. What we've all got to do, and this is a message particularly for Greens out in local areas. I fully understand the argument, and I know that we need to win council seats by on the ground campaigning, by delivering leaflets, etc. But that doesn't mean you can't really make an impact. And really be seen, be visible, and to raise issues that people might naturally come to us with a TikTok video or an nice Instagram graphic or whatever. So we need to keep banging away at the mainstream media, but acknowledge that they're less and less important all the time, and there are other vehicles available to us and we can use them. And generally speaking, they need very little money and not a lot of resources to make them happen. So let's get it out there and get the message out. And, everyone watching, tweet something about abolishing Ofsted in the next week.
So your TikTok account, you're right, you're one of the few Greens to have a TikTok account. For people who don't know, Bright Green does a monthly rundown of the Greens with the most social media followers, and you can find links to Natalie's TikTok and any other Greens that have TikTok on there as well. I just have one final question for you, if it's okay, Natalie, and it came up in a conversation that I had with Maggie Chapman just before this, and it's the subject of the conversation I'm going to be having with Ria Patel following this, and it's about the issue of transphobia. And the question came in from Finn White, wanting to know what your view is on the question of transphobia within the Green Party.
I think, I'm always very proud to stand up for the Green Party policy that trans women are women, trans men are men, and non-binary identities exist and are absolutely valid. I will always stand up for that when I think it needs to be said. One of the things people might sometimes see, if you look at me sitting in the chamber in the House, what we mostly hear is transphobic messages from very far-right voices in the House. And I often sit there thinking, should I react to that? And very often I choose not to react to it, because actually by reacting to them, you're giving them some kind of legitimacy. You get the same thing with there are certain members of the House who get up and say, well, you know, what went wrong was not having wives subservient to their husbands. And I did once, one of those people really got under my skin, and I had to go back at them. And I realized afterwards that I'd only had 4 minutes, and I spent my whole time reacting to him saying something that was just, you know, ridiculous and stupid. It didn't serve to be reacted to. So I think it's really, you know, it's a case of standing out there, knowing what you stand for, being prepared to say it whenever it's the right thing to actually say, to make sure that you're getting your message out and not amplifying the other side. And that's a tricky balance to strike. And I think that, you know, we have to acknowledge within the Green Party that we are part of society. I mean, when I first joined the Green Party, this will probably horrify and rather surprise lots of people. I joined the Green Party in 2006. And the first conference or two I went to, the vast majority of the chairs were male. And no one even thought about it or tried to balance it up or thought anything about it. And so I actually ended up chairing, it was 2008, I chaired my first Green Party conference session, because I'd been going around making a fuss about the fact that we should have gender balance in our chairs. And so, of course, what happens when one makes that point is someone says, well, will you chair? And I must admit that I wasn't really terribly well equipped to chair at that point, but I learnt on the job and went there. So I think it's a case of, we're part of society, we reflect society, we have to make conscious decisions of where we don't want to reflect the way society is. And, you know, there is significant transphobia in society. We need to collectively make the decision that we don't want to accept that in the Green Party, but to also acknowledge that there are some people perhaps, you know, and there is a group of people who just simply are unaware of these issues and don't really know about them and don't engage with them. And so I think we have to make the difference between people who are deliberately choosing to be on that side and people who are simply ignorant and need to be informed about it. And I think, you know, transphobia is absolutely unacceptable. Ignorance shouldn't exist, but we can deal with the ignorance and inform people and make sure people understand the actual situation. And, you know, the final thing I'd say is that I think there is in society generally, you know, a huge witch hunt against trans and non-binary people. You know, that witch hunt is exactly the right word. The kind of fuss that is made about people going into certain toilets, about what happens in prisons. And I mean, it's, you know, the prison argument is really interesting. I was actually in a debate in the it was the police crime and sentencing bill. And what was interesting is we actually had the Tory minister saying prisons now make decisions about where to place each individual prisoner on the basis of a risk assessment for any prisoner of whatever their identity or anything. You know, the officials look at a prisoner, see where they'll be safe, see where they won't be a risk to other people, put them in the right place. And that's right. And, you know, actually that's what happens in prisons, and fighting some of the disinformation is really absolutely crucial. And there's a huge amount of disinformation out there, and there's a huge witch hunt out there, and that really needs to be tackled.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Natalie, and for taking on a couple of questions outside of what I brought you in on. Before
no
you
worries.
run off,
Can I just do one final thing, which is to advertise at 7 o'clock for anyone who hasn't had enough Zoom already. I'm joining the Jewish Greens and the Green Trade Union group with campaigners from Tibet and Uyghurs talking about human rights and China. And then at 9 o'clock, I'm with Global Greens talking about soils in the context of COP15. So anyone who hasn't had enough Zoom, you know, I'll be back on the Zoom trail later this evening. And if you're interested in those, please do think about joining me. Thanks very much.
I was going to do the plug for you, but you've done it yourself. So perfect. Please do join those events. They're after Bright Green Live finishes, so you can get some dinner at 6 o'clock and then tune into the Jewish Greens and Green Party Trade Union group meeting at 7. So thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure as always, Natalie.
Thanks very much. Thanks for inviting me, and have a good rest of the day. And I hope you have a nice, peaceful evening, Chris. And I won't expect to see you at either of those.
Thanks so much, Natalie. And thank you to everyone who has been watching and for all the comments that have come in on the chat already. I'll just go to a few of those because I think they're really interesting. So Finn White says, thank you, Natalie, for your answer and your support for trans and non-binary people. Pete Sudbury, maybe that's the same Pete Sudbury that's a fellow Oxfordshire councillor. Maybe it isn't. But if it is, hi, Pete. But Pete says abolishing Ofsted and introducing an evidence-based education policy would be a giant step forwards in response to Natalie's comments on that. Peter Barnett says there's no point in asking any really challenging questions here as they won't be posed. I'm very sorry you feel that way, Peter. I don't believe you've asked any questions today, challenging or otherwise, but I would, of course, be willing to pose challenging questions. And I think, indeed, I have done to a number of our guests today. I don't think Michael Chessum at the start of the day, for example, would have thought the questions that I posed to him weren't challenging. But sorry very much that you feel that way. I will do my best to pose challenging questions, whether they are from myself or from the chat. Now, I think there might have been a couple of issues with the audio and video being a bit out of sync with Natalie's interview there. I apologise if that was the case, or whether that was just on my end, I don't know. But just to reassure people, when I go through the whole of the show and clip the videos down, interviews down to individual videos, I'll sort out any audio syncing issues so that it's a smooth viewing experience for all involved. We've got 10 people watching. Thank you so much for sticking it out till the end of the show. We've got one guest left very shortly. For those of you watching, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. It means that this video will appear in more people's feeds. More people will get to see the interviews that we've had with all of our amazing guests, including Natalie just now throughout the day. I can see 23 people have clicked like already. Let's get a couple more on there. And also, if you've enjoyed these interviews today and this stream, hit subscribe. It means that every time we go live, you'll get a little notification to remind you that we're live. And also means that you won't miss out on any of the other videos and interviews that we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. So we've just spoken to Natalie Bennett, our penultimate guest today. Our final guest today is Ria Patel. And we're going to be picking up that conversation that we've just had at the end there with Natalie about transphobia. We also had a brief conversation with Maggie Chapman about it too. Ria Patel is the Green Party of England and Wales's spokesperson on equality and diversity. We're going to be discussing the scale of the issue of transphobia within the Green Party, but also how we tackle it and how we start to address issues of transphobia. Please do share the live stream on your social media accounts, on the Twitters, on Facebooks, and elsewhere, and also tweet along on the hashtag #BrightGreenLive. I would love to get some questions lined up for Ria, so please do pop them in the chat and we can get Ria to answer some of your questions. I'd also really love some feedback on the show so far. Which guests you've enjoyed, which guests have you found engaging, inspiring, what you've learned, what's made you think differently, and also any suggestions for future guests on the show. That would be absolutely brilliant. We have already shows lined up for January and February with some guests booked. It'd be great to get more guests lined up, and it'd be lovely to hear who you would like to see. Now, I've been at this for 7 hours so far today, which is quite a long day. But it's been really enjoyable and I love doing this show. It is always really, it's exciting to see all the comments coming through in the chat, the questions you put to the guests, to have conversation with such brilliant and inspiring people. It's amazing to be a part of, and it's a real privilege and an honor to do that. Unfortunately, we can't do this without your help. Bright Green doesn't have the backing of billionaires or big business. We rely solely on the kind and generous donations of people like you. So if you've enjoyed this show, if you want to see it running along into the future, please do head to bright-green.org/donate and set up a regular donation, which means that we can continue running this show long into the future and also continue with all the other outputs that Bright Green has, from the articles on our website to other videos and interviews on our YouTube channel. We can only do what we do with your help. If you missed that link when I said it, it's down below in the description and you can click on it there and set up a regular donation. Or if you can't afford a regular donation, just a one-off donation also makes a massive, massive difference. Our payments and donations are processed through PayPal, but you don't need a PayPal account to make a one-off donation, just in case you get put off at that stage. Thank you to whoever it was who just pressed like. We're now at the 24. Thank you so much. For that helps us hugely. We, of course, are on social media, on the Twitters, at twitter.com/brightgreen or at brightgreen. Sorry, that's incorrect. absolutely incorrect. Ignore that. We are at BrightGRN on Twitter. We are facebook.com/BrightGRN on Facebooks. We are at Bright Green Online on Instagram. And we are Bright Green on the UK server on Mastodon. All those links, of course, are in the chat down below. We've got some questions coming in for Ria in the chat. Thank you so much. Please do keep them coming for when Ria joins. I'll try and get as many of them put to Ria as possible. In the meantime, just to let you know and remind you that our next show is going to be on January the 8th. So that's the next episode of Bright Green Live, episode 3. We already have some amazing guests lined up for that show. Amongst those we currently have booked are Niall Christie and Jen Bell, the two co-conveners of the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group. They're going to be talking to us about the work they're doing to link up the Scottish Green Party with the trade union movement, and also to ensure the Scottish Greens maintain a pro-worker set of policies. We're speaking to Jo Bird, the Green Party councillor from the Wirral. She's a former Labour councillor. We're going to be talking to her about why she decided to join the Green Party and the difference between being a Green Party councillor and a Labour Party councillor. John Bosco and Wobo from the anti-privatisation group We Own It will be joining us. He'll be talking to us about the campaign to get local NHS trusts to end outsourcing, and also the wider campaign to end the privatisation of our health service. And finally, we'll have Phelan McCafferty, the leader of Brighton Hove City Council, talking about 18 months of the Greens being in charge in that council. So we've got those 5 guests booked already for January the 8th. Put that in your diary now, January the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We'll have a whole host of more guests. We're hopefully going to have guests from the PCS union, the union that represents civil servants, talking about their industrial disputes that are ongoing at the moment, from the University and Colleges Union as well, talking about their disputes in higher education. So that's on January the 8th. Make sure you don't miss out on that. So we have 9 minutes until we're going to be joined by Ria Patel, the Green Party's Equality and Diversity spokesperson. I can already see there are some brilliant comments and questions coming in the chat. Hopefully I will be able to put as many of those to Ria as possible. Please do keep them coming. And of course, if you're just joining us right now, you're watching episode 2 of Bright Green Live. We are hurtling towards the end of the show. We have just 40 minutes left. And our final guest is Ria Patel, who will be joining us in about 8 minutes' time. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. I'm begging you to hit that like button. We really need to get more people liking it, because it'll appear in more people's feeds and more people will see the interviews with our brilliant guests. Thank you so much to Steve C, Ben Samuel, Finn White and Meg S Foster for the questions that you have put in the chat so far. I'll try and put as many of those to Ria as possible. Special shout out to all 4 of you, actually, because you are both people who joined us on the last live stream. So it's great to have you back again. But also you are my lovely little chat buddies who are keeping me company in the chat. You've been around a long time on this stream too. You're engaging. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so, so much. We will be getting started with the interview with Ria in just 7 minutes time, sorry. I am really sorry. I'm going to take another quick break. Sitting here for a long time can be quite draining. I'm going to do what I did last time, which is to leave the bookshelves on rather than my name. And I hope, let me know what you think. Do you prefer, when I go for a break, having the bookshelves or just my name pop up? Let me know in the chat. I'll be back in just 2 or 3 minutes. Oh, welcome back. We are coming to the conclusion of episode 2 of Bright Green Live. There is a wonderful suggestion in the chat from Enroll 4200 that I should get a cat to entertain viewers during the breaks. I couldn't agree more. I want nothing more under the sun than a cat. I am fundamentally a cat person. I think dog people are essentially Satan incarnate, and I would love to have a cat to entertain you during the break. Sadly, I live in private rented accommodation, and in my contract, I'm not allowed to have pets. I also think I'm not responsible enough to keep a cat alive. So that is currently off the cards, but I would love to have one. So thank you for joining us. Those of you who are just joining us now, we are coming to our final interview of the day on episode 2 of Bright Green Live. We are going to be joined by Ria Patel very, very shortly. Ria is the Green Party of England and Wales spokesperson on equality and diversity. We're going to be talking about transphobia in the Green Party and how we tackle it. Something tragic just happened, which is 2 people just dropped off the stream at the same time. I hope they weren't dog people that felt unbelievably insulted by me saying that they are Satan incarnate. But nonetheless, if they are dog people, they're not welcome. Only joking, of course. So Ria's going to be joining us in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. If you haven't already, hit that like button to help more people see the stream. I can see there's a bunch of questions already lined up in the YouTube chat, which I'll hopefully be able to put a few of those to Ria, as many as possible, when they join us in the next couple of minutes. But please do keep your questions and comments coming in the chat for Ria, and we will hopefully be able to speak to Ria about as many of them as we can. I would also love to hear, in advance of this conversation with Ria, we today have had 2 conversations about this specific issue of transphobia in the Green Party. One of them at the tail end of that conversation just now with Natalie Bennett, and the other one prior to that at the tail end of the interview that we did with the Scottish Green Party MSP, Maggie Chapman. I would be really interested in your thoughts and responses to that. I mean, they both gave pretty strong responses to the questions that you put to them, and but nonetheless they gave slightly different responses. I would love to get your take on those responses in advance of the conversation we're having with Ria as well, so please do pop your thoughts in the chat on that. And just a reminder that if you haven't already, you can hit the subscribe button, which means that every time we go live on the second Sunday of every month, you'll get a notification reminding you that we're live. It also means you won't miss out on all the other videos that we're putting out in the coming weeks and months. And of course, you can always find all of our articles on our website at bright-green.org. And if you aren't already, you can subscribe to our weekly newsletter, which goes out every Sunday, giving you the latest of everything from Bright Green, including the articles that we published that week, any videos that we put out on our YouTube channel, and a rundown of the most read and most watched things that we have put out that week. Also with other bits of intrigue and interest of what Bright Green is doing. We're not going to bombard your inbox, don't worry, but in the chat is a link to sign up. Thank you to those people who are trickling in now to watch the final interview of episode 2 of Bright Green Live, which is with Ria Patel, the Green Party of England and Wales is equality and diversity spokesperson. We're going to be talking about transphobia in the Green Party, and I can see that Ria is just in the call now, so I will let them in very shortly. Before I do that, Finn White is just commented in the chat saying, I think both Maggie and Natalie gave good responses to the transphobia question. I think the Green Party needs more people like them if we are to progress on trans rights. Thank you for that, Finn. That is a perfect segue to our next interview with Ria. So Ria Patel is just entering the Zoom call now, and as Ria connects to the call, I just wanted to do a brief introduction so that you all know what's going to be happening. So we're incredibly lucky to be joined by Ria Patel on our final interview of the day. Ria is a Green Party councillor in Croydon and is also the Green Party of England and Wales' spokesperson on equality and diversity. We're going to be talking about transphobia throughout the next 15 to 20 minutes. But before we do that, just wanted to say a massive welcome to Ria, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me on. I feel privileged to be here.
Great stuff. So we've got loads of questions already lined up in the chat for you. But before we do that, I've got a few questions of my own, just to kind of set some of the context for the discussion. So on the last episode of Bright Green Live, we talked to Guy Ingerson about the Scottish Green Party's position on the Green Party, the transphobia in the Green Party of England and Wales. In the last two interviews I've done on this show with Maggie Chapman and with Natalie Bennett, this question of transphobia came up in the chat as something people wanted answers on. I wonder if you could talk us through how big of an issue you think transphobia in the Green Party is.
Yeah, so I think that honestly, the majority of members probably haven't heard the issues that have been ongoing. I think that we have really strong policies on trans issues and queer issues more broadly, but it is an issue because it is affecting queer people. I won't deny that transphobia isn't an issue within the party. I think that there is a smaller number of people who have those views, but they're quite a loud vocal minority. But as I was saying, it is an issue because it is affecting the kind of well-being of trans people within the party, but also kind of the perspective of the party outside. So on social media, also on the doorstep, rarely, but sometimes it comes up. And I've spoken to some people, both in kind of Scotland where it's come up because of England and Wales, but also within England and Wales. So overall, a smaller issue, but definitely affecting individuals.
So one of the recent developments around this has been that the Scottish Green Party voted to suspend its ties to the Green Party of England and Wales over allegations of transphobia. How did you feel when you heard the news that they'd voted that way?
Yeah, so I was aware that this vote was going to happen. I'd been having conversations with the Rainbow Greens about it prior to it happening. And honestly, I just felt really sad. I'm a member of the Scottish Greens, as well as England and Wales. And so it was quite sad to see that kind of the ties being suspended. And I think, though I think although I was sad, I understand why they've done it. And I understand why they did decide to vote to suspend their ties, because it was becoming an issue for the Scottish Greens, because the way that the Green Party of England and Wales was being perceived was impacting upon the Scottish Greens' perception, because although we're not kind of exactly the same party, there's definitely mirrors between the two in terms of policies. I think a lot of members would have felt quite sad. And I think even Scottish members rightfully kind of felt angry and upset about it as well. And some of them would be members of the Green Party of England and Wales. And so there's still that relationship there, but it's sad to see the ties being suspended. And hopefully, if the situation does improve, we can reignite that relationship again. And it's not to say that the conversations aren't going to happen between the two different parties, and work can't still kind of go on, I guess.
So you said there about the potential for the situation to change in the Green Party. What do you think needs to happen within the Green Party to start to tackle the issue of transphobia?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I won't deny that it's a big issue, and so it will need a kind of a wide range of solutions. It's not going to be kind of a one-size-fits-all type of solution to the situation. So I will talk through a few things I think that are ongoing. So, for example, LGBTIQA plus Greens is putting together some guidance on queerphobia to be presented to GPRC, which is the Green Party Regional Council, to adopt by a kind of a framework that was passed, I think, a year back now, at conference. And so this would be guidance as to what queerphobia is, but also the kind of the subsections within queerphobia. So homophobia, lesbophobia, things like transphobia, all of these different things, kind of just to be explained and give some examples as to what this might look like, because I think it's important to have guidance to be able to identify these types of situations, and also for people to reflect on their own behaviour, really. Another thing that's LGBTI plus Greens have introduced over the last year is inclusion workshops for local and regional parties. And so these have been actually really popular, I think, for the people who have attended them, and I've got some good feedback from that, and that's something I'll be continuing to do in terms of my role now as Liberation Officer for the Green and for the LGBTI+ Greens. And so we visited lots of different local parties across England, and hopefully we'll be reaching out to Wales too soon. But it's kind of a space for people to kind of have a bit more of a discussion around these issues, because it can be quite challenging to understand quite complex dialogues and have discussions with queer people themselves if you don't know anyone that is queer and if you don't know anyone that is trans. And so it's not just specifically focusing on trans rights or transphobia, it's kind of more of a holistic workshop on queer issues generally, how a bit of history, a bit of terminology, and then a bit on trans rights and transphobia, and then a section for Q&A. And so people can really get that type of that space that's a safer space and closed environment, so it's not being recorded and things like that, to be able to ask questions that maybe they might be a bit more afraid to ask in a public space. I also think another thing that could be kind of improved is the disciplinary process and the complaint system more generally, and that's just not just for queer rights or transphobia, but the process itself, I think, needs to be developed and improved for all sorts of issues, and maybe taking a more victim-centered approach might aid that. And finally, I'd just say engaging with global Green parties and also the European Greens. So, for example, we've been engaging as LGBTI+ Greens with the Gender and Queer Network, I think that's the name of it, within the European Green Party, who are hoping to bring together lots of different voices from across Europe in terms of queer rights and women's rights, and tackling issues around both of them collaboratively, and learning from each other's experiences is quite important when doing that, so that we don't make the same mistakes across Europe.
So there are some brilliant questions that have come in through the chat. So I want to try and squeeze in as many of them as possible because there are some great ones. I'm going to merge two questions together because they're on a similar topic. So Steve C has said that most of the candidates for leader of the Green Party in the last leadership election were asked about how they would deal with transphobia in the party. But Steve says that apologies, losing my voice after this long day. Steve says that this appears to have gone quite quiet recently, at least publicly, and asks how can we get the leadership to take the issue of transphobia on head on. And similarly, Finn White has asked what you think that the Green Party leadership could be doing better on transphobia.
Okay, yeah. So I think that we had several candidates saying like that they would like to stand up for trans rights and would champion this going forward. And I wouldn't say that that hasn't happened within the leadership team. They've definitely been pulling a lot of weight behind the scenes. And I think that they have been engaging and doing things like they had an open discussion with LGBTI+ Greens members. They've had conversations with myself and Seb, who were former co-chairs of LGBTI+ Greens. So behind the scenes, things are going and kind of slowly, but they are very open to receiving kind of suggestions and criticism as well. But I do think that publicly, potentially, it's just a challenging role to be a leader, but maybe we need a bit more leadership in terms of a bit more constant reassurance in that things are getting done, and we are focused, and that trans rights is a priority, really. I'm not the person to kind of dictate what they should and shouldn't be doing. I think that they should definitely maybe reach out again. I know they reached out to all of the liberation groups originally when they were first elected as the co-leaders, and with Amelia Womack as well, who was the previous deputy leader. They had discussions with all of the liberation groups, or at least the offer was there. But maybe now that some of the liberation groups have had their AGMs and had a handover, it might be worth reaching out again to all of them to see to give an update as to what's happened, not just on trans rights, but liberation issues across the board. To give an update on what's happened and kind of next steps going forward and what else we need to do moving onwards. I think also one thing that's been a challenge is fighting, and one thing that LGBT plus Greens of colour. A lot of the liberation groups has been suggesting is having a paid person that is there to do kind of as an admin assistant for all of the liberation groups and do some of that groundwork behind the scenes, because it is a lot of work. People underestimate how much work it is that goes into running the liberation groups. And if we had some administrative support, I think we'd be able to achieve a lot more across all of the liberation groups, to be perfectly honest. I know that the leadership did propose this last time that the budgets were being set on the GPECs of the Green Party executive, who make the decisions about the budget, but that wasn't taken forward. And so I would encourage again the leadership this time to put that on the table and other GPEX members to support this, because I think if we want social justice to be a priority, then we need to fund it adequately. And our policies are awesome, but within the Green Party, we also need to make sure we're following that. So, yeah.
So I'm going to take a couple more questions from the chat before I let you go. The first of which is about the Diverse Matters report. And for people watching who may not be aware, the Diverse Matters report was an independent report that was commissioned by the Green Party and written by a organisation that specialises in issues around equality and diversity. And it looked at the Green Party's progress on issues around equalities, diversity, liberation, and so on. Not just with regards to LGBT rights, but on the whole spectrum of diversity. And Meg S. Foster has asked whether you have any updates on the Diverse Matters report and what, if any, actions were recommended with regards to transphobia.
Right. So I don't have any update on the Diverse Matters report. We had the first, so all of the co-chairs of the liberation groups were invited to a working group to put forward kind of and develop an action plan coming out of the Diverse Matters report. And we were told that it would be a long process, and we want to make sure that it's done in an adequate way and everything is that was advised by the report is taken on board and reflected on properly and put into action. But I don't necessarily have an update. We had the first meeting a few months ago before the new GPEX officers were in place, and so we're still waiting for the new officers or whoever is leading on this work now to reach out to all of the liberation groups, and I'm not sure what the status is, unfortunately.
Not at all, not expecting you to know the internal machinations around that necessarily. So the final question I've got from the chat that I wanted to put to you was Steve C has asked, as an outside observer, it seems the policy that the Greens have to think the best of each other paralyzes any method to deal with transphobia. How can that process be changed?
Yeah, so I think there is ongoing work. I will be honest, and I will say that I'm not sure on the finite kind of the details of it, but there is some work around the code of conduct, I think, around GPRC, looking into it and doing some kind of reviews. And yeah, it can definitely get in the way. I recognise that. And yeah, I think GPRC might have recognised that as well and might be looking to change some of the way it's worded, not to remove the kind of principles within the Green Party, but making sure that it can't, the way that phrasing is worded can't be abused.
And finally, just a final question from me then, really to kind of close things off. I think this question around transphobia in the Green Party, I think, has rumbled on for a number of years now. I've certainly got quite tired of spending a lot of my time talking about it. It's an issue that comes up in every leadership election. It's an issue that is recurring at conference. The issue of trans rights is something that there's a small group of people have been consistently trying to bring policy to change the party's policy on. There's a group of people who have been, at every leadership hustings will ask a question on this issue. There's, I think, within the membership and within our wider support base as a party, I feel like there's been a lot of trust and faith given that this is an issue that will be sorted out. And that trust and faith has been given to the leadership, it's been given to the disciplinary process, it's been given to the Green Party Regional Council. And I think there's a degree to which that trust is wearing thin after a number of years of this issue not being tackled. And there's demands for certain people to be kicked out of the party for transphobia. There's demands for a kind of wider approach to tackling it. Why do you think people should have trust and faith in the party's ability to tackle this issue?
I'm not here to convince people to stay and fight it off if it's impacting their mental well-being, to be perfectly honest. I think it's important for people to prioritise that. But I will say that people should continue to have faith within the party, because we do have really, really strong policies on our trans rights and queer issues. Honestly, I think we're the most radical and forward-thinking out of all of the political parties. And we have things like self-determination as one of our policies, which I was really proud to have been a part of passing. And I do think that work is ongoing, but I recognise that it may not look publicly like that. I think it's really difficult, especially for people like the leaders, to be able to manage that perception versus kind of what they are able to actually say and give away in terms of the work that's ongoing. But work is ongoing, and I won't deny that it's going to still take time. It's a massive issue. I think we're moving in the right direction slowly, but we want to make sure that we're doing it in the right way, and we don't want to rush things to like leave loopholes and be in a situation where it's kind of we put a plaster over the issue rather than actually tackling the issue itself. I recognise that it's going to be really difficult though for trans people to continue to have faith within the party if it looks like it's not a lot of action is happening. And I really empathise with people who might be struggling. I know that people reach out to me, and I'm always happy to have a conversation about it. But I also want to say that there is a safer space within LGBTI plus Greens, and there is a bit of a community there. And I think that's a really lovely community that it's been wonderful to be a part of and see grow within the last 2 years or 3 years. And I think that community has kept me going when times can be a bit more challenging. I'll leave it as that.
Thank you so much, Ria, for joining us this evening. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much for having me.
So that was Ria Patel discussing the issue of transphobia within the Green Party of England and Wales, which has been a recurring theme throughout today's show and also our previous show as well, with some of the conversations we've had. So Ria was our final guest of the day. So we are coming to the end of episode 2 of Bright Green Live. I wanted to say a massive, massive thank you to all of the guests that we've had on the show throughout the day. We started off with Michael Chessum, we had Ell Folan, we had Paul Turner, Jack Lennox, Maggie Chapman, Natalie Bennett, Ria Patel. It's been an absolute honour and privilege and pleasure to speak to all those incredible guests over the course of the last 7 and a bit hours. Of course, I also have to thank all of you wonderful people who have been watching throughout the day, particularly those of you who have been here since the very, very start, and also those of you who are just joining right now, the absolute ultimate latecomers to the party who are joining just as we finish off the day. But it has been brilliant to see all your comments and questions coming through the chat. As ever, please do keep them coming. If you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do all the things I've been telling you to do. You really have no excuse not to. Please do subscribe and make sure you don't miss out on any of our other videos. Before you leave, just a few final reminders. Firstly, that we don't have the backing of billionaires and big business here at Bright Green. We rely on the support and generous contributions of people just like you. If you are able to, please do head to bright-green.org/donate and set up a regular donation so we can keep running this show. There's also a link down in the description if you missed that. We're on all the socials, on the Twitters at BrightGRN, on the Facebooks at facebook.com/BrightGRN, on the Instagrams at Bright Green Online, on the Mastodon at Bright Green on the UK server. There's links down in the description for all of those as well. If you've enjoyed this show but didn't manage to catch all of it, you can of course watch it all back on YouTube. This video will remain live in the coming days and weeks. And of course, we will be putting out individual clips of the interviews that have taken place, clipping them and popping them on our YouTube channel as well. So you can find all that on our YouTube channel as and when. Enroll 4,200 asked if we're on Twitch. We are not on Twitch, unfortunately. This operation for Bright Green Live is still a one-person operation. Live streaming to YouTube for 8 hours, just myself, is already quite challenging. I don't feel ready yet to move on to another platform as well. But in the future, maybe we'll move on to Twitch as well. So I just wanted to give one final thank you before we wrap up the show to all of our guests, every single person who has watched this stream at any point, whether you even if you just turned up for 2 minutes and saw we were on a break and then left again, or whether you've been here since 10:30 when we kicked off, or anything in between. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend my Sunday with you. I will, of course, be back on January the 8th. Make sure you get that in your diary and don't miss out. We already have some amazing guests lined up, including John Bosco and Wobo from We Own It, including Phelan McCafferty, the Green Party leader of Brighton Hove City Council, Joe Bird, the Green Party councillor in the Wirral, and Niall Christie and Jen Bell from the Scottish Green Party Trade Union Group. They'll all be joining me on January the 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Make sure you don't miss out. Set a reminder, put it in your diary, and of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel on the YouTubes. So I think that's enough. You've had enough of me. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you again. Oh my God, there's some comments, lovely comments coming in. I'll just read out those comments before I leave. So Enroll 4,200 says, thanks, Chris, you're a star. Go get a cup of tea or something stronger. I've had 6 coffees today. I'm not sure I can handle any more caffeine, but I will definitely be having a relaxed evening. Finn White says, it's been great. Thank you so much, Finn. You're a friend of the show. Have been with us since the beginning of this and also on the last show as well. So I'll leave it there. Thank you all so much for joining me, and I will see you all very, very soon.